rights in an attempt to disarm the citizenry of this country.
Okay, man.
And meanwhile, the United States, year in and year out, is the single biggest seller of weaponry to the world. So on one hand, we're trying to disarm our own country, and on the other hand, we're trying to sell weapons to the rest of the world. What am I to think of that?
You know what? It sounds like you're one of those conspiracy people who wears aluminum foil in your hats. Right? You're that guy who don't talk on the cell phone. They're listening. It's true. And why do we have trouble getting that message out? They want to. In fact, every time, gosh forbid, there's a shooting, there's a tragedy, what's the first thing that liberals do with their friends in the corrupt media? What's the first story that should come? Or what's Obama's line? Gun control.
Exactly.
After Sandy Hook, wasn't it a tragedy in Sandy Hook? This disturbed kid kills his mom, steals her guns, slaughters children. What's the first thing they say? We need to ban that kind of gun. What?
Well, I've sat back idly for probably too long, biting my tongue and no more. So whether they're listening or not, I can't let it go on.
Be that force multiplier, like I said, at work or at the in the elevator or at your family get together with people who know you, like you, and respect you, and then bring it up and just say, hey, how do you feel about the government taking our guns? And why did the founding fathers? Why were they so insistent that the Second Amendment follow the First Amendment? And what's the reason for that?
Thank you for your inspiration.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for being part of our show, and thanks for calling in from Virginia. Be that person, that man or woman, who when you have your friends, like I said, they got to know you, they got to like you, they got to respect you, then get into it. I think posting a Trump meme on Facebook right now, or posting a Hillary meme for liberals, doesn't do anything. Those who like her are going to like her. Listen, Hillary was caught lying about lying with Chris Wallace on Fox News on Sunday when they aired the interview. CBS News themselves, at the very end of the story, claimed, yes, she didn't tell the truth about telling the truth. Where's the headline? You need a miner's helmet, one of those spelunker helmets with a light on the front to find it. Tim, calling from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
How are you doing, guy?
Outstanding, Captain. What do you have on the Mike Gallagher Show?
I agree 100% with that kid that just called. I firmly believe there is going to be serious voter fraud. They'll dig up dead people, fictitious people. They'll blow up mannequins to vote, whatever. There should be a thumbprint, a license, and a birth certificate to make sure that they're a legitimate United States citizen voting. And that's no problem. I'll bring all of it there. Hell, I'll bring my taxes in. I'll bring my deed to my house, whatever I have.
Amen, brother. Do you know in Texas, with our voter ID laws, which came under fire, the state offers you free, the DPS, like the state troopers.
Well, Democrats are smart. They're flooding the country. We're letting the illegals in,
right,
the immigrants in, everybody, because they're going to build their voting base so strong, we'll never have a Republican back in there. They will dig up anything and everything. They'll let their pet dog vote if it gets Hillary in the White House.
Tim, did you see the pictures and video from the Democratic National Convention in Philly? The walls they built to keep the wrong people out who didn't have ID, right? So they built 8-foot walls that was, I think it was 4 square miles, whatever it was, a big hunk of real estate. And they built these walls. Well, why did they build the walls at the DNC convention? To keep out.
They're the same people that want to take our guns, but then they fund, they come up with Fast and Furious.
Right.
They want to, fund and arm ISIS and anybody else, but they don't want the honest, tax-paying, God-loving, American citizen to be able to protect his wife and kids. If one of these gangbangers or ISIS come into his neighborhood, it's just common sense. People need to wake up because the Supreme Court's on the line, in our Constitution and our country and our way of life. It's bottom line.
It is, but you know what, real quick before I get to the break, it's so hard to explain to some people who follow, for instance, reality television more than they follow politics, or they follow sports more than they follow politics.
They're blind. They can't see the forest through the trees.
I know, but how do we get these people who are keeping up with the Kardashians and that multi-million-dollar endeavor, but don't even know who their congressmen are, or the state, or their U.S. senators, right?
Because they've been so indoctrinated. They start out with all this socialism in schools and all these things, and our kids. I got all my nieces and nephews on the West Coast in California. They're all socialist, and they firmly believe Obama's, walks on water and Hillary's right behind him. And I tried talking to them, and I asked them to go see the Hillary's America. They don't buy it. They just think socialism is, they're Bernie nights and Hillary nights, and it's just sad. And I
just remind them. You know what? Real quick before I go, Tim, and I appreciate the call. Just remind them that socialism is a great idea until you run out of other people's money. Quick break. Sam Malone Show. Filling in for Mike Gallagher. 1-800-655-MIKE. 1-800-655-MIKE.
Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody wang chun tonight. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody wang chun tonight.
In Cleveland, I met a lot of listeners to the show. I was really kind of overwhelmed by the amount of people who have really enjoyed the show this year and have thanked me and have thanked us for our work on the radio and on Fox News. I also met some homeschooling families, some homeschooling moms and dads who thanked me for my partnership with BJU Press. There's big news from BJU Press. Now, they provide textbooks, curriculum, distance learning materials, all kinds of information from BJU Press. They now offer free shipping on everything all the time. Free shipping all the time, no matter how big or how small the order. Not only that, but there are lots of other ways to save at bjupresshomeschool.com. They offer discounts on multiple distance learning products, a handy payment plan. Anything surrounding the homeschooling community will be found at bjupresshomeschool.com. Counter contemporary culture. Make Christian education a priority. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com.
Mike Gallagher. American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. I have important information for homeowners. Mortgage rates have literally plummeted over the last few weeks, creating an incredible opportunity to save money. American Financing was founded on one simple principle: save homeowners money. They've helped many of our listeners do just that. American Financing's mortgage consultants are salary-based. They specialize in solutions, not counting commissions. It's called responsible lending. This may be your last opportunity to refinance at a new lower rate. Even if you've refinanced your home as recently as a year ago, it's time to financially protect your family. Rates are back to historic lows, but they'll not stay there forever. Don't procrastinate. Call today. 866-420-6690. That's 866-420-6690. Or online at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans. The average American uses electronics at least 11 hours a day. While the constant use of technology helps people keep in touch, pay bills, navigate the road, and stay up to date on news, it does have a downside. Our data can be exposed to criminals who commit crimes such as credit card fraud and identity theft unless we take the proper precautions. Try WebRoot Internet Security today. WebRoot is the most comprehensive cloud-based antivirus software available, helping protect you from vicious viruses, malware, and phishing sites. It protects all your favorite devices, including your PC, Mac, Android, and iOS device. So stop the hackers in their tracks by utilizing WebRoot Internet Security and sleep easier knowing that you're protected no matter where you access the Internet. Visit webroot.com/radio now to save 30% on your purchase of WebRoot's Internet Security software. That's webroot.com/radio.
Every day, millions of people suffer from good health.
I hate feeling so good all the time. What's right with me?
If you're in optimal health, chances are you're taking all-natural Texas Superfood.
It's so annoying getting a good night's sleep. I am so awake every day.
Each bottle is packed with over 55 fruits and vegetables picked at their peak. Then we add nothing.
Just once, I'd like to experience intestinal discomfort just like everybody else.
So your body gets all the benefits of fresh, ripe, nutrient-rich produce, and that's all.
I wish I could get sick more often, especially during flu season.
No pesticides, no animal products, no fillers, sweeteners, or artificial anything.
Why do I have so much energy? Why?
Visit us at trytexassuperfood.com or call us at 844-START-55 today to get started on your path to the healthiest version of you. Available only at trytexassuperfood.com.
Hi everybody, Michael W. Smith here. It is such an honor to be back in the land of Israel. This is my 4th trip to the land where my Lord lived, died, and rose again. I was very fortunate to shoot a music video here. We filmed at Masada, Galilee, the Garden Tomb, and many other places that you'll recognize when you see the video. It's been life-changing for me, to say the least. It's like taking a walk through the pages of the Bible. If you haven't toured Israel, I beckon you to come. It will change your life. God bless you all. Shalom.
Mike Gallagher.
You've got to catch the new movie, Hillary's America, from Dinesh D'Souza. The Democrat Party, look, they claim to be the party of economic opportunity, social justice, racial equality. Are you kidding me? You kidding me? Dinesh D'Souza's latest film, Hillary's America, exposes the real history of the Democratic Party, from the party's ideological roots, their ambitions, its legacy on slavery, segregation, civil rights. It's an ugly, ugly, ugly story. It's about social engineering, story about control, story about power. Look, it's the story of the media and those academic elites and Democratic Party don't want you, the American people, to know. They don't want you to see this. They don't want you to know the real story of Hillary Clinton, or what, gosh forbid, the country will look like if she gets elected. Hillary's America reveals the roots of her thinking from her days at Yale Law School, one of the incubators of leftist progressive legal thought in America, to today. Hillary's America. It tells the story of Hillary Clinton's corrupt nature and the corrupt nature of her party. Remember, Hillary doesn't want you to see this. Democrats don't want you to see this. You think the Democrat Party wants you to sit down, grab some popcorn, and watch Hillary's America? No, but it's the movie you must see before you vote. Go online for more information. Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com, in theaters nationwide right now. I'm Sam Malone, in for Mike Gallagher all week. Lois from South Carolina, Central South Carolina, joining us on the Mike Gallagher radio show. How are you, Lois?
I'm good, thank you. I'm very sad about the fact that we may lose our country this fall, but I really got angry a while ago when I saw the Dinesh D'Souza film recently.
Right.
And it let me know that Bill and Hillary, the foundation, had collected an awful lot of money for Haiti when the last disaster hit. And they didn't get, and Haiti didn't get it. They went to the Clinton Foundation,
right.
And that just makes me so angry. And I just wish that there was some way that you could make those people feel badly enough that they would release that money to Haiti, because it's so sad that the people are starving over there.
And you know what's great?
$50, and I'm going to give it to them, but that's a drop in the bucket. They need to release that money to Haiti. There are people in New York.
Here's the thing. First of all, God bless you for that wonderful feeling that you have of wanting to be generous. It's woven into that Judeo-Christian fabric of our great country. Go to MikeOnline.com and make your pledge. On the Clinton issue, you got to have a kind of a conscience to feel bad about something, and I really doubt that Bill and Hillary have a conscience of which they feel bad.
Well, I agree with you. I just wish that there could be enough social pressure.
Are you kidding me? Hey, Manon, Lois, no. Just look at the amount of coverage given to the Muslim dad and Khazir Khan. With 50 times as much coverage for him versus Patricia Smith, whose son was killed in Benghazi and was lied to by Hillary. Do you
she
think...
got 3 seconds of airtime.
Yes, there you go.
Disgusting.
She's listening. Yeah. God bless you for listening. She got
Thank you.
Thank you, baby. You have a wonderful day. She got 3 seconds of airtime on CBS. But anyway, going back to the Clinton Foundation. Haiti, money. Let's step up as real Americans. Go online, MikeOnline.com, and make our pledges and help out with Food for the Poor. But on the issue of the Clinton Foundation, Clinton Global Initiative, whatever that crazy name is. You remember Hillary standing up there in that white outfit, that pantsuit, last Thursday in my hometown of Philadelphia, and she's talking about all the things she's done and all the things she's going to do and all the things she's proud about. What was missing from that speech Thursday night? What was missing? I'll tell you. Any reference at all to the success of the Clinton Global Initiative, Clinton Foundation. And you would think that if it's such an amazing, such a phenomenal organization that has helped with HIV issues or clean water issues or educating girls issues, that she would have been up there on that mic working it like a DJ in a club. She didn't, Lois. All of that money, the hundreds of millions to $2 billion, we will never know the exact number that they've taken. All of that currency, all of that cash, not a single reference. And real Americans sat there with their eyes open going, wait a minute. Something that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars in quote-unquote charity gets no mentions at the DNC Convention 2016 in Philadelphia? Absolutely mind-boggling. We, as conservatives, will take care of that. Step up. Go online. MikeOnline.com. Sam Malone, Mike Gallagher Show. Get ready. Trey Gowdy coming up next. Sam Malone filling in on the Mike Gallagher Radio Show.
Give me 60 seconds to talk about your retirement, your future, your savings. If you're like most Americans, you're working hard, you're looking forward to a day when you can retire and you can be secure and safe and confident that you're going to be okay. With the debt soaring, leaves the United States and hardworking people like you and me in deep danger. When the stock market goes down, the market is unstable, gold and silver go up. That's why the experts say over and over again how smart it is to have gold as part of your portfolio. Now, the question becomes, where do you turn? I invite you to do business with the company I do business with, the company that my friends and colleagues here at the Salem Radio Network do business with. It's Goldco Precious Metals. Go to Mike4Gold.com, Mike4Gold.com. They'll be happy to send you a gold IRA investment kit. It's free, no obligation. Give you all the details. They'll go over your investments, and they'll guide you through the process, never strong-arming you. Just a great company. Goldco, Mike4Gold.com. That's Mike4Gold.com.
This is a special alert to consumers who owe back taxes to the IRS.
Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing during the decline in the U.S. economy, the Internal Revenue Service is now accepting reduced settlements from consumers on back taxes, resulting in back taxes reduced by thousands of dollars. An open phone line has been established by Federal Tax Relief for consumers to call and see if you qualify for this reduction to ensure your financial stability during this decline in the economy. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call 1-800-237-2199. That's 1-800-237-2199. If you owe back taxes to the IRS, there is no need to fear anymore. The IRS is now accepting reduced settlements from consumers, resulting in tax debts reduced by thousands of dollars. For your free information and to see if you qualify for your reduction, call the Federal Tax Relief Hotline, 1-800-237-2199, 1-800-237-2199. That's 1-800-237-2199.
Mike Gallagher.
Every day, millions of people suffer from good health.
I hate feeling so good all the time. What's right with me?
If you're in optimal health, chances are you're taking all-natural Texas superfood.
It's so annoying getting a good night's sleep. I am so awake every day.
Each bottle is packed with over 55 fruits and vegetables picked at their peak. Then we add nothing.
Just once, I'd like to experience intestinal discomfort just like everybody else.
So your body gets all the benefits of fresh, ripe, nutrient-rich produce, and that's all.
I wish I could get sick more often, especially during flu season.
No pesticides, no animal products, no fillers, sweeteners, or artificial anything.
Why do I have so much energy? Why?
Visit us at trytexassuperfood.com or call us at 844-START-55 today to get started on your path to the healthiest version of you. Available only at trytexassuperfood.com.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. President Obama said Tuesday Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump is unfit to be president.
And that's not just my opinion. That is the opinion of many prominent Republicans. There has to come a point at which you say, enough.
At a campaign event in Tucson, Republican vice presidential nominee Mike Pence says President Obama has no room to talk about Donald Trump being unfit to be president.
Well, allowing for the fact that Barack Obama knows a lot about being woefully unprepared to be president of the United States. Why don't we look at the record?
An aide says the FBI has declined to brief a key Senate committee on its investigation of the hack of the Democratic National Committee.
The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee requested the briefing. The House Intelligence Committee, meanwhile, appears to have been briefed. Security experts say the DNC hack was the work of Russian intelligence groups, and the DNC itself has blamed Russia for the cyber attack. In addition to the investigation into that attack, the FBI also is investigating similar reported breaches at Hillary Clinton's campaign and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
Florida Governor Rick Scott tells CBS health officials are on top of the Zika problem, so people should be cautious but not alarmed.
It's a 1 square mile north of downtown Miami. We're very active at making sure we're controlling the mosquitoes. We have not found any mosquitoes, and we've tested over 20,000 of them statewide that have the Zika virus.
Health officials are struggling to ease the threat of the Zika virus. The head of the CDC, Dr. Thomas Frieden, acknowledged that mosquitoes spreading the virus in Miami are proving to be harder to wipe out than expected. He says the mosquitoes may be resistant to the insecticides that are being used. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards, and it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment. Now we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump says he thinks the upcoming election will be rigged. Political analyst Robert Stein says that in his decades of following campaigns, he's never heard of a presidential candidate saying that.
I would even go so far as to say this is unprecedented for any candidate, almost any candidate.
Stein says he can't remember another candidate ever suggesting, like Donald Trump has, that the general election might get rigged.
It was a typical Donald Trump, kind of off-the-cuff remark, first talking about Bernie Sanders, I guess, and how Bernie was denied the nomination in a manner that he suggested was rigged, and I guess it was an effort to reach out to the Bernie Sanders voters.
Trump told Fox News that recent rulings against voter ID laws in several states make him worried that people are, quote, going to vote 10 times. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A group called the Satanic Temple says it's contacting elementary schools nationwide in an effort to launch after-school Satan clubs. Lucian Greaves is co-founder of the Satanic Temple.
The After School Satan Club is a after-school club for elementary school students being hosted and put together by the Satanic Temple.
Greaves says it hopes to counter the influence of Christian after-school clubs.
We are only interested in going into schools that already have the presence of evangelical groups, particularly the Good News Club.
Greaves says its members don't promote belief in a personal Satan.
There's no devil worship, and in fact, we don't worship the devil, and worship itself, we feel, is rather antithetical to the satanic philosophy.
Greaves says so far, no school districts have accepted or rejected the after-school Satan clubs. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 70 expected. Isolated showers with a high 88, a low 72 under mostly cloudy skies, and a 50% chance of showers Wednesday night. Thursday, cloudy, scattered showers, a 40% chance, high around 84, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report and great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with Yesterday's Memories, Afternoon Call Around Report, and Forest City Owls baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
This is your total information source, The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, sitting in for Mike today, here's Sam Malone.
From the great red state of Texas and the sort of blue city of Houston, it's great to be here. I'm part of the Salem radio family from AM 1070, The Answer. An honor to fill in on the Mike Gallagher Show today. Let me jump over to line 5. He represents the 4th Congressional District in the great state of South Carolina. Friend of our show, Congressman Trey Gowdy, stops by. Congressman Gowdy, welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show.
Hey, Sam, how are you?
Outstanding, sir. By the way, we had about an hour and a half ago another member of the judiciary, Congressman Ted Poe, stopped by from the hospital, called into the show.
You know what? I was just going to ask your listeners if they would please keep Judge Poe in their thoughts and prayers. He is an amazing man. Having worked with him for 5 years, I'm still terrified of him. I would not want to be sentenced by him, but I love serving with him, and I'm sure your listeners know he got a not great diagnosis recently, and if they would please keep him in their thoughts and prayers, I'd be grateful to him.
Amen, and we're all here wearing our hashtag Team Poe bracelets on, our rubber bracelets, to keep him in our thoughts and prayers. And I'll tell you something, Congressman, he sounded great. Sounded like he's wearing a hospital gown and cowboy boots, and he's ready to rock and roll.
He's one of the toughest people I have ever met in any facet of life, and I'm going to put my money on him, but nonetheless, anyone willing to intervene with the great physician, I would be grateful. I cannot imagine looking down the dais and not seeing the murderer's row of Jimmy Jordan, Ted Poe, Gomert, and that crowd on judiciary.
You're not so bad yourself there, buddy. When you
I pale in comparison to those guys. I'm actually a nice, peaceful respite compared to those guys.
When you go into your rapid-fire questioning, we always say, it's a bad day when Trey Gowdy is coming down on you.
26 years of marriage will prepare you for that, Sam.
Enough said. Congressman Gowdy, so about a half hour ago, we were taking our calls on the Mike Gallagher Show, and somebody talked about, why, and I said, well, for the importance of the Supreme Court. This election is huge, if nothing else, for the future and direction of the Supreme Court. Jump in, give me some suppressive fire to help me out here as I move forward on real estate.
Oh, I mean, think about the greatest changes in our culture in the last 25 years, and most of those were decided by some amalgamation of 9 unelected folks on the Supreme Court Now, in all candor, some of these societal changes were needed. And I think conservatives have to be really consistent when one of the tenets of conservatism is judicial restraint. So we need to applaud judicial restraint when it's appropriate, but we also need to acknowledge, whether it be in the civil rights era, whether it is the internment of people during World War II, the Supreme Court has made changes to our culture that legislative bodies were not willing to make. So I give that caveat. On the other hand, whether it's the issue of how you define marriage, which has been defined for thousands of years until Anthony Kennedy identified a liberty right that we were too stupid to see and needed him to explain to us. The great irony there is the one liberty right we all know we have, which is the power to vote. He kind of passed over that one and went straight to the identification of a liberty right that again, we were just too stupid to know existed. The Supreme Court said you cannot put someone under the age of 18 to death for a capital offense. There may be lots of great arguments against putting people under the age of 18 to death. I'm sure there are. I've heard them. But those arguments need to be made in a legislative setting. You don't read into the Eighth Amendment after 200-plus years of jurisprudence a number. The number 18 does not appear in the Eighth Amendment. That was made up by the court in Roper versus Simmons. So if you care about the integrity of the branches of government, you should care about the complexion of the Supreme Court.
Trey Gowdy, congressman from the 4th Congressional District in South Carolina. And focus on the Second Amendment, because I talk about, there was an interview that was given by, Secretary Clinton, in which she said, quote, if the Second Amendment is a constitutional right, how much in jeopardy is the Second Amendment should that court make an extreme left-hand turn after November?
Well, the Heller decision, if memory serves me, was 5-4. It was authored by Justice Scalia, and that's who is going to be replaced, either by Judge Garland, if I think she has said that would be her pick. She would resubmit his name if she were to win. One of the things I hate about modern day politics is the questions are being asked by folks in the media who either don't have the time or don't have the background to follow up. I would love for her, and for that matter, for Mr. Trump, to explain what they believe the origin of the Second Amendment to be. So what informs and instructs the Second Amendment? Is it the right to self-defense? Is it the need to be prepared in case you're ever called to serve in the military? Is it the right to defend yourself against a potentially tyrannical government? Because if I understand what you believe to be the basis of the Second Amendment, then it's helpful for me to have a conversation about where you want to go in terms of the future of the Second Amendment. What I also find incredibly frustrating is when I hear my colleagues talk about the need for gun control. We actually do have gun control. There are controls over who can have guns, where you can have them, and what kind of guns you can have. And I know that because I spent 6 years prosecuting gun cases. So I know that there are currently laws on the books that prohibit where you can have them, what kind of weapons you can have, and most importantly, who you can have them. I'll give you one example. If you're not in the country legally, if you either cross the border without permission or you overstayed a visa, you cannot legally possess any kind of firearm. Any kind of firearm. So that list of visa overstays exists. Can you get the list? Can you get Homeland Security to provide that list to you? They want to create new lists. They want to create a terror watch list, and they want to create a no-fly list. But they don't want to give you the list that currently exists of visa overstays because that is not politically expedient. So what I really wish we could get to the point in politics where the follow-up question, anybody at the level of running for president can handle the first two questions. Anybody. Can you handle the question? Can you handle the 22nd question? And if you're going to go out and talk about the Second Amendment as if it's the bastard child of the Bill of Rights, then you need to explain what you think prompted our framers to put it in the Bill of Rights in the first place and put it where they put it.
Right behind number one, exactly. Trey Gowdy, you're fired up. You're not even. Is this your vacation? You're getting all fired up and everything.
It is vacation if you believe the media in Washington. Most of us work harder in district than we do when we're in Washington. So it is vacation only to the standpoint that I get to sleep in my own home beside my beautiful wife of 26 years.
Amen. Love it when you stop by. Congressman Trey Gowdy, 4th Congressional District of South Carolina. Sir, anytime you want to join us, whether in Houston or on the Mike Gallagher Show, the line is always open.
Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the great state of Texas.
Amen, sir. Thank you. Thank you. 800-655-MIKE. 1-800-655-MIKE. Sam Malone in for the Mike Gallagher Show.
When I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. If I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I heaver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's heavering to you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. When I'm walking.
Fighting a tax battle right now? Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business? Do you have a bank levy or a wage garnishment or years of unfiled tax returns? Do not fight this fight alone. You need people in your corner. You need professionals. You need tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who know the language of the IRS and know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you. Most of all, they know your rights. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. If you owe a lot in back taxes, if you have a bank levy, a wage garnishment, or years of unfiled tax returns, don't panic. Reach out to Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Give them a call at 800-280-9595. This could be the most important number you'll write down all day. 800-280-9595. They know how to protect you. They're never intimidated by the IRS, and they know how to advocate on your behalf. Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Call 800-280-9595. 800-280-9595.
I was fed up with the overwhelming liberal bias in public schools, so I decided to homeschool my kids. The problem was finding a curriculum that represented the values I grew up with. Things like faith, family, patriotism, and the truth about our country's history. Then I checked out BJU Press. BJU Press has everything our homeschool needs, and with the right values. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com and see for yourself. You'll feel good about how you homeschool.
FN handguns bear the DNA of legends, of John Browning, the father of modern firearms, of the artisans and craftsmen who brought his genius to life, of the brave souls who defended our freedom on the front lines for the last 100 years, and the brave souls who defend it on the home front today. FN handguns. The DNA of legends in the palm of your hand. Ask for FN, the world's most battle-proven firearms.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-551-9788. That's 800-551-9788. 800-551-9788. Or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
Mike Gallagher.
Thousands of people all across the country are choosing the flexibility of working when they want, driving with Uber. You'll control your day, plus be able to start earning right away just by driving your own car.
Why'd I choose to drive with Uber? So that's easy. Complete freedom. Working when I want. I mean, I can't get that anywhere else. So with both my kids in summer camp, I drop them off, then I start driving. Or, we'll go to the park and I do it later. or even just not at all that day. It's a beautiful thing. I just turn on the Uber app and ride requests come in, and I'm earning some extra money. It helps us stay on budget every month. Plus, we can save for our summer vacation. Total freedom. Working when I want, being my own boss. Yeah, driving with Uber is definitely the best option for me.
Earn the extra money you need on your schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day and watch the money add up fast. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
Have you checked your Google search results lately? Search results are usually the first impression that people form of you or your business. So make sure that they create a positive impression with ReputationDefender.com. What the internet says about you can have a big impact on your life and your livelihood, even if it's not true. Fortunately, you can now control how you look online and in online search results with ReputationDefender.com. Call 800-651-4888 now. That's 800-651-4888 for your free reputation analysis. If you have negative material from an ex-employee, upset patient, or former client, newspaper article, legal issue, social media, or other source showing up in your search results, you can combat it with ReputationDefender.com. Our dedicated experts in patented technology can help make your online search results look their best. Call 800-651-4888 to learn more. 800-651-4888. That's 800-651-4888. Or visit ReputationDefender.com.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
How many times have you watched an event in New York City, the Macy's, Macy's Parade, or New Year's Eve, and you see all the police out there, the Field of Blue, NYPD? Breaking news is William Bratton, their boss, the New York City Police Commissioner, stepping down next month, taking a private sector job. 45 years in public life. So William Bratton, Commissioner of New York City Police Department, stepping down. Could you imagine that job? Overseeing NYPD's force there with these massive parades, massive gatherings, huge celebrations, all nationally televised, some internationally. And the stress, the pressure that must have. It's like you sleep with one eye open all the time. William Bratton stepping down at NYPD. I'm Sam Malone, in for Mike Gallagher, filling in this week on the Mike Gallagher Show, 1-800-655-MIKE. Great to have Congressman Trey Gowdy stop by and talking about the people out there who are like, I'm never voting for Trump. I ain't doing it. I ain't voting for Trump. I ain't going to do it. Great. Hey, thanks for putting yourself above everything. And Congressman Gowdy outlined just the Supreme Court angle of your importance, of your vote, of your support, and why it's needed. Just the Supreme Court angle alone. I can't imagine that didn't convince anybody. Said no one ever. Thanks for stopping by, Congressman Gowdy in South Carolina. Hang on a second. Let me get to your calls. Go to line 4 from New Vienna, Ohio. Tim is standing by on the...
Hi, Sam. How you doing?
Good.
So I was going to do a chicken and egg kind of thing. I was wondering if Sam Malone from Texas was before Sam Malone of Boston on Cheers, but you told me your age, so I think it was Sam Malone from Boston.
Samuel Alexander Malone, 53 years old, born in North Philadelphia on North Broad Street. Graduate of Temple University. But that show, I'll tell you something, the show sure helped out the name recognition.
It did. When I first heard you, this is about, I don't know, a month ago when you filled in for Mike, I said, well, wait a minute, I know that name, and then it clicked.
Can I tell you something? The news is so bad locally that when the TV show Cheers, which Ted Danson's character was Sam Malone, when the TV show Cheers signed off, whatever, So I get a call from the station, they're like, the TV station, like, hey, can we interview you? I don't know, about what? Oh, this is about the show. I'm like, what show? Cheers. I wasn't on Cheers. And I'm like, oh my gosh, your snooze day is so slow. You're interviewing a radio host who has this. Hey, let me introduce you to my friend William Cosby and Jonathan Carson. Madon que faci. What are you doing?
That sounds like a love shot.
Anyway, what do you got, Tim?
Well, I wanted to know, do you think it would be the timing right for Trump to come out and start naming potential cabinet fills to try and get him out of this vicious cycle that they're in right now?
Yes, and let me tell you, as a Texan who is friendly with our Senator Ted Cruz, if that war had not happened between those two, it would have been a great time to say, hey, Senator Cruz is going to be my Supreme Court nominee right here.
I think he still should be.
Well, those two, it's such bad blood right now what happened at the RNC convention in Cleveland. But yes, he should put together a bunch of, incredibly tough men and women who embrace the conservative values, the Judeo-Christian fabric of our great nation, put them on display now, get their names out there now, and make those the magnets to bring people into the to the Trump camp, if possible.
Yeah. My girlfriend's sister is such a devout Ted Cruz supporter. She's going to try and write his name in November 8th.
Oh, that's going to help.
I took her to Hillary's America Sunday, and I'm going to let that stew a little bit, but she's a Catholic, and I'm going to say to her, now, if you don't vote and Hillary gets in, it's going to be blood on your hands with those children being aborted.
Exactly. In terms of just the life issue, we need to get this country back on track. In terms of free speech, freedom of religion. What if you take a stand against homosexual marriage and the penalties and the prosecutions of the state? You tell your friends, Tim, that the guy from Cheers says, put that ego in the back pocket and get out there and do what's best for America, and start with the Supreme Court and work backwards, all right?
You're doing a great job, Sam. Really appreciate it, and I love that Gowdy interview. He would make a good jurist.
He'd be a great attorney general. You know that?
That's
good.
Too.
Thank you for listening in New Vienna, Ohio. I appreciate it. His line's open. 800. Thank you, sir. 800-655-Mike. My name is Sam Malone, radio host in Houston on AM 1070. The Answer, filling in on the Mike Gallagher Show. Back in a second.
Let's talk a little bit about Neo 40 Daily, because it's the revolutionary, clinically proven, patented tablet that melts in your mouth, tastes great, and helps your body create nitric oxide. You know, once you reach the age of 40, the nitric oxide levels in your system aren't what they need to be. In fact, the American Heart Association says you have maybe half of what you need. Well, what that leads to is a lack of circulation. Do you notice your hands and feet getting colder more often? You need Neo 40. I take it every day. It tastes great. It melts in your mouth, and it helps my body create nitric oxide. That helps boost circulation, relaxes my arteries, maintain healthy blood pressure levels, and supports general heart and cardiovascular health. I want you to call 800-901-4391. Mention the Mike Gallagher Show. You'll get a free box of Neo 40 with your first order. 800-901-4391, or go to Mike 40 for this special offer. Mike 40, Mike 40, Mike40.com for Neo 40 Daily.
Mike Gallagher.
Once upon a time, a girl named Goldilocks was searching for the perfect mattress. One was too hard. Ouch. One was too soft. Ugh. But one was just right. Then, when she tried to sleep, it squeaked, it rattled, it moved. It was the old metal bed frame, and it was unbearable.
It's time to get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Why would you spend thousands of dollars on a quality mattress and then put it on an ugly, noisy metal frame that you have to hide with a dust ruffle? Get the Embrace Bed Frame by Knickerbocker. It will eliminate noise, motion transfer, and protect your mattress from sagging. Knickerbocker foundations are made in the USA and come with a limited lifetime warranty. They're available in 5 colors, look beautiful, and require no tools for assembly. It's time for a better bed frame from Knickerbocker.
Finally, Goldilocks got smart and got a Knickerbocker Embrace bed frame, and it was just right.
Visit your local furniture or mattress store and ask for the Embrace Bed Frame by Knickerbocker.
You think that you're...
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. President Obama has called on Republicans to withdraw their support of Donald Trump, claiming the GOP nominee is unfit. Vice presidential nominee Mike Pence said Mr. Obama is not one to judge, as he has proven himself to be unfit to be president. Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Kaine has picked up an order of soul food and promises of a big win in Florida's heavily Democratic Broward County. The Virginia senator stopped at Betty's Soul Food restaurant in Fort Lauderdale, where he was told he and Hillary Clinton will carry the county's 250,000 votes. For the second day, U.S. warplanes have gone after Islamic State targets in Libya. The attacks are needed to help Libya's fragile new government of national accord. The head of a dentist's group specializing in gum disease says he still urges his patients to floss in hopes of helping to avoid that problem. But Wayne Aldridge acknowledges that evidence pointing to the benefits of flossing is weak. This is SRN News.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards, and it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment. Now we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
In the past few years, in some corporate cost-cutting move, most of these people were over 50 years old, and they'd held their job for years. You tell me, who's going to hire these people at the same wage? In this day and age of job insecurity, is there any other feeling more empowering than being your own boss? Hi, Steve Cooper here, co-owner of ERSOP.com, ERSOP, which stands for Entrepreneur Rollover Stock Ownership Plan. We've helped thousands of people get control of their lives, income, and their sense of security. Along with my partner Karen Franklin, ERSOP.com has also helped these thousands of people use their retirement funds to invest in businesses for themselves and their family. It only takes a couple of weeks to finance, and it's totally legal. And the best part is, 3, 4, 5 years later, you put the retirement funds back and have the corporation carry on by itself. Be the entrepreneur you've always dreamed of being. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. Invest in yourself. Call 866-MY-ERSOP.
Geico applauds your inner ride leader.
An enthusiastic engine rev goes out to the biker in you who leads the pack. Even if that pack is a party of one, you're still a leader to Geico. To prove it, Geico will insure your motorcycle with great rates and 24/7 customer service. And with Geico by your side, you're never cruising solo. Which means you've just been nominated as a real ride leader. Congrats! The smell of fine leather and trailblazing is in your future.
Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
Mike is covering all the angles of illegal immigration in America.
There are as many illegal aliens in Arizona as there are soldiers in the Army of the United States. That is an invasion.
Most people expect laws to be enforced. Now suddenly, if you don't have your papers and you took your kid out to get ice cream, you're going to be harassed.
Let me tell you what the federal law says. Every alien shall at all times carry with him a certificate of alien registration or alien registration receipt card issued to him. That's been federal law for 58 years.
Now, back to Mike.
Sam Malone filling in for Mike Gallagher on the Mike Gallagher Show all week. Mike will be back on Monday. Our number 800-655-MIKE. Let me remind you again, as we're doing every single hour here on your opportunity to step up to the plate, help Food for the Poor. There's a drought in Haiti that caused a massive food crisis. They started poor. The drought made it even worse with 1.5 million people starving out there. Kids going several days in a row without eating. Got a toll-free number for you. It's an 844 toll-free. It's an 844-860-4673. Now, Angel Oloma is the executive director of Food for the Poor. His team is in Haiti today. And with your help, meals will be rushed to starving kids who desperately need this food.
It is crucial to get this money to be able to pay for the shipping of this rice, because once we have done this, once the goods arrive in Haiti, we have such a great infrastructure in that country after being there for more than 30 years that we can get that rice to the final recipients in no time whatsoever. We have great relationship with customs to be able to clear the rice quickly. We have a great distribution system in our warehouses where the people come one after another to load up their vans or their trucks. For those who cannot come to us, we go to them and deliver. And so once that shipping is done, once those goods arrive at the wharf, we can get them into the mouth of starving children within hours.
That's an amazing effort. So the need is urgent. You get it. $50 will provide one child in Haiti with food for a year and water for life, or $100. That'll do 2 children, the exact same thing. You just need to help pay for the shipping. Please call and support Food for the Poor. Special toll-free numbers 844-860-4673. I know you're like, wait, toll-free. Isn't that 800? Stand down on this one. 844 is a toll-free number, 860, and then spell out the word HOPE. Or just go to Mike Online. There's a banner right there, MikeOnline.com. There's a banner there, Haiti Food Crisis. It's an urgent need, and we thank you from all of us here on the Mike Gallagher Show. And that's the great thing about filling in all week. I'm Sam Malone in Houston, 800-655-MIKE. Oh, what do we get to? Hang on a second. Let me go to line 4. We have a Mike standing by in Atlanta, Georgia, the Mike Gallagher Show. Mike, how are you? It's Sam Malone.
I'm doing good, Sam. Thanks for taking my call. And I've watched all the things with Mr. Trump, and I just want to preface this. He was never my first pick for president.
Okay.
But he is now.
He wasn't my first choice either.
Okay. And the thing that, and I hope someone from the Trump campaign listens to this show, because I'm asking, I'm begging, I'm pleading here with you. Mr. Trump is now the last hope that we have of getting our country back on the right track. If we have a Hillary presidency, America is going to take some steps in directions that are almost irrevocable. And principally, the major factor that's going to be the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would ask anyone from the Trump organization is that you sit down with your candidate and you sit down with him and say, Mr. Trump, this is bigger than you. This is so much bigger than you. And I get you believe you're the only guy that can fix it. We have a window into Mr. Trump, and I know at his core he's a good man. You don't raise kids like that who turned out like that unless you have at your core some modicum of decency, and you have the ability to articulate ideals that are commensurate with the values that we hold sacred in the United States. His kids are proof positive of that. However, your public persona, Con, with your TV show The Apprentice, by being a guy that's basically a jerk who happens to own a very large business. You're using your reputation based on your ability to get into pop culture to carry you through the election. The problem that he's got, and that we have as conservatives, is when he talks, he comes across as a jerk. And Mr. Trump, when you tweet, anytime you have a sentence that says I, me, if you have those personal pronouns in that sentence phrase, in that sentence structure, that is a message to the rest of the world that this is all about you. You've got to stop it.
Let me jump in a little bit, and I'll say, yes, he wasn't. I was a Ted Cruz guy in the beginning, okay? I've known Senator Cruz. I love what he stands for. He's authentic. He's legit. We've shared the stage since 2009 at our first Tea Party event. So he was my first choice. But I'm going with Trump now. And like a lot of people, not my first. but he is the sandbag against the flood. Now, is he a polished politician who's mindful of his P's and Q's when talking? No, he's a New Yorker. He's like, my dad was a member of the Teamsters, okay? And it's like talking to Teamsters. My dad is like, they just tell you what's on their mind, okay?
Right.
There's no filter. If you're blocking their truck or they want to back up and you're in the way, hey, you know what? You're going to hear about it.
That part I don't mind.
But that's it's an authentic feel that we don't have with the corrupt Clinton clan, right?
Authentic isn't going after the Khan family. I don't care how he phrases that. That wasn't right. And the politics of that man are completely irrelevant. It was just somewhere at his core, his immediate response was to go after them. And that's the part of him I think he doesn't quite understand some things. And he's been a rich guy all his life. And I have a personal business, and I service that industry. And within those, they don't have a whole lot of people that's going to tell them, hey, that's a dumb idea, or don't say something like that, because people don't want to necessarily stop their employment with that person. He doesn't have that. Now, maybe his kids have that ability. But we all know that having a Hillary Clinton presidency pretty much ends the United States as it was. We can't argue that. So we are all reluctantly Trump fans. We have to back the guy.
Right.
And that's something that I may not like, I may not agree with, but those are the facts. I'm a very pragmatic human being, but somebody somewhere get a hold of Mr. Trump. Because again, I don't think he's a bad man. At his core, I don't.
I think let me tell you something.
Turn out like that.
Let me tell you, Mike from Atlanta. Let me jump in. First of all, he's made his bones in the toughest industry, toughest market, real estate in New York. Mm-hmm. And at 70 or whatever he is, you're not going to be like, hey, give me a hug. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way in that industry. Okay, so I think of the years, it's galvanized up, it's thickened up, it's hardened up, where he's gotten this real thick exterior, and that's how he does business. Will anybody tell him to shut up? It's a bad idea? Probably not. Is he the guy, the last resort? Yeah. Let me throw in that from what somebody had said yesterday, he needs surrogates, and
desperately.
He desperately needs, and whether it's Mike Pence, whether it's Bo Dietl, someone. And Mike Pence, who's a great man, isn't as street, let's say, as a Bo Dietl is. So he needs someone who can be his surrogate and do all the tough talking, heavy lifting, kind of nasty stuff. That's all. Sure. And that would help a lot, because right now the media is so corrupt. They lie in wait for Trump to do something, not use a turn signal when making a turn at an intersection.
You know, I'm glad you actually made that point, because that was something I did want to touch base on. He should know. He should know that the whole Khan thing was a setup to draw him out. You didn't hear any of the media talking about the Benghazi victims in the same manner with which they're talking about Mr. Khan. For God's sake, Hillary Clinton called them directly a liar. Mr. Trump has made no such allegations against the Khan.
Nope.
But do you hear any of the media? Do you hear the CNNs? Do you hear the MSNBCs? Do you hear the CBSs going after Mrs. Clinton and say, hey, you called that lady a liar?
No, they won't. And in fact, when we compared, we compared the amount of time spent by the networks on Patricia Smith in her speech at the RNC convention, and this Mr. Khan guy, 50-1. In fact, CBS News actually gave her 3 seconds of coverage. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Let me run, Mike. Let me run. I appreciate the call. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for listening to the show in Hotlanta. Thanks for being part of the Mike Gallagher Show family. 800-655-MIKE. I'm Sam Malone, filling in. Great friend of our show, Pamela Geller, joins us next on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Just you and I, sharing our love.
It's always a joy for me to tell you about the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're known as AMAC. They are the fastest growing 50-plus organization in America, and there's a very, very good reason for this. Let me introduce you to the group that fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, the values that you believe in. The AARP represents, advances, advocates, and defends Obamacare. That's just a fact. So if you know Obamacare to be the disaster it is, why would you belong to the AARP when AMAC is here. Not only do they advocate for our values, but they also provide access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts. You're going to save a lot of money on things like group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, everything Medicare-related. I proudly belong to AMAC, and I want you to join as well. It's simple. Just join AMAC by going to www.amac.us, amac.us, or call 888-262-2006 for AMAC.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K-4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
The American Health Association reports that many Americans over 40 do not produce enough nitric oxide. It's a key component in promoting healthy circulation and a healthy heart, but our nitric oxide levels fall naturally as we age. Neo 40 is the leading nitric oxide boosting lozenge, backed by clinical studies from UT Austin. Try Neo 40 daily now by going to Mike40.com or call 800-901-4391. Ask for the Gallagher Special and order a 2-month supply. You'll get 1 month absolutely free. You'll receive free saliva testing strips so you can measure your nitric oxide levels and see the results for yourself. You'll also receive a free book, The NO Solution. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Try Neo 40 Daily today. Go to Mike40.com. That's Mike40.com. Or call 800-901-4391. That's 800-901-4391.
You know you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing? Like getting a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Hi, I'm Missy Tannen. Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bollandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
Go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code CALM. That's 20% off right now at bollandbranch.com. Promo code CALM, spelled B-O-L-L, and branch.com. Promo code CALM.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards, and it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment. Now we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Mike Gallagher.
Sam Malone in for Mike all week, and portions of the Mike Gallagher Show sponsored by BJU Press. BJU Press has the educational resources you need to start a spiritual revolution. Visit bjupresshomeschool.com, bjupresshomeschool.com, or call 800-845-5731 today. Honor to fill in on the Mike Gallagher Show. Let me get one of our friends and political commentator, author, flamethrower, Pamela Geller. Happy Tuesday.
Well,
We've had happier Tuesdays, but happy Tuesday to you too.
What would obviously the media is all over Donald Trump in a 50-1 reporting ratio about the Muslim dad Khazir Khan who lost his son versus the mom whose son was killed, Patricia Smith, son killed in Benghazi. And I saw some interesting stuff. How would you advise Donald to handle an issue like this, to fight back on an issue like this?
Well, I mean, I would have said, if I were Donald Trump, I would have said, I didn't kill your son, Mr. Khan. The jihadis killed your son. And I seek to defeat the very ideology behind the murder of your son. And why are you standing with those that advance and promote this very ideology? I mean, it is shocking to me that this young man's father would be exploiting for political gain his death. His son went to fight the jihad. This is the very thing that Donald Trump is also seeking to do. So for him to come down this way, I mean, look, we're finding out more, of course. We're finding out more about Mr. Khan's deep financial and political ties to Saudi Arabia. We're finding out now that he's an immigration lawyer who's specializing in visa programs, accused of selling U.S. citizenship. So, of course, Donald Trump's, immigration policy would certainly hurt his business. We understand that. But what's happening really is that the media has focused on this narrative. And this is what they do now. They create narratives to advance their agenda. There's nothing legitimate in their reportage. There's nothing fair or objective in their reportage. And so they have focused on the perfect icon, the perfect poster boy. And we know how dishonest and depraved they are, because look how they treated Sean Smith's mom, who spoke. I mean, so you pointed that out almost immediately. Yes, of course, there are Muslim soldiers that are, that oppose jihad and Sharia, but there are also Muslim soldiers, by the way, that support it. I mean, you had the Fort Hood jihadi, Nidal Hassan. You had the National Guardsman, Mohammed Baylor Jalor. You had the U.S. veteran Haroon, or the Army Private Nasser Jason Abdo, who wanted to emulate, who had a plot to emulate, Hassan, the Fort Hood jihadi. Look, there's a problem. And to go up and again to rage against those that say there is a problem just is sanction of the evil. It sanctions the enemy and helps them advance, which is why we're in the fix we're in now.
And Pamela Geller joining us, political activist, commentator, great friend of our show, never holds back. And it fuels the corruption in the media that's going on right before our very eyes. Whereas if you have a guy, Khazir Khan, and you say, I'm sorry for your loss, but here's the deal. Fort Hood, a couple of years ago, Major Nidal Hassan stood up on the counter, took an FN-57, Ali Akbar, and started killing American heroes. Let's talk about that. Let's put that on the table. And a guy who was emailing a known Muslim terrorist, Anwar al-Awlaki, I guess 18 times before that. Let's talk about that. But they don't. You know, Pamela, they just won't do it.
No, and you had President Obama call it workplace violence. I mean, this is not clueless. This is complicit. Now, you and I don't have time in the show to go through all of the Muslims in the military that have a high rate of treason, whether it was Sergeant Hassan Akbar, who murdered 2 of his commanding officers in Kuwait, and of course, Major Hassan, as you've just discussed, or a Muslim in the Navy discussing sniper attacks on military personnel, or a Muslim U.S. naval engineer who gave an Egyptian agent information on how to sink a U.S. carrier. I mean, there's a whole list that I'm happy to, well, not happy, but I feel compelled to share, because that's a reality too. And so I'm sorry, but I don't feel I have to pat on the back every Muslim that doesn't want to kill me, or every Muslim soldier who does his duty. I expect that. That's my bar. There's a problem here. And the problem is we can't talk about the problem.
No, exactly. And you look even from the investigative side of the federal government, words erased from FBI training manuals.
By edict. That was policy. That was Obama's policy to scrub all counterterrorism materials and programs of the jihadic doctrine and Islam. So how could law enforcement possibly know what to look for if they don't know what they're looking for?
How do you erase words when investigating terrorism? How in the world do you find any kind of common sense in that? It's mind-boggling.
Un-American is really what it is. It's frightening, and this is why people need to understand that. This really, I know they say this every election, every presidential election, this is the most important election of our lifetime. Well, you know what? This is the most important election of our lifetime, because after 4 years of Obama, again, you saw the power of the media, because even in the fresh wake of Benghazi, the slaughter of our people, and the Obama administration did nothing, and Hillary Clinton knew and wrote, as you know, to the Egyptian Prime Minister, wrote to her daughter that it was a terrorist attack, and you told the American people it was the First Amendment that was at fault. It was a YouTube video that was at fault. But you know, so even after that, you saw the power of the media because he was reelected. That now you have a candidate who's going to continue to pursue those policies, stack the Supreme Court. I mean, right there the argument ends, the Supreme Court. But open our borders, okay? Pursue these pro-jihad policies, and we know she's been completely corrupted. One only has to read the book Clinton Cash or see the movie to see how they own her.
Go for it. Pamela Geller, PamelaGeller.com. Always appreciate when you bring that fire, that passion. Thank you for stopping by the show.
Thanks for having me.
Go to PamelaGeller.com, PamelaGeller.com. Remember that. Think about that. Go for it. Got to wrap up the show. Covered a lot today. An honor and a privilege to sit in on the Mike Gallagher Show. I'm Sam Malone. Going to continue it tomorrow as we wrap up the Tuesday show. Looking forward to Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'm Sam Malone on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Identity theft. It's scary, it's pervasive, it's happening all the time. Thieves steal smartphones. The identity thieves then take over the mobile account. That's an example of the growing ways your identity can be stolen. You got to have LifeLock in your corner, like I do. LifeLock is the antidote to identity theft, which is America's fastest growing crime. LifeLock is scanning hundreds of millions of transactions each and every second. If they detect there's a problem with your information, they send you an alert. Now, that's a lot different from the free credit monitoring services. They only alert you to changes in credit. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. LifeLock is the best identity theft protection available. I have the peace of mind that I want you to have by being a LifeLock member. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com or call 800-918-9450. Use promo code Gallagher, that's Gallagher, for 10% off your LifeLock Ultimate Plus membership. 800-918-9450. 800-918-9450.
You've heard about the grills at BestHotGrill.com, but did you know they also make the best gas logs for your fireplace? You've probably seen their logs and their fireballs on shows such as The Kardashians, The Grammys, and The Real Housewives. They've got sizes to fit all fireplaces, styles to fit every decor, and they even do custom designs for large and unusual fireplaces. Lighting these logs is as easy as pushing a button. Realistic Rasmussen gas logs look great, even when the fire is off. For regions prone to power outages, gas logs also are an excellent source of emergency heat. They've been making them since the 50s, so you can buy a Rasmussen gas log with confidence. Rasmussen is a family-run business since 1907. Get personalized sizing for your fireplace at BestHotGrill.com. So go to BestHotGrill.com to find the products you need to keep you warm inside and outside of your home while eating great grilled food. BestHotGrill.com is also there for your best gas logs. All of it at BestHotGrill.com. That's BestHotGrill.com.
Mike Gallagher.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care, assists senior citizens and adults to continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Visiting Angels has over 400 franchised locations across the nation. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours a day. Rates are affordable, and you can select your caregiver before service begins. Visiting Angels has cared for hundreds of thousands of seniors nationwide. Franchises are available. Call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE. To find an office near you, visit www.visitingangels.com. For home care for your loved ones, call Visiting Angels now at 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE.
Let the WCAB marketing team go to work for your business. It works. Call Tracy or Jim at 287-3356.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. A spokesman for House Speaker Paul Ryan says the Wisconsin lawmaker will do just fine without the endorsement of Donald Trump. Trump told the Washington Post today that he's not yet ready to endorse Ryan or Arizona Senator John McCain against their primary opponents. At a campaign rally in Ashburn, Virginia, meanwhile, Trump says electing Hillary Clinton would be a huge mistake.
She's a crook, and she lies more than any human being I've ever seen. And she's got no gravitas. And by the way, she's got a bad temperament. She's got a temperament of a loser.
Campaigning in Daytona Beach, Florida, Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Kaine takes a swipe at Donald Trump for asking a mother with a crying baby to leave his rally.
I saw that Donald Trump kicked a crying baby out of an event earlier today. So as I'm thinking about pre-K, sometimes you wonder who the baby is.
Federal health officials say they're having trouble eradicating mosquitoes in the section of Miami where 14 people have contracted the Zika virus.
CDC Director Thomas Frieden says it's possible mosquitoes are resistant to the type of insecticide being used, but it could take weeks to figure that out. Frieden also warns there could be breeding sites that haven't been destroyed. Frieden says the fact that mosquitoes have been discovered in Miami's Wynwood Arts District, an area with residential, commercial, and industrial development, makes eradication more difficult.
That's correspondent Wally Hines. Robbie Berg of the National Hurricane Center says Tropical Storm Earl could bring heavy rains, flooding, and high winds to Mexico, Belize, and Honduras.
We think that Earl will approach the Yucatan Peninsula of southern Mexico over the next day or two. For that reason, we do have tropical storm warnings out now for the coast of Honduras. Also, a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch out for Belize and parts of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico.
A fire official says a deadly wildfire that continues to spread near California's scenic Big Sur was started by an illegal campfire. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-936-5348.
An official says Nigeria's government has resumed cash payments for former militants in the oil-rich Niger Delta.
The government stopped paying the militants in February. Since then, there's been a significant upsurge in attacks in the Niger Delta, seriously affecting oil production, and a further blow to Nigeria's oil-dependent economy, already hit hard by the global fall in prices. Critics say the authorities shouldn't pay for peace. In effect, it means the government is held hostage by the militants. It's not clear whether the resumption of payments will halt the violence.
That's the BBC's Mary Harper. Police say 2 to 3 vehicles carrying dozens of people plunged into a flooded river after a portion of an old bridge collapsed on Mumbai-Goa Highway in western India. Police say rescuers have not seen the vehicles or any survivors hours after the bridge collapsed about midnight Tuesday. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. American consumers turned in another strong month of spending in June despite a decline in spending on autos.
The Commerce Department says consumer spending increased 0.4% in June after an identical increase in May. June's increase was the result of a surge in spending on non-durable goods, which offset a drop in spending on autos. Personal income grew a moderate 0.2% in June, matching May's gain. Economists believe solid gains in employment will support future growth in consumer spending.
That's correspondent Jeremy Oust. It was CNN's week to shine as the political action shifted from the GOP coverage to the Democratic National Convention. While Fox News Channel dominated the week before in covering the Republicans, CNN predictably was preferred by viewers of the Democratic National Convention. In prime time for the week, CNN led all cable networks with an average of 3.2 million viewers, followed by Fox News at 2.5 million. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 70 expected. Isolated showers with a high 88, a low 72 under mostly cloudy skies, and a 50% chance of showers Wednesday night. Thursday, cloudy, scattered showers, a 40% chance, high around 84, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report and great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories, afternoon Call Around Report, and Forest City Owls baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day when we have 98 days left before the election. And what, about 6-7 weeks left before the first debate? If there will be a first debate or any debate, we will talk about that issue and how that suddenly come into play. We'll also talk about a big new effort, not to demonize one candidate or another, but a diabolical effort to install a Satan club in your school, in your kids' school. We'll be speaking to one of the advocates, honestly, who is pushing the idea of Satan clubs all across the country. And those Satanists out there, the important Satanist element in our audience, this will be your day to make your case. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. I also want to confront the idea that this is a rigged election and that everything about it is rigged. There are a lot of people who believe that, not just Donald Trump and not just many, many Trump supporters, but a lot of folks who supported Bernie Sanders, who believe that he should have won the election. And unfortunately, the whole system was rigged and it was stolen from him. And it's going to be stolen from anyone who isn't an insider. We will get to those charges later in the program. I first want to confront what is going to be the biggest underlying force in this election. However it turns out, whether we welcome a President Trump or we welcome a President Clinton or who knows? It's a very, very unpredictable election cycle. But one thing that is predictable is that America is going to remain not just divided along political lines, not just along partisan lines, but along racial lines. And this is one of those things that was brought to my attention or came to the fore, or I was reminded of, by a really good caller yesterday. His name is Donald. He called in from Columbus, Ohio. And he called in because we were reporting on some of the recent polls, and there are more of them today, that show that Secretary Clinton got something of a convention bounce and is doing better in the polls than she was, where before her convention, she was actually losing to Donald Trump. But here was what Donald asked about. Listen.
I'm a African-American. I live in Columbus, Ohio. I just wondered, is it your opinion
that white voters are wildly changing their minds from week to week between Hillary and Trump, according to the polls, because the minority vote is pretty consistent. They don't like Donald Trump, and it seems like they won't vote for him. So why the dramatic change in the polls?
Okay, I thought that was an interesting point, and I largely agreed with him. The shift in direction from being pro-Trump to being more pro-Clinton had occurred almost entirely among white voters. Among non-white voters, Trump has maintained consistently strong levels of support. Right now, according to the brand new CNN ORC poll, which is getting a lot of attention, Trump and Pence poll a resounding 12% of non-white voters to Hillary Clinton's 80%. That's not good. And meanwhile, this is the important point that I didn't make to Donald that I need to make to you, which is it is entirely true what Donald said, that the shift back and forth has been entirely among white voters. But even with that shift going on, at no point has Trump been anywhere other than in a majority of white voters. White voters, since Trump has won the nomination, clearly and very decisively support Donald Trump. And by how much? It's by 14 points, 53% to 39%. That's big. Yeah, it is. And that's something that, frankly, has been enormously consistent. And when I say enormously consistent, to find an election in which the Democrat has won a majority of the white voters, you know where you have to go? You have to go back to 1964. Okay, 1964. Let's see. Let's do the math. We're talking about 40 and 50. We're talking about 52 years ago, right? I mean, many of you out there are not even 52 years old. We have to go back to before you were born. This is the Jurassic era that we're talking about. That's the Goldwater election. He was the last Republican to lose the white vote. Here is the truth, and I have the numbers right in front of me. It's shocking. You can go back to losing Republican candidates like George Herbert Walker Bush when he lost resoundingly to Bill Clinton. George Herbert Walker Bush won the white vote. You know what percentage of the white vote Bill Clinton got, right, to win the election? He got only 39% of the white vote. So what is going on here? This is something, it seems to me, that nobody ever asks, but we ought to ask. All the time, there are Republicans who ask, why can't we do better among blacks, among Latinos, among Asians, who are a rapidly growing and very significant part of the electorate? They're going to be 6 or 7% of the total vote this time. And last time, Romney got wiped out among Asian voters, almost 3-1. I mean, it's just devastating, wiped out. If Romney had done better, and again, I know people argue about this back and forth, but the numbers don't argue. The numbers are real. We have exit polls. If Romney had done better, not win, but done better, been more competitive among Latinos and Asians, he'd be president of the United States today. We would not be dealing with the president, his press conference, like it or hate it. We'd be dealing with a very different president. But the truth of the matter is, which candidate for public office won by the biggest margin in the history of polling among white voters? Well, actually, the modern history of polling, since polling has actually been more scientific, the answer is Mitt Romney. Now, it may be that Reagan, in his huge landslide in 1984, got an even higher percentage of white voters, but we're not sure because the polling wasn't that good at that point. But we're talking about a very, very consistent preference among white people for Republicans. Why? Why can't Democrats, why can't Secretary Clinton go out to the majority of Americans, and 2/3 of Americans still are white Anglo, they're not Hispanic, they're not Asian, they're not black, they're white. Sorry, that's the reality in America. Why can't Hillary Clinton compete among those people? Why is she losing them to a candidate like Trump? 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. It seems to me this is an important issue. And it's one that you don't really hear about, except sometimes you will hear about with President Obama that say, well, President Obama couldn't compete among white voters because of white racism, because they didn't want to accept a black candidate, except guess what? Obama did better among white voters than John Kerry did. He did better than Al Gore did among white voters, for goodness sake. I mean, it's the reason Obama won the election, by the way, and won so decisively the first time, is he brought out higher numbers of black voters in particular, but also of Latinos in his first election, and of Asians. What will the numbers be like this time? There's actually a great deal of analysis that suggests that if the participation of black voters, Latino voters, sags in 2016, if that happens, well, then Donald Trump will be president. Because among that majority, last time in the last election, and again, this is not opinion, it's fact. In the last election, 72% of people who voted were white. Mitt Romney won those people 59-39. He won by a huge landslide. He lost the election because he didn't even bother to compete among black and Latino voters. Is Trump repeating that mistake? No, he has a terrific campaign going on among blacks and Latinos. Not. And he should. Because the only way, and by the way, Republicans who are going to win are Republicans like Rob Portman, who we had on the show yesterday, the senator from Ohio, who does compete in every corner of that state. Isn't that important? And honestly, even for Democrats who are sitting back smug and happy and pretty and saying, well, we don't need to win white voters because we win such huge, commanding one-sided majorities of non-white voters, we don't care what bigoted, quote, white people believe. If you believe that, isn't it a tragedy for the country that literally we have to divide up the population this way into little racial blocks, and you can't have either party contributing beyond its comfort zone? Isn't that sad? And isn't that an indictment of the modern Democratic Party? 1-800-955-1776. Your calls and my response coming up.
955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
Get the first weather forecast of the day, sports, and today's local news on your favorite wake-up call. Weekday mornings with Bishop, Jim Bishop, on WCAB.
At home, Visiting Angels is ready to serve. Visiting Angels franchises provide the compassionate professional caregivers who are needed to deliver the best home care available anywhere, and you may select your caregiver before the service even begins. Services include bathing, dressing, errands, light housekeeping, and meal preparation, and much more, up to 24 hours each day. With over 500 franchised offices nationwide, Visiting Angels is America's choice in senior home care. Employment opportunities in caregiving for Visiting Angels are available. You'll receive the support needed to fulfill your goal of achieving a caring career. Franchise opportunities also available. Call today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. That's 877-374-LIVE. Visiting Angels at 877-374-LIVE. Each office independently owned and operated.
Retrievers, Labradors, Goldens are the main breeds that come through our door, but we'll train anything with 4 legs and a tail. My husband and I own a kennel. We train hunting dogs and also have a boarding and grooming business. And our dogs, they're athletes, and we feed a very quality food. You can't get enzymes in a commercial dog food because they cook it at such a high heat that so much important nutrition is just cooked right out of it. But adding Dynovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
DINOVITE.com.
859-428-1000.
The omega-3 fatty acids, flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa, the digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
Dynovite is nutrition.
If you want the dog to be healthy, you got to feed it something healthy.
DINOVITE.
Dynovite's the bomb.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dynovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
WCAB, Rutherfordton. But a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
The average American uses electronics at least 11 hours a day. While the constant use of technology helps people keep in touch, pay bills, navigate the road, and stay up to date on news, it does have a downside. Our data can be exposed to criminals who commit crimes such as credit card fraud and identity theft unless we take the proper precautions. Try WebRoot Internet Security today. WebRoot is the most comprehensive cloud-based antivirus software available, helping protect you from vicious viruses, malware, and phishing sites. It protects all your favorite devices, including your PC, Mac, Android, and iOS device. So stop the hackers in their tracks by utilizing WebRoot Internet Security and sleep easier knowing that you're protected no matter where you access the Internet. Visit webroot.com/radio now to save 30% on your purchase of WebRoot's Internet Security software. That's webroot.com/radio.
Medved Show. All across America, this is The Michael Medved Show.
And on The Michael Medved Show, I want to thank you at 21 minutes past the hour. We had a tremendous response yesterday. Just a great response to our pitch for Food for the Poor and this beautiful thing that they're doing in Haiti, feeding hungry kids. And you can find out about it. Go to our website at michaelmedved.com. And just click on the banner for Give Life, because you have an opportunity to do that. I know most conservatives, nearly all, are pro-life. This is the best way you can be pro-life with a pretty modest commitment. Go to our website at michaelmedved.com and check on what is going on in your name and with your help. And again, this is the best response we've ever had for Food for the Poor, because what they're doing is so beautiful and so powerful and takes like a $50 contribution. You're feeding a hungry child, literally a starving child, 2 squares a day for an entire year. Okay, you think about what that means? Is it $1 a week? I mean, think about it. $1 to you means 2 square meals a day for that child. Go to our website to Give Life. Click on the banner there at michaelmedved.com. Or you can give them a call. Give them a call right now at 855-330-4673. It's not an 800 number. It's 855-330. It is toll free. 855-330-HOPE. 855-330-HOPE. All right, we're talking about hope for America, which is that this racial divide that we have could be transcended. And look, one of the things that you hear about all the time in the United States is that we are divided along racial lines, often at work and where we live. But do we have to be divided along racial lines in politics? And people pay attention all the time to the fact that Republicans are really not competitive in the African-American community. They recently have not been competitive in the Asian or Latino community either. And it's a problem for Republicans. But isn't it a problem for Democrats? I mean, even if Secretary Clinton wins, isn't it a huge problem for Democrats that they are so uncompetitive in the white community that they have lost every election since 1968 in the white community, which is the majority community, heavy majority community in this country? 1-800-955-1776 is our number. Let's go to Nathan in Honolulu. Aloha, Nathan.
Hello?
Hey, you're on.
Yes, hi. So, I want to make this point. It's kind of broad, and I feel like it's a point that you've made in the past as well. Actually, I have 2 points, Michael, if you can keep me on. If you can just keep me on, I got 2 quick points. I'll make one and get your comment. And the first major point is or roughly, I don't want to get into the exact percentage, but roughly 90% of all the media is in the direction of the Democratic camp. And it's been this way. You were bringing up about 50 years ago, and it's been this way, for around 50 years. And so any normal person, I'm not even picking on race now, but just any average American in this country that picks up Time Magazine or turns on CBS News or whatever, they're more than likely going to vote for a Democrat because that's all they're...
You're right, but I'm asking I'm asking a question. Why is that not the case for white people? In other words, white people in every presidential election, everyone...
So you're asking how come the white people aren't voting for Democrats?
Correct. In other words, we are charged all the time. We are told, hey, Republicans, you can't compete in communities of color. Well, guess what? Sir. Democrats can't compete among white people. Why not?
Okay, so you agree with me. So here's my quick final 2 points is, first of all, obviously, millions and tens of millions of whites are voting Democrat. It's not like none of them are. I don't know all the exact percentages.
Well, let me tell you, this is shocking. You can go back and look at the exit polls. Last time, 72% of all voters were white, and they voted 59 to 39 for Romney. The Democrats lost the white community by 20 points. Now, that's devastating.
Right. That's devastating. Okay, and so I'm going to make my final point, Michael.
Sure.
And here's the big one, is you know all the statistics far better than I do, but if more blacks are incarcerated, more blacks are in jail, more blacks are in prison, more blacks are arrested, more blacks live below the $40,000 a year income of standard living and their tax brackets. And so if all of these statistics are true as well, sure, the Democratic Party is the party that always says, we will help you, we will help you, we will help you. And so if they're always saying, we will help you, isn't that going to make sense? I'm going to say, I got to vote Democrat because they're going to help me, and I'm only making $30,000 a year or whatever it is, or even less. So I need to vote for this party because they're going to help me more than the Republicans.
Okay, except it doesn't work that way, certainly not this year. Among people who are earning $50,000 a year or more, who do you think is winning this year?
What, you mean Hillary Clinton? More people are hoping for Hillary Clinton that are earning over $50,000?
Correct, by 18 points. It's huge. Trump comes closer among poor people. He really does. It's very close among poor people.
Well, yeah, but what about blacks, though, Michael?
Okay, but see, this is an answer to your point, Nathan. The real divide in America is according to race, not according to income. And in other words,
I know, but the point I'm trying to make is more blacks have less income. So,
you're wrong about this. I'm sorry. You are simply wrong in ascribing black voting for Democrats to low income. High income blacks also vote for Democrats, and low income whites vote overwhelmingly Republican. They did for Romney, and they're doing it for Trump.
I guarantee you it's far fewer. Pull up the numbers of African American that make $100,000 or more. And I guarantee you more of them have voted Republican.
Okay, it may be slightly more, but it's not anywhere near a majority. Nor, by the way, is it a majority of people earning over $100,000 who are voting Republican now. So, again, Nathan, this is something you really, really have to look at. There is a problem that the Democratic Party has with white people. And it's not because white people are all rich. Most white people aren't rich, contrary to popular belief. There are a whole lot of white poor people. There are more people on welfare who are white than any other ethnic group. Now, it's disproportionately, there are more African Americans and Latinos. But the truth of the matter is, if you take a look at income, Asian Americans earn a lot more than white people or Latino people or black people. Asian Americans do very well in this country by income. But guess what? They go 3-1 Democratic. What is going on? I want to give you some ideas about what is going on, actually going on. And this is one of those things where the numbers are pretty solid and pretty good. We will be right back on that with the Medved Show, 1-800-955-1776. And what can Republicans do to build a more durable majority outside the white community?
The Michael Medved Show. MichaelMedved.com.
Enjoy the Atlanta Braves and NASCAR here on the Foothills Most Sports Station, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
President Obama has criticized Donald Trump, but Tuesday's condemnation from the president was particularly blunt. Mr. Obama told reporters that Trump is unfit to serve in the White House, and he called on Republicans to withdraw their support of Trump. Trump responded by calling Mr. Obama one of the worst presidents this country has ever had. One of Donald Trump's top allies, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, says it's inappropriate to criticize the parents of an American soldier killed in Iraq. Trump has been engaged in an emotionally charged feud with a Muslim couple whose son was killed by a suicide bomber in Iraq. Syrian rebels are accusing government forces of launching toxic gas attacks on civilians in a town southwest of Aleppo. U.S. airstrikes against the Islamic State group in Libya have continued Tuesday for a second day. President Obama told reporters at the White House that the campaign will continue as long as necessary to make sure the militant group doesn't get a stronghold in Libya. More details at SRNews.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-936-5348.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in two documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Once upon a time, a girl named Goldilocks was searching for the perfect mattress. One was too hard. Ouch. One was too soft. Ugh. But one was just right. Then, when she tried to sleep, it squeaked, it rattled, it moved. It was the old metal bed frame, and it was unbearable.
It's time to get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Why would you spend thousands of dollars on a quality mattress and then put it on an ugly, noisy metal frame that you have to hide with a dust ruffle? Get the Embrace Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. It will eliminate noise, motion transfer, and protect your mattress from sagging. Knickerbocker foundations are made in the USA and come with a limited lifetime warranty. They're available in 5 colors, look beautiful, and require no tools for assembly. It's time for a better bed frame from Knickerbocker.
Finally, Goldilocks got smart and got a Knickerbocker Embrace bed frame, and it was just right.
Visit your local furniture or mattress store and ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are sponsored by Hillsdale College. Take Hillsdale College's latest free online course, The Presidency and the Constitution. Sign up now at medvedforhillsdale.com.
And that is a great way to prepare for sustaining the remaining 3 months of this election. That's a little bit more than 3 months. Go enjoy the class on the presidency and the Constitution. Sign up at medvedforhillsdale.com. That's medvedforhillsdale.com. Look, there is a reality in American politics that is very complicated here. And I know you can say, well, white people vote Republican because the Republican Party is the party of racism. I know Democrats like to say that. But that is clearly not true, especially when you have Republican candidates who command a plurality, at the very least, of white support, who command more white support than the Democrats do, even when you have Republicans who are very, very strong on the issue of civil rights and have a strong history on the issue of civil rights. People like George Herbert Walker Bush. And when he won in 1988 with a commanding percentage of the white vote, this goes all the way back. Is it because white people turned away from the Democrats because of Lyndon Johnson supporting the Civil Rights Act? Actually, a higher percentage of Republicans in the U.S. Senate supported the Civil Rights Act. And Republicans nationally supported it very strongly. It's one of the reasons, by the way, Barry Goldwater ended up being a disastrous nominee for the Republican Party. So how do you explain the fact, and it seems to me that you explain it this way, is the Democrats have been so focused and narrowly focused on winning different minority groups. I mean, you even had the Democrats being very, very proud. They had the first openly transgendered person speaking at their convention. And, okay, fine. The lady seemed very nice and well-spoken. But the Democratic Party has been so incredibly focused on the idea of this victim group and that victim group and this victim group and that victim group. In past Democratic conventions, I've commented, it seems like a parade of suffering. And a little bit less this time, partially because they had to defend the record of the Obama administration in the last 8 years. But it's still a coalition of the aggrieved, of people with grudges. And white people in this country have been told time and time and time again, you're the majority, you have white privilege. And frankly, a lot of folks resent it because there are lots and lots, tens of millions of white people who are struggling and working really hard and having a very tough time. And the idea that, oh, you've got it made in the shade because your skin is a shade lighter is offensive and ridiculous. Let's go to your calls to Francine in Burbank, California. Francine, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yes, Michael, I've always valued your opinion, but after your last male caller when you said, why isn't white Americans getting this? I just want to share with you because I...
Wait, I didn't say getting it. I mean, there's nothing that white Americans should get. What I'm saying is, why can't Democrats compete?
Let me tell you why.
Good.
I was a white American born in a family without much who married and raised my husband and myself to a good income, had a career, became the first woman vice president in a company, and I have retired 8 years now. I have seen Middle America turn into something I never thought would happen. And I said to my husband not too long ago, the reason that all of the white Americans that we know are not voting and are following the Democrats is because on TV, radio, if you work for the studios, if you work in the unions, all they do is brainwash you so you're afraid. But more importantly, the middle Americans that are working are struggling, just like you yourself said. They are busting their butts trying to earn a living and coming home to families. They can't afford the luxuries. And Washington, I was raised a Democrat, turned Republican, and left there because of the lack of interest for the Republicans to hear Middle America. And I totally agree with you on Trump coming off with some things he shouldn't. He will hire the people he needs to hire. His kids are wonderful. Sometimes I wished he would talk to his son before he puts his mouth in gear.
Okay, Francine, I appreciate your call, but I honestly don't think you're getting the point. The point is this. Republicans have done fine among white voters. They've done fine among poor white voters. The question is, why is that when the Democrats are supposed to be the, quote, party of the little guy? We'll be right back on that issue. This message came in from Sherry. She says, prior to starting Relief Factor, I had severe hip pain, knee pain, and leg pain. There were mornings I was so stiff and in such pain that I had to push myself out of bed with my arms because my legs were in too much pain. I considered quitting my job as it requires me to be on my feet all day. After 4 days of taking Relief Factor, I was getting out of bed with little pain, and I swear I even feel more alert. Okay, you can have the benefits of Relief Factor too. You know what? Costs $19.95, 3 weeks. That's called their Quick Start. We'll get you started on reducing your pain. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. So often, and it's interesting, people are so much not used to it. So often people say, what's wrong with the Republicans? I'm asking, what's wrong with the Democrats? How come they can't compete among white voters? We'll be right back. If you love freedom, if you love America like I do, then I'd like to invite you to stand with me and well over 1 million other patriotic Americans by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country, and there's good reason for that. AMAC fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. In fact, AMAC fights for the conservative values that have made this country great. AMAC membership will also give you access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts, such as group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, and access to all things Medicare. Join AMAC today at www.amac.us. That's www.amac.us. Or call 888-262-2006. Again, that's 888-262-2006. Tell them Michael Medved sent you.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
One of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can get it, send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable. It's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100-plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
"44 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show." This is why on this particular show, I think it is entirely possible that despite the fact that you have polls that are showing Hillary Clinton moving into a lead, and despite the fact that Hillary Clinton has, as most Democrats do, a commanding lead among Donald Trump, among African Americans and Latinos and Asians, even with all of that, Trump could still win this thing. And the reason is that the Democrats have so much focused on dividing America up into these different population segments. We're going to get gay voters. We're going to get transgendered voters. We're going to get people who feel that they are victimized in some way or another, slicing it up. For the general, the heart of America, which is people who don't really feel they have a particular ethnic identity. They're just normal, you'll pardon me, white people. And that doesn't mean that being other than white is not normal. It's just most white people do not wake up. And for those of you who are listening, who are not part of America's white majority, this is going to come as a huge shock to you. But most white people don't wake up and thinking, wow, I'm thinking this way because I'm white. It's just not, it's a very, very foreign thought. And so I believe that what has happened, and it culminated last time with a 20-point white vote margin for Mitt Romney, even though he lost. He won white votes by 20 points, despite the media bias in the direction of Democrats, despite all of that. I think it's in part because the Democratic Party seems so focused on somebody else. Now, this time, because the very strong support that Trump has, particularly everyone's heard about working class whites, white people without college degrees, that because of that, Clinton and Kaine say they're going to be contesting that segment of the electorate. Whether they win or lose, it's good for the country if both parties go to every element in the electorate and don't write it off. And certainly it would be vastly destructive for Democrats to write off white voters. Let's go to your calls and to Ned in Augusta, Georgia. Ned, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael.
Hey.
The statistics you're focusing on are interesting and depressing, but here's the bottom line. If either party wants to reach beyond its customary base, it will not only have to make a sincere and sustained appeal to voters outside that base, but it also must be led by people of sound character. Both major parties have nominated leading candidates who fail that basic test miserably. Therefore, neither has any real hope at bringing new voters to their side in any sustained way. Yesterday, you said several times that Donald Trump's 973rd cringe-inducing gaffe in the form of what he's been saying about Kaiser Khan was evidence of a political problem, and that certainly is a political problem, but first and foremost, it is evidence of his terrible, terrible character problem. That will not change for him, and that will gravely impair the ability of the Republican Party to reach out to anyone beyond its unfortunately shrinking base. There is one ticket that will be on the ballot in all 50 states of Johnson and Weld, whom at least meet a basic character test for entrusting the power of the presidency. I disagree with them very seriously on some policy matters, and I know you do too. But when we're talking about the kind of power that the President of the United States holds, it should only be responsibly entrusted to someone of basically sound character, and that's neither Hillary Clinton nor Donald Trump.
I agree with you entirely, and let me tell you why. And not necessarily your prescription or your endorsement of Johnson and Weld, but your emphasis on character is there certainly has to be a very major series of character tests, and you're completely correct that both Secretary Clinton and Mr. Trump seems to have failed those tests. The reason for this is something that I've talked about a lot on this show, is the presidency is a reactive office. No president or prospective president knows what he's going to encounter. President Bush emphatically did not expect a major terrorist attack that would shape his entire presidency. President Roosevelt ran for office promising above all to balance the national budget, and he ended up spending as no one had before and running deficits as no one had before. People change their policies to adjust to circumstances. What is very difficult to change is character. And all I can say is that a presidential campaign doesn't so much shape character because, these are grown-ups, but it can reveal it. And let's hope that the characters that we see revealed from all candidates end up being more encouraging than they've appeared so far. Appreciate your call and your very sensible perceptions. Let's go to Chris in Tacoma, Washington. Chris, you're on the MedVed Show.
I just wanted to say, I think that minority communities tend to see themselves as groups, whereas, like you said earlier, white people don't. So the message of conservatism and individualism and stuff like that appeals to Republicans more and appeals to white people more. And I feel like maybe there's some minorities just don't understand kind of the individualism type of message as well as white people do, or as naturally as we do. And so that's why I think that they tend to vote overwhelmingly Republican. Although I do think that's changing with Trump, as he's like courting white voters as white voters and not just regular Americans, but calling them out more and more as white voters. I think that might change.
That's a very interesting point, and I hadn't thought of it. And I think, again, let me just understand your point and rephrase it. Because I think what you're talking about is most people that I know, certainly most conservatives, who, yes, conservatives are overwhelmingly and disproportionately white, react very negatively to this whole idea of a group identity defining someone more than an individual identity. It's obnoxious and it's wrong. And that idea that every individual has at least some aspect of independence, not as a member of some kind of group or certainly of some kind of victims group. Yeah, you're right. That would be a much more natural fit for the Republican Party and for Republican candidates. And you're also right that, who knows? Let's hope it is not changing this year in that regard. We'll be right back on the MedVed Show.
More of Michael Medved in a moment.
Make your days brighter and full of music. 9 to 11:30 each weekday with Lou Gillum, playing today's hits and yesterday's memories right here on WCAB Rutherfordton.
Investors are looking at different ways to diversify, which often includes precious metals IRA accounts. Now, many unwary investors assume that because the account's an IRA, it's perfectly safe. Many are also under the false impression that you can store your precious metal IRA at home or in a safe deposit box. And there are others who have U.S. gold coins such as $20 St. Gaudens and Liberties in their account. Now, these are not allowed by the IRS. The unfortunate truth is you can receive questionable advice from your dealer, purchase overpriced or the wrong coins for your IRA, and you can end up vulnerable to fines and taxes from the IRS. Call my friends at American Federal, 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. And ask for their safe IRA package. Don't wait for the IRS to start investigating before you take action. AmericanFederal.com. That's AmericanFederal.com.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Black quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360. 1-800-758-5360.
There's a new answer for people in need of serious pain relief. Lidocare has created a one-of-a-kind pain relief patch that blocks pain for up to 8 hours. With the only non-water-based lidocaine patch on the market, Lidocare uses patent-pending technology to desensitize aggravated nerves for an odor-free, ultra-flexible, dry, and light solution to pain. The Lidocare Pain Patch from the makers of Blue Emu. For long-lasting relief you can wear. Available at CVS, Walgreens, and Amazon.
This portion of the Michael Medved Show is brought to you in part by Food for the Poor.
And I've been telling you all about that drought in Haiti, which has caused a massive food crisis with 1.5 million people starving, literally starving in this desperately poor country. Kids are going several days in a row, no eating. We want to give you a chance to write down this toll-free number so you can help. It's 855, toll-free, 855-330-HOPE. That's 330-4673. Todd Chapman of Food for the Poor is in Haiti today, and he says conditions are among the worst he's ever seen.
We've been here for 30 plus years. We have a tremendous distribution network set up all over the country. So children are going 3 to 4 days without eating anything of substance. They are no longer able to learn. They're at school. They're getting sick. Hospitals are asking us, begging us for more food supplies every day, not only to treat the children, but also to treat the parents of the children that are coming in chronically malnourished. We're seeing child malnutrition rates on the rise again for the first time in about a decade in Haiti. This really is a life-threatening humanitarian situation.
And this is a beautiful opportunity. If you can give $50, and I know it's a lot of money, but if you can give $50, you will feed a child 2 square meals a day for a year. For a year. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you're talking about $1 a week. If you can make that contribution, you also guarantee a water supply for a lifetime. $100 does that for 2 kids. Call and support Food for the Poor. You can go to michaelmedved.com. We have a banner up there called Give Life. A lot of you gave online last time. Go to Give Life at the Michael Medved website, michaelmedved.com, or call toll-free. Not an 800 number. It's 855. It is toll-free. 330-4673, 855-330-HOPE. Let's go quickly to Ed in Atlanta. Ed, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. On this topic, I think the reason whites are drawn more to the Republican Party than the Democrat Party is white European culture values, I think, more than other cultures, self-reliance, which is anathema to the Democrat Party. And I just wish I could hear a Republican one day give a speech, something like, Democrats call us the party of the wealthy, like it's a bad thing. Well, I'm here to tell you they're right. And the reason they're right is because the Republican Party is a party that believes in, promotes, and encourages Americans to be self-reliant. And there's something that happens when you're self-reliant. Your odds of becoming wealthy skyrocket.
Oh, you're exactly right. This is why I've long said that whenever they say that we're the party of the rich, We should say, no, we're the party of the people who are working hard to get rich. We're the party of people who believe that you can control that what you can do in this great country is to climb up the ladder. And that's what Republicans have always been about. Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican president who articulated our principles better than anybody else. He was almost entirely a self-made man who came from truly, truly abject poverty and worked his way up and was proud of it, as we should all be proud of our progress in this greatest nation on God's green earth.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Hours of light for evening baseball, cookouts, and an AC bill that'll knock you right off your lawn chair. SelectBlinds.com has the answer. Room darkening blinds and shades that block out sunlight. Keep your home cooler. Keep the furniture from fading. And if you like to sleep in on weekends or comfortably watch the game or a movie, blackout shades can make it like a moonless night in there. Every product comes 100% cordless to protect the kiddos, the kitties, and the pups. And get this, in the time it takes to mow a sizable yard, you can hang blinds because SelectBlinds.com walks you through how to measure, select, and even install your new window coverings. If you can hang a picture, you can hang blinds. SelectBlinds.com, the simple and smart way to get blinds. Mention our show at checkout and get sample swatches of the room darkening blinds or shades of your choice absolutely free. SelectBlinds.com. SelectBlinds.com.
Get the first weather forecast every morning at 6:05 here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Cross. Prevailing over a pair of more experienced Republican leaders, former Navy SEAL officer Eric Greitens won the Republican primary for Missouri governor Tuesday after a hard-fought race in which he cast himself as a conservative outsider willing to use his military bravado to blow up perceived corruption in government. He'll face Attorney General Chris Koster, who easily won the Democratic gubernatorial primary in the November 8th general election. At a rally in Ashburn, Virginia, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump says Hillary Clinton doesn't have what it takes to deal with adversaries in the U.S.
She's not tough. I know tough people. She's not tough. I mean, she's just doing the handlers. They push her from place to place. That's all it is. You saw her speech the other night. I mean, they talk about presidential. Do you think she looks presidential? I don't think so.
Gold Star families are not letting the Khan controversy go. Speaking with CBS, Donald Trump's son Eric makes the point that many soldiers whose lives have been sacrificed, like the Khan son, would still be with us if the U.S. hadn't gone to war in Iraq.
Hillary's policies put those people there. My father was actually against the Iraq war, right? I mean, you could arguably say that many of those soldiers would still be alive today if my father was commander-in-chief back then.
Trump's son says his father's comments about the family of a U.S. soldier killed in Iraq were blown out of proportion. At a state dinner, President Obama says the ties between the U.S. and Singapore are strong.
As we pursue a more peaceful and prosperous order in the Asia-Pacific, our partnership is rooted in more than strategic interests. We're bound together by history, by family, and by friendship.
Mr. Obama offered a toast to the Singapore Prime Minister at the White House State Dinner. Investors will have to wait for a better day on Wall Street. The Dow fell 90 points. The S&P was down 14. The Nasdaq slid 46. This is townhall.com.
The safety oath. Repeat after me. I will safely bring safety to my facility and keep it safe. I will safely keep my people safe. I will put safety first in everything I do, and I will safely do so with Grainger. When you think safety, think Grainger. Grainger's got over 100,000 safety products to help keep our facility safe and our people safer. When it comes to safety, Grainger's got your back. Call clickgrainger.com/safety or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
QL1, you've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it? It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient. Hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason. Oh, hold on. I wasn't finished. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button so you get real numbers, not estimates. And 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Police in Bangladesh have offered large cash rewards for information about two men accused of organizing recent high-profile attacks.
The first one is Ziaul Haq. He's a former Bangladeshi army major, and he was actually involved with a coup inside the army in 2012, and since then he has been absconding. The second one is Tamim Chaudhry. He is a Bangladeshi Canadian, and he used to live in Canada, and he returned to Bangladesh a few years ago. What police chief said, both of them are linked with some homegrown Bangladeshi militant groups.
That's the BBC's Akbar Hussain. Syrian rebels accused government forces of launching toxic gas attacks on civilians in a town southwest of Aleppo on Tuesday. The government rejected the claim and accused the rebels of using chemical weapons themselves. Rebel sources provided video of people receiving treatment who, they say, were among the victims of the gas attack. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. U.S. auto sales plateau. Correspondent Linda Kenyon reports.
Kelley Blue Book predicted a 1% decline from last July to about 1.5 million new cars and trucks. The auto pricing site TrueCar.com expected sales to be flat for the month, and General Motors sales fell 2%, while Ford's U.S. sales fell 3%. Nissan sales were up 1%, and Volkswagen sales fell 8%. These latest reports follow 6 straight years of growth, along with record sales of 17.5 million new vehicles last year alone.
Analysts say a plateau in sales could be good for consumers since automakers are dialing up the discounts in order to hold on to their market share. Freddie Mac is reporting net income of $1 billion for the second quarter. That's down for the same period a year ago. The mortgage giant says income from fees received from lenders for guaranteeing mortgages increased. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 70 expected. Isolated showers with a high 88, a low 72 under mostly cloudy skies, and a 50% chance of showers Wednesday night. Thursday, cloudy, scattered showers, a 40% chance, high around 84, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with Yesterday's Memories, Afternoon Call Around Report, and Forest City Owls baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. And one of the aspects that makes truly great schools in this great nation is after-school activities, particularly for elementary school. There are all kinds of clubs and Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Well, yeah, there still are, or Brownies or Cub Scouts. Whatever happens to be. Campfire Girls. There are good news clubs if you want your kids to be participating in a pro-gospel, pro-Christian, pro-religious program. Should there be, by way of balance, a Satan club at your local public school? 1-800-955-1776. There was a headline over at the Washington Post that got my attention. And I would imagine it would grab yours as well. An after-school Satan club could be coming to your kid's elementary school. And the article by Catherine Stewart, Mary Catherine Stewart, begins very entertainingly. It describes a meeting of a group of activists who actually are connected with people all over the country. And those folks are planning to roll out Satan clubs for children. They're plotting, says the Washington Post, to bring their wisdom to the nation's public elementary school children. They point out that Christian evangelical groups already have, quote, infiltrated the lives of America's children through after-school religious programming in public schools, and they appear determined to give young students a choice, Jesus or Satan. On the side of Satan in this case is a leading activist who's featured in the article. His name is Lucien Graves, but that's not your real name, right?
Correct. My real name is Doug Messner.
Oh, okay. So you're not embarrassed about your real name, but why do you have a special name for the purpose of the Satan clubs?
Well, originally I was hoping I could not have my real name out because we get a lot of violent response from certain Christians who think that the best expression of their Christian magnanimity is to threaten to murder us.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. We won't. We're not going to be giving out your address or anything like that. But are there currently any Satan clubs that are operating in any schools, public or private, across the country?
Oh no, we only rolled out the idea. We only put in our letters to 9 school districts Monday, so they really haven't had much a chance to respond, except for some of them to only get back to us and give us the usage of facility policies that they hold and let us know that they're putting our requests through the proper channels.
I see. Do you have, when you put forward these requests, do you have parents in the schools who are supporting this idea?
No, not necessarily. Just schools local to some of our chapters where Good News clubs are operating. And we put forward our requests in the same manner that the Good News clubs have put in their requests, in that they're not actually required to have any standing within the school or have parents that have children within the schools or any such thing. We're just following the policies that are in place, and we feel like we're offering a balance because the Good News clubs create a need for a balance. And so any of the policies that we seem to exploit and that people then question should maybe be revised. I think us calling these things into question, making people question whether they should be revised or not, is a good thing.
1-800-955-1776. I must admit, I'm not tremendously familiar with your organization. Your organization is called the Temple of Satan?
The Satanic Temple.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, ST, the Satanic Temple. But you are personally not a Satanist, is that right?
No, I personally am a Satanist, but we view Satanism as an atheistic philosophy. It's a sense of cultural identity to us and a philosophy of rebellion against tyranny, but we don't believe in a literal Satan.
Do you have rituals and worship that you practice in the Satanic Temple?
Well, rituals insofar as we don't put supernatural value on rituals, but we still see the value in, say, a marriage ritual or other such things that demarcate an event or something important to people. And we've done protest ritual events and that type of thing.
What's a protest ritual?
You can look on YouTube, and there's been different events in which we've protested different events and did it in a kind of ritualistic manner.
You pour milk on yourself? Is that what I remember? There's something about pouring milk?
Yes, there was a milk protest at one point that the Detroit chapter did.
Yeah, I remember that, and I never understood it. And now that I'm able to ask the question, why are you pouring milk?
Well, that was something conceived by the Detroit chapter, and they were trying to symbolize enforced pregnancy, that type of thing, because it was a protest against abortion restrictions.
So you're against lactation? I mean, why are you pouring milk? I mean, I just okay. Well, we can leave that for a moment. Please try to describe for our listening audience what children would be able to enjoy as part of the Satan Club program. You're operating this. They're activists. You have in about a dozen states who are planning to start with this Satan Club thing. What are some of the activities that you're going to offer the kids?
Well, actually, on our curriculum, we don't have any items of religious opinion. We think it's enough that a satanic group is hosting the events and putting them forward. But we believe in science as the best arbiter of truth claims, and we believe that children should have the ability to decide for their own, ultimately, what works for them.
Yeah, but you still have satanic symbolism, right? And images of appropriate for this satanic temple, right?
Right, absolutely. And we actually think that puts forward a positive message, too, when contrasted against the good news clubs, which are trying to beat into children's heads that they are sinners, that they're going to go to hell, in a very specific isolationist, fundamentalist doctrine that I think actually many Christians would disagree with. I think when they see that people can actually embrace the blasphemous or a contrary point of view without repercussions, supernatural repercussions, being struck by lightning or anything else.
Okay, if I can, the opposition, if you will, the alternative to the Satan clubs is this good news clubs. And I think that if someone called in and was representing the good news club, it'd say the good news is that Christ died for the sins of humanity, and that people can be redeemed, and that people can escape the bonds of death and the bonds of sin. That's the good news as they see it. What's the good news for Satanists?
Well, we're not trying to indoctrinate children into a sense of religious perspective. I mean, this idea of salvation only through Christ or whatever we think.
Right, I know you don't like that. What I'm going to try to do is, if you possibly could, this is something that I've tried to do when people call in and they're supporting Hillary Clinton, and basically by saying, oh, Donald Trump's terrible, I therefore must support Hillary, or when they're supporting Donald Trump and they say Hillary Clinton's terrible and I must say, don't make the case for your side by talking about how awful the other side is. Tell me what's good. What's the Satan Club going to do for kids?
Well, what's good about education? What's good about learning science? What's good about any general character building activity?
I can tell you, it's not character building. Education is about learning skills and information. What are kids going to learn? What kind of skills and information are they going to be mastering at Satan Clubs?
We put pro-social values forward of benevolence and empathy and understanding, a pluralistic perspective on things, that people have many differing opinions.
Isn't Satan traditionally understood? Isn't Satan traditionally understood as kind of selfish?
I don't know how Satan is supposed to be understood by people who only look to the Bible, which is very contradictory on the topic. But there's a rich literary tradition of Satan from Milton on as a type of rebel against tyranny.
Yeah, well, you say a rebel against tyranny, but he also is described as the Prince of Lies. We will get to that and much more with your calls for Lucian Graves, who is spearheading, I guess that's the proper phrase here, spearheading the new national campaign to equip your local elementary school with a Satan club. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. Let me be very clear on this. I think it's a good thing that the Supreme Court has authorized both Christian clubs and clubs from any other religious group that wants to try to register for schools. And yes, it is appropriate that the schools not discriminate. We will be right back on the Medved Show. I ride with Uber a lot of times when I'm traveling or when I'm home and I don't want to drive or deal with parking. And talking with drivers, they can tell me they love the flexibility and the freedom of working when they want, especially parents with kids who have busy summer schedules. They drop their kids where they need to be, then they start earning right away driving with Uber. Some even enjoy the day with their kids at a park and then drive later after the kids go to bed. Driving with Uber makes it easy to work whenever you want. Just turn on the app, the ride requests come in, and you're off earning extra money. It can help you stay on budget every month or save for a summer vacation. These are just some of the reasons that driving with Uber is a great great option. It's easy to get on the road, and it's always there when you need to earn right away on your own schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day, and you can watch the money add up. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now. It's summertime, so temperatures are naturally soaring outside, but you don't want them soaring in your living room. And with your old crooked and busted blinds, you've effectively turned your home into Death Valley. Well, resist the tyranny of sunlight with brand new custom blinds from Blinds.com. They make ordering online easy, and their design consultants will answer your questions and walk you through every step of the self-installation to make sure you get it just right. Their 100% satisfaction guarantee means if you mismeasure or pick the wrong color or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? That's free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today. And now through August 2nd, you can save 20% off your entire order. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code MEDVED to save 20% off site-wide. But only until August 2nd. That's Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
The angels from Visiting Angels are standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself going deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name.
21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. You can go to medvedhistorystore.com and find out which presidents may not have been satanic, but they were massively incompetent. We have a 25% off on our special history program, The Worst Presidents in American History. And this goes back in American history. Recent incumbents are not included. But you'll find it fascinating, and 25% off for anyone who wants to get that history program on MP3 download or in CD form. We are joined by a spokesman for the Satanic Temple, which is hoping to organize Satan clubs to be ready when school starts up again in September, just in time for the presidential debates. The after-school Satan Club, there are strategies going on to organize those clubs in New York, Boston, Utah, of course, and Arizona. Also Minneapolis, Detroit, San Jose, New Orleans, Pittsburgh, and Florida. So you've got big plans, Lucien Graves.
Yeah, and we've gotten a flood of emails from people who want to volunteer to start up after-school Satan clubs in areas near them where there's good news clubs. And many of them are claiming teaching credentials and educational backgrounds and willing to submit to criminal background checks.
In terms of the activities, would you begin the meetings with any sort of format or prayer or Hail Satan or anything like that for the after-school Satan clubs?
No, as I said, the clubs themselves will be completely secular, educational, focused on critical thinking and basic social values, but we're not engaging them in ritual. We're not asking that kids identify themselves as Satanists.
Okay, so what kind of books or materials would you be using, do you think?
Well, it's science-based, critical thinking-based. We have games, we have puzzles, we have art projects, that type of thing. The curriculum was actually put together by a couple of people who built curriculums for secular kids clubs before.
Say, would those art projects include, like, images of Satan?
No, none of that.
No.
I mean, it's just an after-school club that's being administered by the Satanic Temple, but it's not a religious after-school club.
Is the Satanic Temple a 501c3? Do you get tax deductions as a religious institution?
It's actually an LLC, and we object to the tax exemption of religious organizations.
Of course you do.
They should pay their taxes.
Let's go, if we can, to Moses in Philadelphia. You're on the Michael Medved Show with Lucien Greaves of the Satanic Temple.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Lucien. I've been listening for a while now to what Lucien has to say about his Satan Club. The thing I don't understand is, why do we need to call it Satan Club? From what he said, from the questions you've asked him, he says they're not indoctrinating kids. It's got nothing to do with Satan, and it's a science and character building club. Well, then why don't we call it Science and Character Building Club? What's the Satan part of it for? Just to be confrontational?
Lucien?
No, it's actually not to be confrontational, but it is to offer a counterbalance against the good news clubs and the evangelical presence. And I know people will say, as has been said here, well, people conceive of Satan as being the embodiment of cruelty and evil. And you could let that go if you felt there was some productive value to that, which I guess people do, to have that symbol of the ultimate evil. But I think upholding the opposition to a religious point of view as necessarily being the embodiment of cruelty and evil has led to horrible things, out-group purges, witch hunts, and that type of thing. So I think it's very important for people to see that other people can engage in blasphemy or heresy, or they can have a complete religious disagreement with somebody else, but they can still be moral and productive people. And I think once we start judging people for their real-world actions rather than the symbolic structure, the ideology they adhere to on some cultural identity level, we'll have made great progress.
Appreciate your call, Moses, and that was a great question. Let's go quickly to Howard, Orlando, Florida. Howard, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. I would like your answer to the real question here, which is assuming that the parents consent and assuming the organization is legal, who gets to decide whether the organization can come? Because this organization isn't the real problem. What about the Sharia Club, or the Save Jews from Hell by Making Them Come to Jesus Club, or the Black Lives Matter Club, or the White Lives Matter Club? Who's going to decide now that this door is wide open? What do you suggest as to how it should be decided, what clubs are allowed?
Mr. Greaves?
Well, that's exactly the question, and I'm glad this question comes up, and this is exactly the question we want people to ask. We have no ill intentions towards the children, but I think with the imagery we're coming in with the fact that we're the Satanic Temple, we're now causing people to look at these policies that the school districts have, this open forum policy, and question, who do we allow in and how do we vet them? There's nothing right now, I feel, that would stop say, some ISIS club or the Hitler Youth coming into the schools. And I feel there should be more policies and procedures in place. As I said, this isn't us against Christians. This is us diametrically opposed to the Child Evangelism Fellowship, which runs the Good News Clubs, who I think if many Christians knew what they were doing, they would be opposed to it. They're trying to train children to proselytize to other children, and they have an acrimonious relationship to many other Christian sects, including the Catholic Church. And people don't realize that's going on. But now that we're here, people are starting to think about that. And that's exactly the question.
Okay, so in other words, what you would prefer is that all after-school clubs that focus on any religious identity at all be banned. Is that what you would prefer?
What we're trying to avoid here is a situation in which one religious opinion seems to enjoy a preference.
Right, I understand that. And I think most people who are listening to us would say that's fair enough. If you're going to allow one religious-themed club after school, if there is support for it in a local community or within a school, why not allow another religious club? But I think you're giving people pause because you say repeatedly that your club isn't religious. It isn't really involved with any known denomination or religious tradition, is it?
Well, to be clear, we do view ourselves as a legitimate religious organization. We can argue whether or not there's legitimacy to an atheistic religion or not, but we're not required to be viewed as a legitimate religious organization one way or another to run the after-school clubs.
All right, we will be right back with more calls and then hear about some of the opposition that I kind of sort of suspect Lucien Greaves may have found with the desire to create an after-school Satan club at elementary schools. What about high schools? Any satanic goings-on at the secondary level? We'll be right back.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. At a sign of widening in the GOP, top Republican donor and fundraiser Meg Whitman is endorsing Democrat Hillary Clinton for president. Whitman, a Hewlett-Packard executive, says Donald Trump has exploited anger and racial division. Meanwhile, Trump told the Washington Post on Tuesday that he may withhold an endorsement of Speaker Paul Ryan. Kansas Congressman Tim Huelskamp, a Tea Party favorite, has been sent packing by voters in his western and central Kansas district. The Republican was defeated by obstetrician Roger Marshall. North Korea has sent another signal of its anger over U.S. plans to deploy a missile defense system in South Korea by the end of the year. The reclusive country fired a ballistic missile on Wednesday that flew hundreds of miles and landed near Japan's territorial waters. The National Hurricane Center in Miami says Tropical Storm Earl is likely to generate flooding in parts of Mexico, Belize, and Honduras. More details at srnnews.com.
The safety oath. Repeat after me. I will safely bring safety to my facility and keep it safe. I will safely keep my people safe. I will put safety first in everything I do, and I will safely do so with Grainger. When you think safety, think Grainger. Grainger's got over 100,000 safety products to help keep our facility safe and our people safer. When it comes to safety, Grainger's got your back. Call clickgrainger.com/safety or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
QL1, you've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it? It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient. Hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason. Oh, hold on. I wasn't finished. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button so you get real numbers, not estimates, and 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage. Rocket.
Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need need to do is call Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-485-7178. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-485-7178. 800-485-7178.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in two documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are sponsored by Hillary's America. This is the most provocative movie you will see before you vote in November. Go to Hillary'sAmerica.themovie.com.
Already the top grossing documentary film release of 2016. You can find out all about it, where it's playing near you. And some of what we were talking about first hour on this show is directly relevant to Hillary's America. It is, which has to do with the Democratic Party's record on race. The subtitle of the film is The Secret History of the Democratic Party, the actual record on race, not the one they want you to know about. Check it out at Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. We're speaking with Lucien Greaves. He is also known as Doug Messner. He is an American Satanist religious leader and co-founder of the Satanic Temple. Do you make your living as a Satanist, Mr. Messner? Mr. Greaves, sorry.
No, I work other jobs too.
Okay, you work other jobs too. So is this the Satanic Temple? Is it supported by donations? How does your operation function, if you don't mind my asking?
Yeah, we do donations per campaign based on what we feel we'll need to operate the campaigns. It's difficult to know with the After School Satan Club if we'll run into pushback and need to seek legal counsel, if the legal counsel will be pro bono or we'll have to pay for it. But those are questions every time we do something.
Right. Let's go to John in Olympia, Washington. You're on the Michael Medved Show. Hello, John.
Thanks, Mike. It's interesting, or should be interesting to your caller, that when my daughter entered second grade here and we moved into the area, that started the horrendous bullying that was almost endorsed by the former school administration. On her first day, she was approached by a group of kids and asked, do you believe in God? Her silly response was, which one? And that leads to the point where if the shoes were opposite, if the satanic group was already established in the school, they wouldn't be challenging or questioning a Christian group coming into the school, whereas vice versa, the hypocrisy is blatant.
Well, again, you have a different experience, don't you, in different places? Are there places where the school administration has accepted the idea of your after-school Satan Club? Or has it been opposed everywhere, Mr. Greaves?
Nobody has said yes to our club so far, but they only got the letters for this on Monday, and the news already broke really big. we've only gotten responses insofar as districts have said that that they're putting it through the proper channels and that they're sending us their use of facility standards and that type of thing. But the story told by the caller isn't a unique one. And before we even went forward with this program, many of our chapters were approached by concerned parents or concerned people in the community who didn't necessarily have any interest in identifying as a Satanist, but saw us as a counterbalancing force that could challenge these the presence of the evangelical groups and the behaviors they engage in when they're trying to teach other children to proselytize to children within their school.
Okay.
It's deeply disturbing to a lot of people.
Just in response to our prior caller who said, what about a club of Hitler Jugend, of Hitler Youth, or a club that would be a pro-jihadist club or something of that nature? I believe that schools do have the opportunity to make reasonable standards and regulations against any groups advocating violence or destruction or oppression of one group or another. Let's go to Buddy in Atlanta, Georgia. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yes, hi, thank you. Yes, I would just ask Lucy, I mean, what I'm hearing is he's adamant to have the club because it's almost like an opposite viewpoint of the Good News Club. So would he be for teaching creationism in the schools, not as this opposite of theory of evolution, but as an alternative view?
Mr. Graves?
No. I'm challenging the idea that the schools should be this kind of unlimited open forum and unregulated, because there are certain things we do know about reality. There are certain scientific facts, and you can't just open up the school curriculum.
Okay, but you're not talking now. The Good News Clubs are not part of the school curriculum, and the Satan Club is not part of the school curriculum. You're talking about an optional after-school activity, which every single student is completely free, I assume, to ignore. We'll be right back. In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that can expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help to protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. Now, nobody can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes, and protection starts right away. Call 1-800-921-3790 or visit lifelock.com right now and use the promo code MEDVED. That's MEDVED to save 10% on your membership. 1-800-921-3790. Michael Medved here for American Federal Rare Coin and Bullion. When it comes to precious metals and the word trust, I don't typically use those words in the same sentence. Like many of you out there, I too have been burned a little bit by certain dealers who do not protect your best interests. But I can now tell you that American Federal is the dealer that I personally trust with my precious metals portfolio. American Federal will not only sell you the gold, silver, or platinum that's right for your investment goals, they'll go a step further and actually educate you on the proper way to maximize the value of your holdings. I'm confident that through American Federal's expertise and personal attention, I'm getting the best and most correct advice that I've ever gotten, and that I've gotten the proper coins. I know you'll feel this way too. If you're concerned about the growing global economic problems and you want to protect yourself with some security by owning precious metals, call my dealer of choice. That's American Federal, 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. Ask for their free coin performance review. AmericanFederal.com.
You're a small to mid-sized business with 300 to 3,000 employees. You face the same network security challenges as big businesses do, but can't support a big IT investment, leaving your doors open to advanced cyber threats. Barracuda next-generation firewalls provide all the core features of enterprise firewalls and UTMs, but without hidden costs and deployment hurdles, making owning a big business firewall no big deal for your SMB. Reclaim your network. Try a Barracuda next-gen firewall risk-free at barracuda.com/firewalls.
Once upon a time, a girl named Goldilocks was searching for the perfect mattress. One was too hard. Ouch. One was too soft. Ugh. But one was just right. Then, when she tried to sleep, it squeaked, it rattled, it moved. It was the old metal bed frame, and it was unbearable.
It's time to get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Why would you spend thousands of dollars on a quality mattress and then put it on an ugly, noisy metal frame that you have to hide with a dust ruffle? Get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. It will eliminate noise, motion transfer, and protect your mattress from sagging. Knickerbocker foundations are made in the USA and come with a limited lifetime warranty. They're available in 5 colors, look beautiful, and require no tools for assembly. It's time for a better bed frame from Knickerbocker.
Finally, Goldilocks got smart and got a Knickerbocker Embrace bed frame, and it was just right.
Visit your local furniture or mattress store and ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need back-to-school supplies for my son.
Well, Staples has everything you need at low prices every day.
He needs folders, binders, a backpack.
Sounds like quite the little organizer.
No, he's quite the little loser.
Come again?
He loses papers, homework, you name it, he loses it.
Ah, that kind of loser.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
Back to school supplies are back for more. Staples has everything you need for back to school at low prices every day. Like comp books for just 50 cents each. Staples, make more happen.
While supplies last. Ends 9/17, limit 30 in store, 10 online.
This portion of the Michael Medved Show is brought to you in part by Food for the Poor.
The ongoing drought, the famine that's going on in Haiti, is of course on the minds of many, many people today. And our friends from Food for the Poor are hoping you'll write down their toll-free number so you can help. It's toll-free, not an 800 number. It's 855-330-HOPE, 855-330-4673. Food for the Poor's executive director in Haiti is Bishop Oje, and he says conditions have reached a crisis stage.
You see most of the children are really skin and bones, nothing else. And you can see those children. And that's why the work that Food for the Poor is doing is so important for us. We're trying to get more food now to send to the schools. At least those children can get one hot meal a day to have better results. You know, we are people of hope, we are Christians. We do believe that tomorrow will be better. But at the same time, we are very concerned about what's happening today. People are hungry, and that doesn't help. That doesn't bring any hope to people. Haiti, the way that we are doing business now, it's a matter of time that something dramatic can happen.
Okay, something dramatic can happen if you pick up the phone right now. If you can pledge $50 or more, you can feed a child for an entire year. 2 square meals a day. Now, how does that work? It works this way. Food for the Poor has gotten this food donated. All they need is your help in getting it delivered. That way, you want to feed 10 kids for a year? Think about that. 10 children, that's a whole big family, right? You feed 10 children for a year, it'll cost you $500. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. It's like $10 a week. You can feed 10 children. Call now, 855-330-HOPE. That's 855-330-HOPE. Or you can just click on the Give Life banner at michaelmedved.com. That's at michaelmedved.com. Food for the Poor. We're speaking with Lucien Graves. He is an American Satanist religious leader who has helped to organize the Satanic Temple, which is organizing after-school clubs called Satan clubs around the country. Let's go quickly to Gertrude in Atlanta. Gertrude, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yes, thank you, Michael. I have 2 questions for the gentleman there. You've already acknowledged that you don't believe in Satan. How can you have a club for Satan if you don't believe in him?
That's one. And what's the second question?
My second question is, for him is, are you prepared to deal with everything that is anti-God? Because God is love. The opposite is hate. And the opposite of construction is destruction. And so are you prepared to deal with everything that is anti-God, which is Satan worship?
Mr. Greaves.
Well, this is a big topic. The topic as to whether a religion is legitimate if it looks at its characters, its iconography as metaphorical rather than literal. I think we'd all be better off if people looked at a metaphorical interpretation of their Bibles and their religious stories. I mean, Jesus gave lessons in parable. I don't know how we lost our sense of metaphor. But it is our sense of cultural identity, and it is the kind of raw artistic material we use to contextualize our works and our goals. Whether people think that's legitimate or not, it doesn't really matter, but it does mean something to us. It does resonate
what about
with
the
us.
second question, which is that if God is love and creation, then does that mean that Satan is hate and destruction?
Well, we look at it a different way, obviously, and that's, people have different interpretations of different things, and we realize that. And some people feel that they were somewhat oppressed by the religious upbringing they had, and they look at the angry God of the Old Testament, and they see a God that demands absolute fealty in mind and body, and absolute servitude and submission. And so we actually think that the opposite of that is personal liberation. So that's the difference in thinking.
Appreciate your call and great questions, Gertrude. Thank you for that. Let's go quickly to Wayne in Philadelphia. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
Comment from Mr. Grieve, I think that's his name. Really, there's a fallacy going on here. If your organization or you do not believe in a creator, then it's absolutely pointless to talk about ethics or morality or good, because everything at that point is just reduced to chemical reactions. And chemical reactions don't know good. They don't know ethics. Can you comment on that?
Mr. Graves?
Yeah, I think that's rather simplistic. Nobody looks at a functional MRI and says, well, that's all your thinking process was, is these colors on a screen. Of course, you can reduce things to chemical reactions, but it's not a very good explanation for why we feel what we feel, why we feel the emotions we feel with art, why we feel love or any type of thing like that. And I feel like these are all evolved processes. I mean, that might be an argument of debate well outside of the scope of this argument, but we do think things can be described and understood in the material world.
Do you believe that there are absolutes, that there is such a thing as absolute evil?
Well, of course, then we're dealing with differences in definition, but, wanton murder and cruelty and those types of things, I don't take a relativistic point of view and say, oh, well, in some contexts we can view that as okay, or if another culture approves of, say, denigrating women or female genital mutilation, that we have to accept that as some kind of...
Okay, good. So you believe there are absolutes, and the question is, the source of absolutes is human reason, the way that people figure it out with their own minds?
Oh, we definitely did develop an evolved sense of altruism. Psychopathy is absolutely a defect, I'm sure, that can be traced back to problems of the developmental mind.
And some people would say to Satan. Ooh, we'll be right back with Satanist, the Satanic Temple leader, Lucien Greaves, coming up.
Michael Medved.
The young lady from the rescue delivered happy, and I panicked. He was missing hair, stinky, scabby, and I thought, what did I get us into? The cause of his issue was poor nutrition. It was neglect. The other owners didn't care enough about him to give him the nutrition he needed. But I have a vet that I trust, and she recommended Dinovite, DINOVITE.com. I ordered the first 90-day supply, and within a couple weeks, His skin started clearing up. He didn't smell. He had more energy. He just had a glow and a bounce about him. We've been using Dinovite for the last year, and Happy the rescue dog is Happy the healthy dog. I tell all my friends who have rescues to give their dog the chance at a new start with Dinovite. It's going to pay off for you and your dog for years to come.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000. DINOVITE.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, insurance company, and other factors not available in all states.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it! I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are sponsored by Hillsdale College. Take Hillsdale College's latest free online course, The Presidency and the Constitution. Sign up now at medvedforhillsdale.com.
Okay, and there are constitutional questions involved in what we're discussing, whether or not it is okay for schools to either ban or welcome satanic after-school clubs. Why would it not be okay for them to ban such a club? Well, because the First Amendment prohibits having Congress make any laws that would interfere with free exercise of religion or the establishment of religion. In any event, you can take this course on the presidency and the Constitution. It's free. It costs you nothing. Go to medvedforhillsdale.com. That's medvedforhillsdale.com. Let's go quickly to Don in Los Angeles. Don, you're on the Medved Show with Lucian Greaves of the Satanic Temple.
Thanks for taking my call, Michael.
You bet.
Mr. Greaves, it seems to me your group is more of a what you're against rather than what you're for. And when Michael was asking you about character development, you were a little bit ambiguous. The two main tenets of Christianity are forgiveness and the willingness to sacrifice oneself for the benefit of another, which is what love is. How would you counter those two main character development tenets?
Mr. Greaves?
Well, I'm not sure where you're quoting your scripture from, where you say that those are the essential tenets of Christianity, but we have 7 tenets that we...
Well, from Jesus himself. He's the perfect example of that. Jesus himself.
Yeah, I mean, love your neighbor as yourself is in the book of Leviticus. It is echoed in the New Testament. It's kind of basic.
Right. Unless they're engaged in commerce on the temple grounds, and then you throw a furious rage and overturn the temples overturn the money
again. What can you answer the question? Because you're kind of dodging it.
No, I'm not dodging it at all. In fact, our tenets are all based on affirmative values, and the first one is one should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason, which I really don't find explicitly spelled out in the Bible very clearly in any terms that are non-contradictory, where we also find
okay, so what's number two? What's number two that the kids would be learning in the Satan clubs?
Oh, we're not teaching our 7 tenets in the after-school Satan Club, but our tenets do have affirmative values. And the second one is that the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. And the third one is that one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. The fourth is that the freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. Willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego your own.
Okay, I think on that, most folks can agree all across this greatest nation on God's green earth.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for? Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a 4-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy, and you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure, or pick the wrong color, or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
And now through August 2nd, save 20% off your entire order. Go to Blinds.com and use promo code MEDVED to save 20% off site-wide, but only until August 2nd. That's Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. The chief executive of the Democratic National Committee resigns following the email hack that embarrassed the Democratic Party.
The news comes from 3 Democratic strategists who say Amy Dacey decided to leave her job. Dacey's resignation is just the latest fallout from the hacked emails, which exposed an apparent lack of neutrality on the part of the DNC in the primary race between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. Party chairwoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz resigned her position after she was booed during a speech prior to the opening of last week's Democratic National Convention. The convention officially nominated Hillary Clinton as the party's presidential candidate. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
At a campaign rally in Ashburn, Virginia, the military veteran supporting Donald Trump gave the Republican nominee his Purple Heart Tuesday.
He said, "That's my real Purple Heart. I have such confidence in you." And I said, "Man, that's like big stuff. I always wanted to get the Purple Heart. This was much easier."
Purple Hearts are awarded to service members who suffer wounds in combat. Texas's new law allowing concealed handguns in college classrooms and buildings has barely started and already faces a federal legal challenge seeking to block it before students return for the fall semester. Gun shop worker Michael Cargill tells KXAN-TV he sports the right to carry a gun on campus.
Their rights are not being violated at all. This is about personal safety. This is about individual safety.
3 professors at the University of Texas sued last month to overturn the law. Saying it's time to go, New York City Police Commissioner Bill Bratton has announced he's leaving in September. NYPD Chief of Department James O'Neill says he's honored to be named to succeed Bratton.
Those of you who've known me for a while know that I love being a cop. I love this uniform and love what it stands for.
A Brooklyn native, O'Neill has risen through the NYPD's ranks for over 30 years. He started as a patrolman in the transit system. More of these stories at townhall.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360. 1-800-758-5360.
Napa know-how.
Not all store brands are created equal. For example, when you buy Napa brand synthetic motor oil for $2.99 a quart, you're getting a quality product for a great price. Unlike buying store brand ketchup, good price, but with a funky kind of aftertaste. So pick up Napa full synthetic motor oil now for $2.99 a quart. The taste your car will love. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
General States pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. Offer expires 8/31/16.
2 U.S. senators are taking steps to allow mountain bikers to join hikers and horseback riders along some of the nation's most rugged terrains. Correspondent Linda Kenyon reports.
Republican Senators Mike Lee and Orrin Hatch have introduced a bill that would give local officials from federal management agencies 2 years to decide if mountain bikes will be allowed. If no decision is made within those 2 years, the ban on mountain bikes in those wilderness areas would be lifted. The two senators represent Utah, where outdoor recreation and mountain biking are big business.
The 1964 Wilderness Act restricts the use of mechanical transport in 100+ million wilderness acres in 44 states. The ban includes mountain bikes, all-terrain vehicles, and cars. A Republican primary in Kansas has resulted in Tea Party incumbent Representative Tim Huelskamp being unseated. Huelskamp blames his loss on $3 million of super PAC money. This is townhall.com. Aetna is calling off its public insurance exchange expansion plans for next year as it becomes the latest big insurer to cast doubt on the future of a key element of Obamacare.
The nation's third largest insurer says significant challenges faced by the state-based exchanges are forcing the company to withdraw its expansion plans and think about its future participation in the 15 states where it currently sells coverage. Aetna was planning to expand to a few states like New Jersey and Indiana for 2017. The Hartford, Connecticut insurer earlier said it had lost over $100 million on its exchange business last year, but company leaders said they thought the exchanges still might represent a good business opportunity. Jeremy House reporting.
The head of a dentist group specializing in gum disease says he still urges his patients to floss in hopes of helping to avoid that problem, but Wayne Aldridge acknowledges that the evidence pointing to the benefits of flossing is actually weak. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Fox.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 70 expected. Isolated showers with a high 88, a low 72 under mostly cloudy skies, and a 50% chance of showers Wednesday night. Thursday, cloudy, scattered showers, a 40% chance, high around 84, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories, afternoon Call Around Report, and Forest City Owls baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. Yes, it is a great nation, despite the fact that one of our nominees for President of the United States says the election is rigged. Don't trust it. It's not fair. There is cheating going on. It's all one-sided. They're going to try to steal it. Everything is rigged. If you believe the system is rigged, if you believe the decks are stacked against you, if you believe that somehow there are people who are stopping you from getting ahead or getting what you believe you are entitled to get, You can give us a call, 1-800-955-1776. You might think that Paul Ryan felt entitled to get some support back from Donald Trump. He presided over a convention that nominated Donald Trump. He spoke very effectively, it seemed to me, offering his endorsement for Donald Trump, his enthusiastic, well, not quite, but his endorsement for Donald Trump. It was an effective speech about the Republican vision being superior, as it clearly is, to the Democratic vision. Now, Donald Trump has said he does not support Paul Ryan. It's an amazing story, and of course, it's riling the political world. Trump is talking again, which is, I think, intensely dangerous to his campaign. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump is refusing to back House Speaker Paul D. Ryan in his upcoming primary election, saying in an interview just hours ago that he's not quite there yet and endorsing his party's top-ranking elected official. Trump also said he was not supporting Senator John McCain, who's also running for re-election. And he also singled out Senator Kelly Ayotte as a weak and disloyal leader, said he is not supporting her. Now, look, if McCain and Ayotte both lose their races, there is almost no chance of the Republicans holding the Senate. I mean, it's going to be a close-run thing as it is, and you need to reelect Senator Kelly Ayotte. But, of course, Trump doesn't understand that. This is what he says about Senator Ayotte, who, by the way, to the best of my knowledge, and I haven't spoken to Senator Ayotte in a while, but I don't believe she's a never-Trumper. I think it's possible that she hasn't formally endorsed him yet, but that's true for a lot of members of Congress and a lot of U.S. senators. Trump said, I don't know Kelly Ayotte. I know she's given me no support, zero support, and yet I'm leading her in the polls. Well, actually, that's not true. There's not a single poll where he's running better than she is. Not one. He says, and yet I'm leading her in the polls. I'm doing very well in New Hampshire. He's competitive. He's an average of 4 points down to Secretary Clinton in New Hampshire, according to the polls. He says, I'm doing very well in New Hampshire. We need loyal people in this country. We need fighters in this country. We don't need weak people. We have enough of them. We need fighters in this country. But Kelly Ayotte has given me zero support, and I'm doing great in New Hampshire. So what, we need Democrats like the very, very, very liberal former governor of New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan, who is the running for against Kelly Ayotte. This is one of the hottest Senate races in the country, and one of the must-win Senate races for Republicans. Good grief. 1-800-955-1776. This all goes to the general Trump sense that elections are rigged, that the entire American economic system is rigged, and rigged in favor of whom? 1-800-955-1776. Ryan's primary in Wisconsin, Paul Ryan's primary, is next Tuesday. And by the way, let me be completely unequivocal about this. I think Paul Ryan, despite the fact that he's had a very, very tough job handling being his party's top elected official, being Speaker of the House, where Donald J. Trump is the nominee, I think he's handled that as gracefully and effectively as he possibly could. And I think he is one of the finest public servants of his generation. And I greatly admire Speaker Ryan and his commitment to conservative ideals and to conservative pragmatic reform. The man is a treasure, and God forbid he should ever give up in despair with this kind of stuff. He's running against a nutburger, and I mean, really, he is. Paul Nealon, who is running against him. Trump said that that Paul Ryan's opponent, who, by the way, I think is, according to to all polling or all analysis, it has virtually no chance of winning the primary against Paul Ryan. But okay, Trump says he's running a very good campaign. He says, I like Paul, meaning Ryan, but these are horrible times for our country. We need very strong leadership. We need very, very strong leadership. And I'm just not quite there yet. I'm not quite there yet. And I guess what he's doing is playing a game, because initially when Ryan was not going to endorse Mr. Trump until after he had met with him and gotten some assurance that Trump would actually support conservative reform, Paul Ryan did not offer an endorsement. But long before the election, I mean months and months before, he said, sure, I'll endorse Donald Trump. He's the nominee of my party. Trump said this: Paul's opponent, meaning Paul Ryan's opponent, Paul Nealon, is a big fan of what I'm saying, big fan. His opponent, who's running a very good campaign, obviously, I've heard, his opponent sent me a very scholarly and well thought out letter yesterday, and all I did say was thank you very much for your very nice letter. You saw my statement. Okay, it was a letter supporting Mr. Trump in Mr. Trump's wildly controversial and politically rather dubious attacks on the Khan family, on Kaiser and Ghazala Khan, the parents of a fallen American hero. This is unbelievable. Is the system rigged? Trump said this about what's happening in November. This is from the Republican nominee.
First of all, it's rigged. And I'm afraid the election's going to be rigged, I have to be honest. Because I think my side was rigged. If I didn't win by massive landslides, I mean, think of what we won in New York and Indiana, California, 78%. That's with other people in the race. But think of it. I hear more and more that the election on November 8th, can you believe we're almost there? This started on June 16th of last year, and I said, wow, let's go do it. It takes guts to do this, believe me. And everybody said, no, it takes guts.
Wow, courage.
I could be having a very nice life right now. I don't have to be with you people ranting and raving, right?
I don't have to. I could be having a very nice life. I don't have to be with you people. Is he okay? There are a number of writers, I mean, all over, right, left, center, who are asking that question. For instance, well, Joe Scarborough.
I fielded calls all day yesterday from conservatives, from Republicans, from officials, from people that the media would call right-wing bloggers, from whatever you want to call it. Everybody was asking me about his mental health.
Yeah, well.
We had somebody on the set yesterday that had said that, you know, back in 1964, psychiatrists had tried to analyze Barry Goldwater, and they swore after that they would never do it again. They would stay out of politics. But it was all everybody was talking about yesterday. It's not like there was talking points that was shot out by the DNC or by anybody else. Everybody was talking about his mental health yesterday. Everybody was calling me saying, what's happening to him? What is wrong with him?
Okay, again, if you believe that he's running a really brilliant campaign, and this is just another masterstroke to say that he's not supporting Paul Ryan, not supporting Kelly Ayotte, who's in a crucial Senate race, not supporting John McCain, who's in another crucial Senate race. And these are people who, assuming they get elected and a Democrat doesn't get elected, he was asked, by the way, whether he cared about Republicans maintaining control of the Senate. He said, maybe I'll do better as a free agent. And not sure he understands what that means. Is it a rigged system, and is Trump election the only way to beat the rigged system? If you believe that, you can give us a call.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show. That's 1-800-955-1776.
This is Michael Medved. If you're looking for care for a loved one in order to maintain independent living at home, Visiting Angels is ready to serve. Visiting Angels franchises provide the compassionate professional caregivers who are needed to deliver the best home care available anywhere, and you may select your caregiver before the service even begins. Services include bathing, dressing, errands, light housekeeping, and meal preparation, and much more, up to 24 hours each day. With over 500 franchised offices nationwide, Visiting Angels is America's choice in senior home care. Employment opportunities in caregiving for Visiting Angels are available. You'll receive the support needed to fulfill your goal of achieving a caring career. Franchise opportunities also available. Call today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. That's 877-374-LIVE. Visiting Angels at 877-374-LIVE. Each office independently owned and operated. If you love freedom, if you love America like I do, then I'd like to invite you to stand with me and well over 1 million other patriotic Americans by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country, and there's good reason for that. AMAC fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. In fact, AMAC fights for the conservative values that have made this country great. AMAC membership will also give you access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts, such as group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, and access to all things Medicare. Join AMAC today at www.amac.us. That's www.amac.us. Or call 888-262-2006. Again, that's 888-262-2006. Tell them Michael Medved sent you. This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable. It's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for? Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a four-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy, and you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure, or pick the wrong color, or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
And now through August 2nd, save 20% off your entire order. Go to Blinds.com and use promo code Prager to save 20% off site-wide. But only until August 2nd. That's Blinds.com, promo code Prager. Blinds.com, promo code Prager. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Let me mention why I think it's a bad idea. Whether or not you think it's true, if you think the system is rigged, you can go ahead and give us a call, 1-800-955-1776. I think it's not a bad idea harping on this. I mean, one of the things that, actually, maybe we should bring it back, Greg. We used to say on this show all the time, every day, where we are proud to say, I am not a victim. that conservatives refuse to grab that mantle of victimhood. Oh, they're all against me. Everybody's keeping me down. The system is rigged. I can't get a break. Everybody's against me. Now, of course, it's ridiculous, I think, when anybody says that, and it's self-defeating. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're going to claim the mantle of victimhood, it's going to work against your own interests. And it's particularly absurd when you're a billionaire and you've just won the nomination of a major party where the leaders of that party have very loyally supported you. And by the way, John McCain has endorsed Donald Trump. He endorsed him a long time ago, months ago. Paul Ryan has endorsed Donald Trump, but he won't endorse them back. He says in his statement about Kelly Ayotte, who he won't support, who is another Republican nominee, he says, I know she's given me no support, zero support, and yet I'm leading her in the polls, which is not true. I'm doing very well in New Hampshire. We need loyal people in this country. Well, what about you, sir? We need loyal people in this country? Any loyalty to the top elected official of your party who has endorsed you, who has spoken for you, who has defended you? 1-800-955-1776. And the point about saying to people that the system is rigged, here's why it's insane. And truly insane. Most elections are, to some extent or another, turnout elections. The reason Barack Obama won in 2012 is he got another phenomenally high turnout from the African American community, and also much higher than expected turnout from the Latino community. Barack Obama won because he turned his voters out. So is Trump going to turn more voters out by saying the system is rigged? Or fewer voters out? If the system is rigged, why should people care about this election at all? Let's go to your calls to Lee in Seattle. Lee, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hello, Michael. This is Lee. Last I spoke with you and your mom about political correctness.
Wow, that's a very long time ago.
Yes, it was. I want to agree with a lot of what you have to say, but I also want to say that I don't believe I'm the victim, for one. But you know well that in Washington State, Christine Gregoire, John Carlson's race for governorship, found ballots, hundreds of found ballots.
And she didn't need it. I mean, that race for governor, I happen to remember because I was dear friends. John is one of my closest friends and one of my favorite people in the world. And John got under 40% of the vote. It was not a close election. So there were you're confusing his election with Dino Rossi's election in 2004.
No, I'm not. But there was some fraud going on during John's stuff too as well. And Dino Rossi it was huge. But
you see, this is the point. Is it wasn't huge. Hugh Hewitt wrote a book a while ago called "If It Ain't Close, They Can't Cheat." And I think that's true. I think I believe that the Democratic Party tries to cheat? I think they do. Do I believe that if Republicans are wide awake, they can stop that from happening? In most cases, they can.
I do. I agree with that as well.
And so, that's different from saying it's a rigged system.
Exactly. And I don't believe necessarily that it is completely rigged, but the fact that Washington State has such an issue with found ballots, people that are debt voting, people being shipped from one district to the next, multiple same-name ballot issues.
Well, part of the reason for that is because we're one of, I believe it's only 2 states that it's all mail-in, where there are no voting places. I mean, the only thing is that you bring in your mail-in ballots, as I did today. You vote today, did you?
Did I?
Yeah.
I haven't yet.
Well, vote today. Get your ballot in before, and be sure to vote for Bill Bryant for governor. He is a great conservative Republican candidate.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Lee. Appreciate the call. Let's go quickly to Diana in Salt Lake City. Diana, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good. We listen to you all the time. We've had Mills Crenshaw on your station that we listen to here in Salt Lake, and we just really like listening to you and the other.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And I feel like there's been voter fraud, especially in the last election. And
Do you think that Romney actually won the last election?
well, from what I've understood and had people who were in the know, and I can't tell you what their name is, he did.
Okay, he doesn't think
by
so.
a landslide. Well, that's okay. I know. I just don't trust politicians. I don't trust the system at all.
So what's the alternative?
I don't know. That's what I'd like to know. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I think that does election fraud sometimes occur? Absolutely. Is it relatively rare? I think it is relatively rare. Do we need to do things? Is it important to require voter ID? I think it is, and I think the courts have been deciding this wrong. But when you look at Romney's election, Romney won by 3%, lost by 3%. Pardon me. It was 51-48, and there were not enough states where it was close enough so that you could say that there were ballot irregularities and it made a difference. Now, having said that, there are specific races like my friend Senator Norm Coleman in Minnesota lost his race by, I think the final margin was about 300 votes and statewide, and he had won previously, and then they did recounts and they counted some ballots problematically. See, all of that stuff is very problematic, but I do think that what you're led to here, if you believe that elections are regularly stolen or regularly subject to fraud, is basically putting people away from politics, not bringing them to it. And this goes to a deeper question, Diana. Do you think that everything in America is rigged? That there are forces in the country that make it impossible for people to get ahead?
No, I think people can.
Bless you. You're right. That's part of what it means to be an American. Diana, appreciate your call very much, and thanks for listening to the show. When we come back, this entire question of a rigged system is leading to very heavy speculation, including some more statements by Mr. Trump, that he's going to dodge the debates. Why would he do that? Is that a smart thing to do, to avoid debating the candidate he calls Crooked Hillary? We'll be right back with that question coming up.
The Michael Medved Show. MichaelMedved.com.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Voss. On the same day, President Obama said Donald Trump was unfit and urged Republicans not to back the GOP nominee. A top Republican donor and fundraiser is defecting. Hewlett-Packard executive Meg Whitman says Trump is reckless and uninformed and that she will support Hillary Clinton. A Republican primary in Kansas has resulted in Tea Party incumbent Representative Tim Huelskamp being unseated. Huelskamp blames his loss on $3 million of Super PAC money coming to support his opponent, obstetrician Roger Marshall. Tropical Storm Earl is gaining strength, and forecasters say it will likely strengthen into a hurricane before it hits parts of Belize, Honduras, and Mexico. Flights have been disrupted at 2 airports in Indonesia because of eruptions of 3 volcanoes. The eruptions over the past couple of days near Bali on Sumatra Island. There are no injuries reported. More details at SRNews.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360. 1-800-758-5360.
Napa know-how.
Not all store brands are created equal. For example, when you buy Napa brand synthetic motor oil for $2.99 a quart, you're getting a quality product for a great price. Unlike buying store brand ketchup, good price, but with a funky kind of aftertaste. So pick up Napa full synthetic motor oil now for $2.99 a quart. The taste your car will love. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
General states pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. Offer expires 8/31/16.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Another top management change at McDonald's. Senator Charles Schumer wants to make U.S. Olympic medalist winnings tax-free. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% five-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993 or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Senator Chuck Schumer says cash prizes won by any U.S. medalist, whether gold, silver, or bronze, should be tax exempt. His measure passed the Senate last month. The House has yet to return from recess. Medalists win as much as $25,000 when they medal in the games. On Wall Street at the close, stocks lower again. The Dow Jones Industrial's down 90 points. McDonald's Chief Administrative Officer Pete Benson is retiring after 20 years with the company. His departure marks yet another management change for what has become the world's largest fast food company. A former employee of Dart Containers is accused of putting shards of glass into styrofoam drinking cups distributed nationwide. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Okay, 34 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. And look, we have all kinds of disasters here in the United States that are of a political nature, but they're not existential disasters. Really, they're not. An existential disaster, that's the famine that is going on in Haiti right now. Haiti's a fascinating country. I mean, I write about Haiti in my new book. There's a whole chapter that is related to the slave rebellion that made Haiti independent. But right now, there are 1.5 million people who are on the verge of starvation. It's terrible. There are kids who literally have to go several days in a row without a bite to eat, and sometimes no fresh water. We want to give you a chance to write down this toll-free number because there's something you can do about it right now. The toll-free number, 855-330-4673, 855-330-HOPE. Todd Chapman of Food for the Poor is in Haiti today, and he says that the conditions are very, very troubling.
We've been here for 30 plus years. We have a tremendous distribution network set up all over the country. So children are going 3 to 4 days without eating anything of substance. They are no longer able to learn. They're at school. They're getting sick. Hospitals are asking us, begging us for more food supplies every day, not only to treat the children, but also to treat the parents of the children that are coming in chronically malnourished. We're seeing child malnutrition rates on the rise again for the first time in about a decade in Haiti. This really is a life-threatening humanitarian situation.
Okay, you can do something about it because you know why? They have the food. It's been donated. What we need is some donations to get it delivered. And that's why a $50 donation can feed a child 2 square meals a day for a year. For a year. 365, you can 700 meals. Really, 730 meals. For $50. You're not going to find a better deal than that anywhere today. Go to michaelmedved.com, click on the Give Life banner. Give what you can. If you can give $100, it feeds 2 kids for a year and provides a water supply for a lifetime. This is really the most bang for your buck. It's food for the poor. These are great folks go to michaelmedved.com, click on the banner for Give Life, and give what you can. Or you can call them toll free. It's not an 800 number, but it's toll free. It's 855-330-HOPE, 855-330-HOPE. All right. Is there some hope for actually getting some clarity in this campaign with presidential debates? Maybe not. Why not? Because Mr. Trump is unsure whether he wants to participate. The first debate is scheduled for September 26th. That's Monday night at Hofstra University in Long Island. And the Christian Post, which is an evangelical website, says as these debate schedules draw near, reports say that Trump is not too pleased about facing Clinton on stage. Reports also mention that he is doing all he can to avoid a debate and is laying the groundwork to stop any kind of public engagement from happening. In an interview, Trump claimed that the NFL sent a letter to his office complaining about the schedule of the debates. Trump said the NFL does not want to go against the debates on the time slot. The NFL gave a statement and said, no, they did not send Trump a letter. Here's what Trump said.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't like. It's against 2 NFL games. I got a letter from the NFL saying this is ridiculous. Why are the debates against? Because the NFL doesn't want to go against the debates because the debates are going to be pretty massive from what I understand, okay? And I don't think we should be against the NFL. I don't know how the dates were picked. I don't know why those particular
So you don't
dates.
like the dates that are out there?
Well, I don't like dates against, Hillary Clinton wants to be against the NFL. She doesn't, maybe like she did with Bernie Sanders, where they were on Saturday nights when nobody's home. But they're against the NFL. I saw the dates. I think 2 of the 3 are against the NFL. So I'm not thrilled with that. But I like 3 debates. I think that's fine. I think it's enough. Somebody said 1 debate. I'd rather have 3. I think they'll be very interesting.
Okay, the presidential debates were actually scheduled by a bipartisan committee in 2015, and all parties involved were informed of these dates ahead of the time. Reports say that Trump is, this is again from the Christian Post, too weak to face Clinton in a traditional debate, and he fears that Clinton may humiliate him on national TV. Oh. Trump is also known for ditching live debates in the past, they write. He did not participate in the debate in Des Moines in January 26 because he was unhappy with Megyn Kelly. Well, because she was, out of her, she was the Fox moderator at that time. Also, Trump did not join in another debate in Detroit, which was also hosted by the same moderator. Clinton, on the other hand, has taken part of a total of 9 Democratic Party debates already, most of which were between her and Senator Bernie Sanders. Well, of course they were. Meanwhile, there is this. Lucy writes in. And actually, this is under a subheading we're introducing to the show.
Letters. We get letters. We get stacks and stacks of letters.
Okay, for old-timers like me, this was something from my very, very young childhood. It's Perry Como show used to do this. And we do get letters, and we got one from Lucy. She said, I love it. I'm 32 and began experiencing strong pain in my knees from exercising and sought medical attention. However, the pain continued. So a coworker mentioned this relief factor when she heard me constantly complaining about knee pain. Finally, I ordered after reading the reviews. I've been taking it, and I really love it. I have no pain whatsoever. You know what? You can have the same experience. Go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Yep, that's the sound of a package being delivered, or maybe friends coming over for dinner, but it's also the sound, maybe, of somebody who's planning to rob you blind. It is a fact, most home burglaries start with a ring at your doorbell to make sure you're not home. Alarm systems tell you after somebody breaks in, but Ring Video Doorbell can prevent a burglary before it happens. With a Ring Video Doorbell, you can see and speak to anybody at your door from anywhere in the world using your smartphone. Ring's advanced motion detection alerts you even if somebody doesn't ring the doorbell. It's like caller ID for your home. I've written about this before. Years ago in another city, my wife and I suffered a terrible burglary. It can be such a devastating event. My listeners get free expedited FedEx shipping when you go to ring.com ring.com/Medved. That's ring.com/Medved. With Ring Video Doorbell, you're always home. Go to ring.com/Medved right now.
Thousands of people all across the country are choosing the flexibility of working when they want, driving with Uber. You'll control your day, plus be able to start earning right away just by driving your own car.
Why'd I choose to drive with Uber? So that's easy. Complete freedom. Working when I want. I mean, I can't get that anywhere else. So with both my kids in summer camp, I drop them off, then I start driving. Or, we'll go to the park and I do it later. Or even just not at all that day. It's a beautiful thing. I just turn on the Uber app and ride requests come in and I'm earning some extra money. It helps us stay on budget every month. Plus we can save for a summer vacation. Total freedom. Working when I want, being my own boss. Yeah, driving with Uber is definitely the best option for me.
Earn the extra money you need on your schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day and watch the money add up fast. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for? Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a 4-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy. And you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure, or pick the wrong color, or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
And now through August 2nd, save 20% off your entire order. Go to Blinds.com and use promo code MEDVED to save 20% off site-wide, but only until August 2nd. That's Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
To Republican unity. We'll talk about it next time on the Medved Show. Makeover of your home. You can get brand new custom blinds without paying custom prices from Blinds.com today. Now through August 31st. You buy 3 blinds, you get the 4th one free with the promo code MEDVED. That's at Blinds.com. Promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. With 44 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Look, do I think that presidential debates are always the best thing? No, I mean, look, I think that the Gerald Ford, who emphatically deserved re-election. He had never been elected president before, but he had been appointed vice president, and then he became president when Richard Nixon resigned. But he deserved to win the election in 1976, and he only lost it because he said a really, really, really stupid thing in the debates. And again, could that happen to Mr. Trump? No, of course not, because he never says stupid things. But does that mean that Mr. Trump should avoid the debates? Anyone think that's a good policy? Because I don't. I mean, I think it will make him look weaker. 1-800-955-1776. Or is the whole debate system rigged, like the rest of the system that Trump has been complaining about? Let's go to Raheem in Atlanta. Raheem, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, man, thanks for taking the call.
You bet.
I did want to chime in. I do think the system is rigged. I mean, I don't even think that's a question. Are the debates rigged? I mean, I don't really know about that, but I guarantee you they're probably slanted towards one side or another. And I mean, it's easy to see. I watch a lot of television, CNN, Fox News, stuff like that. And the stories that these guys come up with, it's like blatant lies, some of this stuff.
Okay, give me an example of a blatant lie.
I give you a perfect example. I watched the Republican convention. Donald Trump gets up there, does his speech. Literally, when he finishes, every pundit on CNN's panel says it was like cold words. It's dark. It was dark. It was this. It was that. It was almost as if they're in total, cahoots with the Democratic talking points. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a Trump fan.
So how come you didn't watch Fox? Because I think you would have heard a different reaction.
I did watch Fox, and the thing that kind of shocked me about Fox was that some of those same words were being used. Now, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Hillary supporter.
Okay, but here's a question I would have for you, Raheem. I actually I didn't watch the coverage that night because I was there in the convention hall hearing Mr. Trump speak. Mm-hmm. But I know for a fact that they had at least 2 official spokespeople for the Trump campaign who were there responding to his speech. I'm pretty sure they had Jeffrey Lord and they had Kylie McEnery, who is a...
Absolutely. My point is...
But wait, then how is it rigged if they have spokespeople for the Trump campaign?
It's rigged because if you get journalists that are supposed to be impartial and that are supposed to be judging fairly, they shouldn't be reciting Democratic talking points. And I'll give you one more example.
Okay, well, wait. Again, I agree with you. There are journalists who sometimes recite Democratic talking points, just as there are journalists on Fox primarily who sometimes recite Republican talking points. But, again, you're talking about giving opinion.
I mean, okay, but what I'm saying is you don't see that as a problem. This is the free press. I mean, it's almost shocking to me that you're right. It's just accepted. It shouldn't be that way. These guys shouldn't be.
Well, so what should it be? If you have seen a speech and you think it's lousy, do you think it was rigged when a lot of people said that Hillary Clinton underperformed in her acceptance speech?
No, I don't. But what I'm saying is the fact that they're literally, as soon as the speech comes out, they're reciting a narrative.
Okay,
that
you're correct. You're correct. The way Raheem, the way they have set it up on cable news is cable news, and this is true for Fox. It's true even for MSNBC and for CNN. They feature the argument back and forth, and you're completely correct that on CNN usually they will have the one Trump spokesman who is outnumbered by people on the other side. Just as on Fox News, they will tend to have somebody from the conservative side who's outnumbered by the liberal side. But you do have the chance to watch and listen and form your own opinion. Thank goodness. We'll be right back.
Now, it's time for Medvid on Movies.
A mysterious, brainwashed CIA assassin, long presumed dead, suddenly reappears, once again played by Matt Damon, in Jason Bourne.
I remember everything.
Remembering everything doesn't mean you know everything.
Tell me, that's Jason Bourne. Why would he come back now?
That's a good question, since it's been 9 full years since Matt Damon last played this role, and this time he must cope with a power-mad, manipulative CIA director played by Tommy Lee Jones, and his amazingly brilliant henchwoman played by Alicia Vikander of The Danish Girl. Together, they try to neutralize Bourne before he can expose their nefarious plans.
There's a demonstration in front of the Greek Parliament building. I think she'll use it as cover.
They tracked you. We gotta move. You're never gonna find any peace. Not till you admit to yourself who you really are.
The acting is solid, and the elaborate chase scenes are tense, well-staged, and brilliantly edited under the guidance of director Paul Greengrass. But there's a tired going-through-the-motions feel to this project, and efforts to throw in issues with platitudinous debates between the demands of security versus privacy feel strained at best. Vincent Castle is a stone-cold killer known simply as The Asset, and Riz Ahmed makes a strong impression as a hip young social media mogul. It's rated PG-13 for the murderous violence you'd expect, and some truly over-the-top car crashes. 2.5 stars for Jason Bourne. He may be back from the dead, but the movie's not really alive.
America loves him.
You're the most brilliant radio talk host in America.
Hollywood hates him.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains.
Michael Medved.
Guatemala is a beautiful country. There are volcanoes, dense jungles, lakes, lush farmland, and some breathtaking coastline. But hidden in all of that beauty, you can find some of the deepest suffering from lack of food anywhere on planet Earth. Nearly 50% of children under 5 in Guatemala are chronically undernourished. That's right, half. I want to ask you to show some mercy on the children of Guatemala by providing food and clean water. Now, incredibly, a one-time gift, just $50, can provide food for a year and water for life for a starving child. For about the cost of 1 cup of coffee every month, you can save a child. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the keyword Michael. That's pound 250 from your cell and say Michael. In moments, you'll have the satisfaction of knowing you saved lives. That's pound 250 from your cell and say Michael. From a landline, call 855-330-4673 or online at michaelmedved.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360. 1-800-758-5360.
There's a new answer for people in need of serious pain relief. Lidocare has created a one-of-a-kind pain relief patch that blocks pain for up to 8 hours. With the only non-water-based lidocaine patch on the market, Lidocare uses patent-pending technology to desensitize aggravated nerves for an odor-free, ultra-flexible, dry, and light solution to pain. The Lidocare pain patch from the makers of Blue Emu for long-lasting relief you can wear. Available at CVS, Walgreens, and Amazon.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SE was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury and safety Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event, now through August 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and 0.99% APR financing on select models, available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties. APR offer available only to qualified customers. Call 1-800-FOR-Mercedes for details about costs and terms.
"55 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, I'm talking about the argument that the system is rigged. Now look, again, I think that Raheem made a perfectly valid point when he was calling from Atlanta. He made the point that when you tune in to cable news, you will get people delivering opinion in the evenings, and they will have panels where they have people arguing back and forth, and yes, the panels are often stacked. And I don't question for a moment that mainstream news media lean to the left. And they have for many, many years. And the only way that conservatives ever win anything is cutting through that and learning to use the medium and the assets that we have to get across a different point of view, which is kind of what we try to do all the time. Let's go to your calls quickly and to Ed in Phoenix, Arizona. Ed, you're on the Medved Show.
Yes, I think that you're being unfair castigating Mr. Trump for failing to support John McCain and possibly also for Speaker of the House. John McCain is still embroiled in a primary challenge.
Right, and so, by the way, the problem here is not that he isn't supporting them. I mean, he hasn't supported them ever. He's never formally endorsed Speaker Ryan. He's never formally endorsed John McCain.
I think it would be interfering with the primary.
Well, okay, you're right, which is fine for him to be quiet about it, but he's gone beyond that. He actually said nice things about Paul Ryan's opponent, and he said this of John McCain, and it's nuts, frankly. He says, I've never been there with John McCain because I've always felt that he should have done a much better job for the vets. He has not done a good job for the vets, and I've always felt that he should have done a much better job for the vets. So I've always had a difficult time with John for that reason, because our vets are not being treated properly. They're not being treated fairly. Now, this is kind of bizarre, frankly, because if you talk to veterans groups, John McCain has been really, really one of the best representatives in Congress for veterans groups. And I honestly don't know why he wants to go out of his way. And then also to attack Kelly Ayotte, who I believe is beyond a primary. She won her primary, or she is the nominee, I believe, of the Republican Party in New Hampshire. And why you wouldn't support someone who's already the nominee of your party? And no one, I think, would have any problem at all, Ed. You're right. If Trump had said, you know what, I'm not supporting anybody, there's a primary going on, I'm not going to take sides. But to go ahead and say positive things about Paul Ryan's opponent, who is a fringe opponent, and not about Speaker Ryan, that's a problem. To go out of his way to attack Senator McCain, not just say, well, let's see how the primary plays out. Now, let's see if Trump actually endorses people who are nominated by the Republican voters, just as he expects endorsement, having been nominated by Republican voters at a convention in this greatest nation on God's green earth.
The angels from Visiting Angels are standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. At 8 says the FBI has declined to brief a key Senate committee on its investigation into the hack of the Democratic National Committee.
The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee requested the briefing. The House Intelligence Committee, meanwhile, appears to have been briefed. Security experts say the DNC hack was the work of Russian intelligence groups, and the DNC itself has blamed Russia for the cyber attack. In addition to the investigation into that attack, the FBI also is investigating similar reported breaches at Hillary Clinton's campaign and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
President Obama said Tuesday Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump is unfit to be president.
And that's not just my opinion. That is the opinion of many prominent Republicans. There has to come a point at which you say, enough.
At a campaign event in Tucson, Republican vice presidential nominee Mike Pence says President Obama has no room to talk about Donald Trump being unfit to be president.
Well, allowing for the fact that Barack Obama knows a lot about being woefully unprepared to be president of the United States. Why don't we look at the record?
Florida Governor Rick Scott tells CBS health officials are on top of the Zika problem, so people should be cautious but not alarmed.
It's a 1 square mile north of downtown Miami. We're very active at making sure we're controlling the mosquitoes. We have not found any mosquitoes, and we've tested over 20,000 of them statewide that have the Zika virus.
Health officials are struggling to ease the threat of the Zika virus. The head of the CDC, Dr. Tom Frieden, acknowledged that mosquitoes spreading the virus in Miami are proving to be harder to wipe out than expected. He says the mosquitoes may be resistant to the insecticides that are being used. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. Call 1-800-936-5348.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump says he thinks the upcoming election will be rigged. Political analyst Robert Stein says that in his decades of following campaigns, he's never heard of such a thing from a presidential candidate.
I would even go so far as to say this is unprecedented for any candidate, almost any candidate.
Stein adds,
It was a typical Donald Trump, kind of off-the-cuff remark, first talking about Bernie Sanders, I guess, and how Bernie was denied the nomination in a manner that he suggested was rigged, and I guess it was an effort to reach out to the Bernie Sanders voters.
Trump told Fox News that recent rulings against voter ID laws in several states make him worry that people are, quote, going to vote 10 times. South Korea's military says North Korea has fired another ballistic missile into the sea. The missile was launched toward the waters off the northeast coast. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A group called the Satanic Temple says it is contacting elementary schools nationwide in an effort to launch after-school Satan clubs. Lucian Graves is co-founder of the Satanic Temple.
The After School Satan Club is a after-school club for elementary school students being hosted and put together by the Satanic Temple.
Graves says it hopes to counter the influence of Christian after-school clubs.
We are only interested in going into schools that already have the presence of evangelical groups, particularly the Good News Club.
And he says its members don't promote belief in a personal Satan.
There's no devil worship, and in fact, we don't worship the devil, and worship itself, we feel, is rather antithetical to the satanic philosophy.
Graves says so far no school districts have accepted or rejected the after-school Satan clubs. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 70 expected. Isolated showers with a high 88, a low 72 under mostly cloudy skies, and a 50% chance of showers Wednesday night. Thursday, cloudy, scattered showers, a 40% chance, high around 84, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report and great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories, afternoon Call Around Report, and Forest City Owls baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
Everybody minds their own business, but every now and again, I would say it happens once every 15 times I ride the subway, or every 20 times I ride the subway. Yeah. Suddenly somebody in a loud voice decides to do something.
Right.
And the most cringeworthy is when they're preaching about Jesus, because I happen to believe in Jesus, and I don't think it's very effective to communicate about him on the subway when people hate your guts and wish you'd shut up. But yesterday, a guy was doing a routine, like, you know, using the pole in the middle, and it was like some kind of an acrobatic. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I didn't have any change to give him.
Things can get very gymnastic in there with the poles and the hand bars.
Exactly.
And often the feet come about an inch of people's lives.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And this guy built solidarity with the people in the car by, demanding fist bumps.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, even if you hated him, you had
Yeah,
to give him
you
the
had
fist
to-
bump back, which suddenly sucks you in. Now you're part of it.
Right.
Because you gave him the fist bump back.
That means respect.
It means that's kind of like when a salesman comes to your door and they hand you a gift, like they hand you a pen before they, as in the days when they had salesmen who would come to your door, they'd hand you. They had all these techniques. So now you're into
I
it.
know.
You've taken his pen.
I know. And
Like,
the next thing you know, you're on a Mormon missionary.
there you go. Or somebody says to you, do you like luxury? Like, who's going to say no? So you go, yeah, and then they've got you, and then they suck you in. So the fist bump on the train. But we're not here to talk about that. Today I'm here to talk about a book by somebody I like to call Joel Pollack, and I think that's how we pronounce his name. We're going to have him on in just a moment. He's written a book called See No Evil, 19 Hard Truths the Left Can't Handle. Now, on this program, everybody knows I'm politically conservative, but I have many friends that are liberal, and I like to have a civil conversation about these things. And I think it's important for wherever you are on these issues to try to understand, is what you believe true, or is it just something you're angry about? And we need to understand that people we disagree with often have a good point, even if they may be getting the details wrong of how to deal with it. So I like to talk about these things now and again. So today, we're going to be talking with Joel Pollack about the new book, See No Evil, 19 Hard Truths the Left Can't Handle. He's a senior editor-at-large and in-house counsel at Breitbart News. Joel, welcome to the program.
Good to be with you.
Was that long-winded enough introduction? How do you pronounce your last name? That's the most important thing.
You got it right. Pollock is exactly right.
Pollack? Like the fish?
Yes, exactly.
Like Sydney?
Like Jackson.
Okay. So tell us, your book is titled See No Evil, 19 Hard Truths the Left Can't Handle. What prompted you to write this book?
Well, there's been an assault on free speech lately, and it's hit...
You listen, by the way, let me just interrupt and say you can't say that. Some people, they might be offended, and I just don't want to offend anybody. So if you don't mind, please don't
triggered all the
in your audience. Don't say that again. I know. I just broke out in a rash because I could feel the tension. All right, so you are quite right. There's been an assault on free speech. So go ahead.
And it's everywhere. It's on campus. It's in the media. And we see it in our election. I mean, we see it kind of most comically on the Democratic side, where they are forcing each other to play by their own rules. And it took a funny turn earlier in the primary when Black Lives Matter activists shouted down Martin O'Malley and other candidates. They remember they seized the microphone away from Bernie Sanders because they said things like "all lives matter" or "we're all equal." That you can't say anymore. So you can't actually have the default position of Martin Luther King or the Constitution that all men are created equal. I guess it's the Declaration of Independence, but you get the message.
Right.
So that's happening everywhere, and it's being used to shut down debate.
Right.
The reason the Black Lives Matter activists do it is because they don't want to have a debate. They know that their own ideas are ridiculous. I mean, look at what they demand. There was a platform that came out at Occidental College where the students took over the administration buildings for a while, and they specifically demanded that the university hire more physicians of color because, according to them, white doctors could not treat them adequately because they lacked empathy for racism-induced psychological...
Well, because the white doctors are melatonin deprived.
Right, or whatever it is, but it's just so transparently ridiculous that I think even people who support the goals of the Black Lives Matter movement as regards to police reform would probably be embarrassed to have to defend something.
But let me ask you what I find most ridiculous, and I'm speaking as a parent. The idea that the people running these institutions allow the students to get away with this, I actually blame them. It's kind of like if a 4-year-old punches you in the groin in public, it's really not the 4-year-old's fault. It's his parents' fault. If a dog bites you, the dog is not morally culpable. His owner is morally culpable. How is it possible that people in positions of power in school administrations allow the students to get away with this. They did the same thing in the 60s. I mean, at Columbia, at all these universities, the power structure, they let it happen. And it's fascinating because they have this kind of, it's kind of like the classic white guilt. They just feel like, well, we're old people, so we're sort of guilty, and they're young and pure, so we'll let them do their thing.
Well, there's something to that. I mean, leftism, both then and now, is a utopian idea. It's almost a religious idea. The belief in the state and its ability to solve all problems is in some ways a replacement for the church. I mean, you guys are talking about street preachers and, polls on subways. I mean, the left used to do things as well. You used to go on the street corner and there'd be some socialist with a newspaper or some kind of pamphlet. In fact, on many university campuses, you can still find those kinds of people. I always love the socialists.
They're the professors now.
Right. I always love the socialists selling the newspaper for 50 cents, and when you ask them why they don't give it away for free, they tell you they've got to pay the cost, it's funny to me. But anyway, they have just decided that the state is the new church. And they may not have done it in such an
right
fashion, but they're trying to fill that void. And the older generation thinks it's failed, and they look at their lives and they have failed, and they think that they have failed, not because the ideas are bad, but because they lack the personal commitment that these young people, these brave young people leading the way, are showing.
But that's exactly, you're exactly right. And the funny thing is that this is 50 years old. This is, in 1968, this was happening all across America. It's happening again. And the leaders of these institutions, again, are knuckling under to the demands of the quote-unquote, innocent young people. It's just bizarre. You really can't blame the young people because they're allowed to do this. I mean, I don't think I would allow my children to get away with this kind of stuff.
Right, and look at what happened in places like University of Missouri, where the president of the university simply resigned.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have leaders defending the things that make our society work anymore. You don't have Hillary Clinton defending the police. She goes out the day after the Dallas police murders and talks about white racism and systemic racism and white people need to listen. Almost as if justifying the murders. I mean, it's abhorrent. I saw the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, at the Democratic National Convention. And, we're a conservative website, and I run the California side of it, but we gave him a very nice interview. We were very pleasant to him because he's one of the only civic leaders and one of the few Democrats who's gone out there and just unequivocally supported the police. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Just said, hey.
That's interesting.
Police are there to help us. They're there to serve the community, and we're standing with the police. And no lectures about racism or, how we all need to think about this, because if you think about who the police are protecting, especially in a big city like Los Angeles, most of the people they're protecting are minorities. So,
there's no doubt. I want to hold on right there because we're going to go to a break. Folks, I'm talking to Joel Pollack. The book is See No Evil, 19 Hard Truths the Left Can't Handle. We will be right back to talk about that book. In the meantime, we've got some new bumper music that I'd like to share with you, man.
Cross the highways of fantasy. Help me to forget today's pain. Ooh, dream weaver, I believe you can get me.
How would you like to get 500 business cards for $9.99? Well, you can't. Unless you use the code ERIC at checkout. Vistaprint is a new sponsor on this show, and if you want 500 business cards for $9.99, that's 50% off their regular site pricing. You have to use ERIC at the checkout. It's Vistaprint.com. The Vistaprint is easy to use, user-friendly. You design it. You customize the text, colors, backgrounds. They've got thousands of industry-specific templates that you can use. You can upload your logo to one of their designs. For an even higher quality card, you can upgrade to a thicker stock or add a brilliant finish like metallic, spot gloss, raised print. Sounds good to me. They offer tons of custom products for home and office needs. Vistaprint.com is the website. They're a new sponsor. I ask you to support the sponsors on the show. They make this show sponsible. Check out the website, Vistaprint.com. Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Ever notice that the last 3 letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online, we can use free Wi-Fi, and we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who will work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-485-7178. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-485-7178. 800-485-7178.
I believe you can get me through the night. Ooh, Dreamweaver, I believe we can reach the morning light.
Folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. That is Dreamweaver. But I remember in the jukeboxes when because I had a job as a busboy when I was 15 when this was out, and I remember the jukeboxes in the diner where I worked, it always said Dreamweaver, parentheses, Trailweaver. Like, just to make it clear, because some people thought, is it Dreamweaver or Trailweaver? It's kind of both, so it's Dreamweaver, parentheses, Trailweaver. Okay, back to something ever so slightly more important. Life in America today. We're talking right now to Joel Pollack, who has written a new book, See No Evil, 19 Hard Truths the Left Can't Handle. Joel, once again, welcome to the program.
Thanks. I'm still stuck on Dreamweaver.
It's hard to get unstuck. It's hard to get unstuck. It's that good.
I can't hear it without thinking about Dana Carvey in Wayne's World.
Oh, well.
Looking at that girl.
And of course, facing out. That is the latter take on it. I mean, it's kind of funny, like we're already so far past it, but I just think, it's dreamy. Well, I want to ask you more about your book. Obviously, I agree with what you're saying, and I've seen this, but the question, of course, is what can we do? I think a lot of people listening to this program are persuaded that things have come to a ridiculous pass when you just can't have a normal conversation. I was actually talking to a friend last night who is a correspondent for one of the major news networks. And she was telling me that at the DNC, inside the convention center in Philly, they had put on the women's bathrooms, they had taken off the sign that said women, and it said something like transgender or any gender or something like that. And I thought, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my time, but that is really like the whole world has gone nuts when somebody feels like they're being morally superior by making this important change and putting this, it's gotten to that level. So I think your average American, whether they are liberal or conservative, sees that things have gone around the bend. I really think most Americans get that. You don't have to be conservative to get that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, look, my personal problem with the sign had less to do with gender and more to do with geographic discrimination. Why should we have to pee in a particular place? I mean, I think that, the center of the media tent is as good a place as the bathroom. At least that's what I tried to explain to security as they threw me out of there. But,
You're not kidding. You were there. I keep forgetting you were there.
Oh, yeah. I was there. Well, I was there, until... but let's talk
until
about
what? Until Twitter? Until you got banned from Twitter? What happened?
Yeah, no. Until I was confronted actually by a group of Bernie Sanders protesters who walked out.
They were not protesting Bernie Sanders.
No, they weren't. They were Bernie Sanders delegates. They walked out of the convention because they were upset with the DNC revelations, how the Democratic National Committee colluded with the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Okay, but wouldn't we agree with them on this? I mean, I have to say, I've never been a fan of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. It does seem like the system is rigged, to quote one of the other contenders. And when you hear about this, you can imagine that the Sanders supporters would be furious. I mean, that's someplace where I would have to agree with them. It just seems creepy that this happened.
Well, what's happening is they're starting to agree with us. I mean, they have had this experience now of being shut down the way that they and others on the left have shut us down. And so there's an opportunity, you talk about reaching people across the aisle and having these conversations. There's an opportunity to say to people on the left, hey, look at the way this party is run. I mean, you don't have to like Donald Trump, but Reince Priebus let Donald Trump win fair and square. On the other side, you've got collusion with the Hillary Clinton campaign. They were planting questions at Bernie Sanders town halls. They were doing all this stuff. You've got to see that there's some commonality here. When he says the system is rigged, he's got a point.
Yeah.
And, even Hillary Clinton sort of admits that, although her solution is ridiculous. But, she wants to rewrite the First Amendment to overturn Citizens United, which is just, nonsense. I don't think there's an amendment in the Bill of Rights she likes, actually. She doesn't like the Second Amendment. Pretty soon, she'll revoke the Third Amendment, and then we'll have soldiers living in our garages. But
not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, not at all.
But so tell me though. So we got off on this. So you were confronted by Bernie Sanders supporters at the DNC convention last week. So what happened?
Well, they were really, really upset, and it was like an Occupy meeting. They basically occupied the media tent, and there were several hundred of them. The police kept more of them out, and there were these opportunities that sprung up for dialogue, I guess, between them and Breitbart news reporters, and normally they don't talk to Breitbart. They think we're the devil. But there was some commonality there because Breitbart News has a brand which is basically anti-establishment. I mean, you can understand pretty much everything we do and write about if you understand that. And the Sanders people are up against an establishment that is out to crush them. And they were upset with the media coverage from CNN and Fox and even MSNBC, which was late to the party. And they felt like they were getting shut out, and they were. And so there's an opportunity to say to them, hey, this is how the media works. And this is what I talk about in my book, that this is the kind of bias that's there. And it shouldn't just be of concern to conservatives, because when you abuse freedom in this way, when you crush freedom in this way, everybody suffers. It's not just Republicans. Right. And unfortunately, we don't have that awareness yet, but it's starting to show. And, we may get a chance, unfortunately, to test that in a Clinton administration where you start to see people on the left realizing just what we've been in for. In a Trump administration, I take Trump to account a little bit in my book as well and say, look, the only way to fight back and to establish common ground is to make truth important in public dialogue. And we have two candidates who like to, shall we say, stretch things a bit when it comes to describing reality.
Yeah.
And, and we need to get back to at least trying to be accurate, not just saying things enough times so that you think people believe them,
right? But
actually trying to reflect reality when we talk to each other about important issues.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate when he does that, I have to say. Well, so do you think that the crazy? I guess you're saying that the craziness on the left, on the far left, is pushing most Americans toward Trump because of frustration. I think Trump shoots himself in the foot so much that it's very dismaying to those of us.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see. It's still a little early to tell. I will say this: the left may be deciding that Trump is its only option, the far left, because just yesterday, Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, who a lot of the Sanders people I spoke to said they were going to support instead of Hillary Clinton, she nominated this guy, Amaju Baraka, who's really not that well known outside of, I guess, Washington, D.C. left-wing policy circles, but she nominated this guy. He has spent the entire primary election bashing Bernie Sanders. He basically said Sanders is a pseudo-opposition. He said that Sanders has less regard for lives in the third world.
Okay, Joel, so you're saying that Jill Stein has nominated somebody to be her vice president as if, I mean, is that what we're talking about? That this is the Green Party now? That they're actually running for president?
Yeah.
Okay, and she nominated somebody who is basically to the left of Bernie Sanders.
Right. He has spent the campaign bashing Sanders. And
right. But he's to the left of Sanders. It sounds like he's saying Sanders doesn't care about the people in the third world.
Right. He's to the left of Sanders. He is really on his own planet. It's almost like Jeremiah Wright ran for office.
Wow.
So the Sanders people are looking at that and thinking, well, maybe Trump's the only option. I don't think they're going to go for Gary Johnson, who's libertarian. And they might just want some way to stick it to the Democratic Party. I think that's relatively few people in the Sanders camp. But
like Ralph Nader. I mean, that's
right.
Yeah.
Right, but they're starting to think, well, 4 years after Trump, we'll have a better shot at winning with a left-wing candidate, and Hillary is someone they don't have confidence in. I mean, the people who are thinking about doing this have decided long ago that Hillary Clinton is not their candidate, and she would, in fact, be a step backward for them because she would pretend to be left, but would really just sort of go along with Washington, Wall Street, and so on.
It's interesting to me that she picked Tim Kaine, I have to say, because that is the opposite of what everyone thought. I mean, if anything, he's perceived as more conservative than she is or less liberal than she is. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, he just seems so ineffective. I mean, whenever I see her alone on the stage or in media interviews, she's so slick, even when she's lying, that I think to myself, wow, she's going to win. And then when I see her with Tim Kaine, I think, wow, she's going to lose. Because that's her first governing decision, right? It's the first thing they do. And she picked a guy who basically is not a leader. I mean, he stands up there and kind of recites his speech and, okay, does a Donald Trump impersonation, okay. There's nothing to him. I mean, he's got these scandals that come from Virginia and all this stuff. But that's not as important as the impression he makes on people, and the impression is really diminutive. You contrast that with Mike Pence. I mean, Pence was so good this week in dealing with the con issue when he was asked about it in a town hall. I mean, Pence projects strength. He's not the most interesting or flamboyant guy, but he really is solid.
Right, so, but he's Elvis Presley compared to Tim Kaine.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, we've got some more bumper music here. Folks, that's the Eric Metaxas Show. We're talking to the author of See No Evil, Joel Pollack. We'll be right back.
And I become confused. My thoughts are tranquility cruise when I'm sitting next to you. Electricity starts to flow, and my indicator starts to glow. Woo!
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Donald Trump is reacting to comments by President Obama saying that Trump is unfit to lead the country. Trump accusing Mr. Obama of failed leadership. The chief executive of the Democratic National Committee has resigned in the wake of an email hack that embarrassed the party on the eve of its convention in Philadelphia. President Obama says a new U.S. bombing operation in Libya is needed to drive out ISIS and restore stability in the troubled North African country. New York City Police Commissioner William Bratton says he's leaving the post with great reluctance in September to accept an undisclosed offer in the private sector. On Wall Street, stocks in the red. The Dow down about 112 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index is off 52, and the S&P 16 points lower. More details at srnnews.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a SelectQuote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Once upon a time, a girl named Goldilocks was searching for the perfect mattress. One was too hard. Ouch. One was too soft. Ugh. But one was just right. Then, when she tried to sleep, it squeaked, it rattled, it moved. It was the old metal bed frame, and it was unbearable.
It's time to get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Why would you spend thousands of dollars on a quality mattress and then put it on an ugly, noisy metal frame that you have to hide with a dust ruffle? Get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. It will eliminate noise, motion transfer, and protect your mattress from sagging. Knickerbocker foundations are made in the USA and come with a limited lifetime warranty. They're available in 5 colors, look beautiful, and require no tools for assembly. It's time for a better bed frame from Knickerbocker.
Finally, Goldilocks got smart and got a Knickerbocker Embrace bed frame, and it was just right.
Visit your local furniture or mattress store and ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker.
Wow. The question is, what is your groove thing? That really is the question. That's Clintonian sophistry. Asking a question depends on the meaning of groove thing. But folks, before we get back to our conversation with Joel Pollack about politics, I want to remind you that one of our new sponsors is Relief Factor, that their website is relieffactor.com. The basic thesis, ladies and gentlemen, is that tons of Americans suffer from chronic pain of one kind or another and have difficulty dealing with it, but they deal with it with various, whatever, there's all kinds of pills you can take, there's aisles filled with solutions, many of which are either ineffective or inconvenient, or some of which work but are not great for taking long term, like, whether it's Advil or something like that. It's perfectly harmless for a short time, but if you take it every single day over months and years, doctors will tell you that's not a great idea. So Relief Factor is all natural. There are 4 all natural ingredients. You can take them as much as you want. And by the way, according to the testimonials at the website for relieffactor.com, people, including people I know, have had their lives changed by this because this stuff actually works. So check out relieffactor.com right now. If you go there, they have for $19.95, you get a quick start package, which basically it's enough to let you know for $19.95 whether this is going to work for you. So go to relieffactor.com, and I am taking it. Okay, we're going to get back to our conversation now with Joel Pollack about See No Evil, 19 Hard Truths the Left Can't Handle. Joel, when did the book come out?
It came out last Monday in July, so it's fairly new.
So it's brand new. It's brand new. So what are some, you say 19 hard truths. What are some of the specific hard truths that you say the left cannot handle?
We've discussed one of them already, which is the media bias. The left does not want to admit that the media are biased because then they have to admit that they get a helping hand in winning somebody's arguments in political fights.
Right.
There are several others, though, and more specifically, you can talk about the nature of radical Islam and its connection to terror. That's one that people are determined on the left to ignore or deny. You can talk about climate change, where the left has a case to make about a changing climate, but they refuse to admit any possible contrary evidence. And that's not scientific. That's just kind of a religious argument at that stage. So there are lots of examples like that where the left either tries to short-circuit debate or just to quash ideas it doesn't want to admit.
Well, listen, in the old days, we used to call this fascism, and I still live in the old days, so I call this fascism. When you try to shut down debate, it proves you're afraid of debate, you're afraid of the facts, and you also have a moral view that says it's okay to do that, right? In other words, it's basically like might makes right, whether you want to see it as Nietzschean Ubermensch politics or what, that you say, I've got the bigger gun, I win, I'm going to shut you up, I don't care about truth. So ultimately, all these conversations for me, you're really talking about, do we believe in objective truth or don't we? Or do we believe in a higher power or God? Because if you really think it's okay to shut people down, clearly you don't.
Right, and that's another one of the truths I talk about. The main truth is that the left believes in truth, which isn't true. The left says that they're tolerant, they believe in facts and science, but really they don't. I mean, when you admit a contrary fact into the discussion, then they run around with their hair on fire. They don't want to have a debate on a level playing field. I shouldn't say everybody, and in fact, in my book, I do single out a few people on the left who are willing to have that debate, who believe enough in their own ideas that they're perfectly capable of having a discussion. Kirsten Powers is one. She's spoken out against the suppression of free speech on campus.
Yeah, she wrote a book on a very similar subject. We had her on. She's a friend, and I have to say I admire her willingness to do that, because she takes hard hits from the left when she does that. She takes positions that are pretty brave.
One of the things that kind of person has in common with conservatives, and a sort of consistent theme among those kinds of liberals, is they believe in something. Kirsten is an evangelical Christian. Ellen Dershowitz, who blurred my book, has a very strong belief, for example, in the state of Israel. Other liberals I talk about, like Jonathan Turley, who took on the Obama administration over some of its unconstitutional recess appointments and things like that, he believes in the Constitution. All these people have something that really brings their lives together that they don't want to see threatened. The moment you have something to defend, you kind of become a conservative. I mean, that to me is the essence of conservatism, is having something to lose. And the left has a lot to lose that it doesn't realize, but they take a lot of these freedoms for granted, and therefore they throw them away. And they throw them away in the service of individuals like Obama, or causes like Obamacare, or whatever, world peace, you name it, that don't really hold up for very long, and that are fallible and flawed and basically destined to fail. And because they throw away those principles, they hurt conservatives, but they also hurt themselves. And my hope in this book is to try to restore that level playing field so we can get back to having a real democratic, open, tolerant, liberal in the classical sense dialogue again.
Right. Well, when you say liberal in the classical sense, I know what you mean, but can you say more about that? Because I think sometimes people throw that out there and we don't know what that means. What does that mean, liberal in the classical sense?
So liberal in the classical sense means basically free and focused on the individual. I mean, many of the thinkers who form the basis of American constitutionalism, like John Locke, I mean, those are liberal thinkers. They believe in the sanctity of the individual and the importance of choice, whereas traditionally conservative thinkers, like John Filmer, believed in patriarchal authority and the divine right of kings. That was old-style conservatism. Really, what we call conservative in America today is classical liberalism, is an attachment to individual freedom, because what conservatives in America wish to conserve is American liberal democracy. What liberals in America want to do is anything but liberal. They want to increase the power of the state.
Right.
The only difference between them and the sort of old school conservatives is they don't believe in a monarch. If you told them that what they're basically doing is arguing for tyranny, they would say, well, where's the tyrant? But if you read into Alexis de Tocqueville or into the other great observers of American politics, the tyrant is us.
Yeah, my new book is all about this, so I'm giving you a hearty amen from this side of the microphone. It is amazing how clear it is when you read Tocqueville. We're going to be right back, folks, talking to Joel Pollack about See No Evil. This is the Eric Metaxas Show.
These things that are pleasing you can hurt you somehow. Don't you draw the queen of diamonds, boy,
If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business, if you have a bank levy or wage garnishment or have years of unfiled tax returns, you do not want to fight this fight alone. You need experts. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They can help. Rapid Resolution Tax Group is the only tax resolution company I recommend to my listeners. I have checked them out. They're A+ rated and accredited with the Better Business Bureau, and they're the best at what they do. Get the experts at Rapid Resolution Tax Group on your side. They are tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who are not intimidated by the IRS. They know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you, and they know your rights. Call them now at 800-209-9922. That's 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group, 800-209-9922. Again, 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group.
Hi everybody, Michael W. Smith here. It is such an honor to be back in the land of Israel. This is my 4th trip to the land where my Lord lived, died, and rose again. I was very fortunate to shoot a music video here. We filmed at Masada, Galilee, the Garden Tomb, and many other places that you'll recognize when you see the video. It's been life-changing for me, to say the least. It's like taking a walk through the pages of the Bible. If you haven't toured Israel, I beckon you to come. It will change your life. God bless you all. Shalom.
Say goodbye to thieves. Say hello to CudaCam by Barracuda Networks, the leader in cloud security and storage solutions. CudaCam is a complete cloud-hosted video surveillance solution that captures high-quality footage when motion is detected. Just plug in one or more CudaCam cameras with no network or camera configuration. Video evidence is automatically encrypted and stored in the Barracuda cloud for secure access from any web browser or mobile device. Visit CudaCam.com to learn why CudaCam is so easy on your wallet, yet so hard to avoid.
You know you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing? Like getting a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Hi, I'm Missy Tannen. Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bollandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
Go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code CALM. That's 20% off right now at bollandbranch.com. Promo code CALM, spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code CALM.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? You've been out riding fences for so long now.
Hey folks, it's the Eric from Texas Show, talking to Joel Pollack about his new book, See No Evil. Joel, just as we went into the break there, we were talking about, it seems like we're, when you talk about classical liberalism and somebody who really believes in the rights of the individual, are there people who can talk about that and push God out of the picture? In other words, how do you get that without talking about some kind of God? That's really, in other words, I would suggest that you can't. But are there people that you would say that do, or do they just somehow assert that?
That you can talk about it without talking about God? Well, you can get through all these issues without talking about God. Look,
you're talking about the nature of reality. So when you're saying that the liberals are just, they're saying something, but they're not defending anything, they would say they're defending something. They've got some ideal they're defending. But we would say it's not defensible, ultimately, that it falls in on itself. But, in other words, if you believe in the Constitution or you believe in the state of Israel, as Dershowitz does, or something like that, these things seem arbitrary. At some point, don't you have to go backwards, to the prime mover? Don't you have to say that God gives us our individual rights? Otherwise, you're simply asserting it.
Well, I think it helps to do that. But I do think that you can fill in most of that without God. What the liberals do is they can't look within and ask that question. I mean, I think you can be an atheist and just on the basis of principles assert the dignity of the individual, and you can say our rights come from nature. They don't necessarily have to come from God. I mean,
I know, but that sounds so arbitrary.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the point is that you can get a fool can believe 1 + 1 = 2. You know, it doesn't. You don't have to be consistent everywhere, right? But I'm just saying that when I hear us talking about this idea of, you know, the rights of the individual, and you say they can come from nature, that sounds like sophistry, right? And I'm not saying this to make fun of people who believe that, but I'm just saying it seems meaningless. It seems like a naked assertion that they somehow know it's true, but they don't know why it's true, but they know it's true.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I think if you looked at human experience and human history, and you wanted to come up with a system that was the most just and the fairest and the happiest, you would come up with something like what we have just on the basis of experience. You would say, let's give individuals the power to choose their own lives. Let's give individuals self-ownership and so forth. And that comes from God fundamentally. I mean, the Bible says we're all made in the image of God. So you get to that shortcut, you know, without centuries of misery if you just jump to that principle. But suppose you don't have that principle. I think I have enough faith in human beings, I guess I'm a humanist in that sense, to believe that we would have come up with a system anyway, maybe through more suffering. Whether we can hold on to that system is a different question. I think faced with the threat of radical Islam, which has a very strong belief in a concept of God that overrides the humanism of everything. I mean, they can't even tolerate, you know, statues left over by a civilization thousands of years old. You know, they have to destroy everything. Mesopotamia, the Hindu statues in Afghanistan. I mean, they're completely radical, and they use theology as a motivation. If you don't have theology somewhere in your quiver, if you don't have a way to fight back and say, no, this is our faith, you may lose to that because you need some way to motivate yourself and the people around you to fight. And I think if we understand that our liberty comes from God, it is easier or at least better. Look, and historically it does. I mean, you can't have the American Constitution without Christianity as it developed in the United States. That's not to say that it's the only faith.
Oh no! Listen, believe me, I want to send you a copy of my book because I always knew this, but I discovered it anew when I wrote my new book. If you can keep it, because I said this is so obvious when you look at, you know, where we got what we have. There's no question. I mean, all of the founders talk about virtue and faith, and then Tocqueville 50 years later sees it. It's just clear that the whole system will not work. People can't govern themselves unless they're motivated by something larger than pure self-interest. They have to want to do the right thing, whatever that right thing is, and that has to come from somewhere. And that, you know, all the founders said, yeah, it will not work unless you have that in the equation. So that's not. So when you talk about having faith in people, you know, that's not precisely what the founders said. In other words, they had faith in certain kinds of people. They had faith in people who believed in the idea of virtue, even if it's in a pagan sense of classical Roman virtue, you know, Cincinnatus and his plow. The point is that you have to have people who believe in that in some larger order, which I think is what you're saying when you talk about Dershowitz or you talk about anybody, that they have to believe in something larger than themselves. But I guess I would say that I think liberals would argue that they do as well.
Well, I don't think that they spend much time thinking about it. What holds liberalism, as in left-wing liberalism, together politically is hatred of the right and a kind of caricature of conservatism. And this is basically the function of my book, is to say it's just a caricature. They can't defend their own ideas. They barely can articulate their own ideas, so they spend all their time attacking ours.
Yeah.
And one of the ideas I take on, one of the 19 hard truths the left can't handle in my book, is precisely what we've been talking about, the Christianity in America, that this is basically a Christian nation. I mean, if you look at the historic record, it's undeniable. And the Protestant tradition that brought pilgrims to these shores has so much to do with what we understand as liberty today. It took the founding fathers, these great geniuses, it took their efforts to meld that together with, you know, Greco-Roman philosophy, and so forth. But it really lies in the dignity of the individual, which is a Christian idea. I mean, it exists in Judaism, but the ideal Jewish republic, if you look in the Jewish sources, is really a monarchy.
Yeah.
I mean, Jewish prayer every day. I prayed this morning. Every day, Jewish prayers have a prayer for the restoration of the monarchy and the messianic time in Jerusalem. The restoration of the line of David. And the Christian idea on that is that Jesus is from that line, and he's created a new kingdom in heaven. So in a sense, Christianity continues that argument and generalizes it and says, look, especially Protestant Christianity.
You know what? We're out of time. Forgive me, Joel. This has been wonderful. The book is See No Evil. Joel Pollack is the author. See No Evil. Get a copy. Joel, thank you for being with us on the show.
Thank you for having me.
This is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump continues hammering away at his Democratic opponent, telling a rally in Virginia that Hillary Clinton lacks the integrity and the character to hold the highest office in the land.
She's a crook, and she lies more than any human being I've ever seen. And she's got no gravitas. And by the way, she's got a bad temperament. She's got a temperament of a loser.
President Obama says even some Republican Party leaders are shocked at some of what Trump has said.
This isn't a situation where you have an episodic gaffe. This is daily and weekly, where they are distancing themselves from statements he's making.
Trump, in return, is accusing Mr. Obama of failed leadership. The Dow down 105 points, and this is SRN News.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
It's the Eric Metaxas Show, and that's true, it is easy to fall in love but it's tough to stay in love. That's kind of the challenge. Okay, I don't want to forget in this hour, sitting here with Chris Himes in the studio, that we have an emergency that we're talking about every hour, and I don't want to forget to talk about it this hour. Food for the Poor is a charity that we are very involved with here at Salem. This program and the other Salem radio programs, Hugh Hewitt, Michael Medved, Dennis Prager, Mike Gallagher, on and on, Larry Elder. Right now, there's an emergency is the only way to put it in Haiti, and we are asking you, our listeners, for your help in a life-saving endeavor. The bottom line is there's been a drought in Haiti. We haven't heard much of this in the news, at least I have not, but it's really, really been terrible, and it has caused massive food shortages. 1.5 million people are now starving. Many of them are obviously children. Children are going several days in a row without eating. This is really, really serious. And so someone has arranged for lots and lots of food, but we have to pay for shipping. And so that's where you come in. Right now, if you dial 844-863-4673 and give some donation, you can help dramatically. In fact, Food for the Poor tells us that if you give a one-time gift of $60, that will give 1,000 of these urgently needed meals. So just for $60, you can change a lot of lives. We've got, people, the head of Food for the Poor is Todd Chapman. He's been on this program, and they're telling us this is a real emergency, and they're asking us to step it up and to ask you, our listeners, to help. So please do that. The number, it's a toll-free number. It is 844-863-4673. Again, it is 844-863-4673. And that's Food for the Poor. $60 will provide 1,000 meals. Thank you from all of us here on the Eric Metaxas Show. And also want to, before this hour is done, to remind you, if you have not yet seen the Dinesh D'Souza movie, Hillary's America, you've got to see it. You've got to take your friends to see it. If you're thinking about this election and the future of this country, and some people are saying, I'm not going to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to see the movie, because I think if you see the movie, you'll be convinced that maybe voting is something you have to do. At least that's what I think will happen, because there is so much information in the movie that you're never going to see on TV or wherever you get your news from. It's really staggering facts about Hillary Clinton that I myself didn't know about her ties with Saul Alinsky. It's just it's disturbing, but it's true, and we've got to face the truth. It's really serious. Americans have to step up and face what we've got to face here. So anyway, thanks for listening. That's this hour. In our next hour, we will be taking your calls. 1-800-973-1684. That's in the 3 o'clock hour. 1-800-973-1684. Write it down. 1-800-973-1684. We'd love to talk to you. We haven't done that in a while. Thank you for listening.
Just alright. I don't care what they may say. I don't care what they may do. I don't care what they may say. Jesus is just alright.
Let the WCAB marketing team go to work for your business. It works. Call Tracy or Jim at 287-3356.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. In a searing announcement, President Obama castigated Donald Trump as woefully unprepared to serve in the White House.
I think the Republican nominee is unfit to serve as president. I said so last week, and he keeps on proving it.
He challenged Republicans to withdraw their support for their party's nominee. Trump responded by calling Mr. Obama one of the country's worst presidents ever. At a campaign rally in Ashburn, Virginia, Trump says Bernie Sanders made a terrible mistake endorsing Hillary Clinton.
He made a deal with the devil, and he made a bad deal. And then she picks a vice president that's the exact opposite of everything Bernie represents.
A San Diego judge who has been a target of Donald Trump's repeated criticism has blocked the release of videos of the Republican presidential nominee testifying in a lawsuit about the now-defunct Trump University.
U.S. District Judge Gonzalo Curiel, in a ruling Tuesday, denied the request from news organizations that wanted full transcripts and video of Trump's recent depositions. Curiel says that while there was legitimate public interest in viewing Trump's demeanor in the footage, there was greater potential for harm because of the media scrutiny it was expected to generate. Trump's attorney said the video would be used to tarnish the campaign. Curiel came under attack by Trump in May after he permitted the release of unrelated documents in the class action lawsuit. Keith Peters reporting.
Forecasters say Tropical Storm Earl is expected to reach the coast of Honduras overnight. Robbie Berg of the National Hurricane Center says Earl is the same weather system that has already caused at least 6 deaths in the Dominican Republic.
Many of the deaths in places like Dominican Republic are especially due to heavy rainfall. In fact, we do think that could be a problem. We're expecting about 8 to 12 inches of rain over portions of Belize, Honduras, Guatemala, and the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico.
All 3 of those countries issued tropical storm warnings. More on these stories at townhall.com.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
You'll be able to unlock Samsung's new phone by just looking at it.
The Galaxy Note 7 will come with an iris scanner, which matches patterns in your eyes with what was detected by your phone during the setup. It offers an alternative to fingerprint ID, which doesn't work well when fingers are wet. And of course, the 4-digit passcode will still work as well. A Samsung VP says, "We challenged our engineers to design a security system that's convenient and safe at the same time."
Correspondent Rich Thomason says the Note 7 will be available in the U.S. starting August 19th. Californians conserved less water in June, state officials said Tuesday, in releasing results from the first month that statewide drought restrictions were eased after a winter of heavier precipitation in the northern half of the state, which supplies most of the water. Statewide consumption was down 21.5% in June, a drop of 6 percentage points from a year earlier. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Democrats are leading the effort to reverse the United States' status as the only industrialized nation without any standard for paid time off for new parents.
The Democrats say they'll try to secure up to 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave to care for a new child, while the Republican platform makes no specific reference to paid family leave. The GOP in 2015 did call for establishing what they called a flexible credit hour program, one in which workers could exchange overtime hours worked for future leave time. A poll conducted this spring by the Associated Press Nork Center for Public Affairs Research found that 72% of Americans 40 and older support the benefit. Bob Agnew reporting.
5 people are dead and at least 5 others are in the hospital after a bus crash in California. The Merced County Sheriff says several of the injured passengers lost limbs. He says the bus hit the pole of a highway sign head-on early Tuesday near Livingston, and it shred through the vehicle. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 70 expected. Isolated showers with a high 88, a low 72 under mostly cloudy skies, and a 50% chance of showers Wednesday night. Thursday, cloudy, scattered showers, a 40% chance, high around 84, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report and great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with Yesterday's Memories, Afternoon Call Around Report, and Forest City Owls baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
You're Chris Himes.
Hello.
This hour
Yes,
we're taking listener calls.
Hello.
Did you know that?
I did. I've been sending out
but you're not on, most of our listeners are not on Twitter. They have actual lives, children, jobs. The number is 1-800-973-1684. If you want to call this program to register a complaint, something Chris has done that offended you,
Why don't you kick it off, Eric? We can.
Yeah. What is it? Anything. Chris, as we all know, Chris has incontinence issues, and he was in the can for had to be 45 minutes. Very embarrassing.
That is not true.
Very embarrassing.
That is not
and
true.
It's
ephemera. This medium is ephemera. It's already gone. You can't take it back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, but the phone number is 1-800-973-1684. That is true. 1-800-973-1684. We're taking your calls this hour. So if you have a complaint, something you read in my book that you think I made up, perhaps a Bonhoeffer quote that you think I made up, a spurious non-fact that I put out into the universe. Perhaps I've praised someone you think is a fraud. Perhaps I've offended you. I've probably done all these things, and let me say I'm sorry, but which I actually am if I have. But
you remember the Seinfeld with Festivus, I believe.
Yeah, that's my least favorite, but go ahead.
Well, there was an airing of grievances,
right,
which is applicable.
Actually, yeah. Airing of grievances. The airing of grievances.
Not a bad idea, right?
I have a lot of problems with you people. I don't remember that. What's that? Which part is that? Okay, so folks, if you want to call 1-800-973-1684, if you'd like to comment on a previous show, if you'd like to comment, this is rare, but if you'd like to comment on a future show, something that offended you that hasn't been said yet, something like that. Perhaps you'd like to comment on my conversation with Albin Sadar that last week about the "Don't You Believe It" stuff. I know there's so many people that miss different programs, and I want to say, while we're waiting for you to call in, that you should never do that, ever. Right?
Well, I'd like to kick it off. I used to respect you, and now I disrespect you.
You disrespect me? Yeah,
that's the opposite of respect.
You heard that I was telling people that they should vote for Trump.
Yeah.
And you read my Bonhoeffer book, and you're thinking this can't be the same guy.
Right.
Doesn't he understand that Trump is Adolf Hitler's son? Does he not? Is that not clear? Actually, folks, I don't want to forget to say this because we're yakking here and joking, but this program and all of the Salem radio hosts, you know some of them, Hugh Hewitt, Dennis Prager, Larry Elder, Mike Gallagher, Michael Medved, we're doing something with Food for the Poor. There's an emergency situation in Haiti right now. I have not heard about this on the news, but our folks on the ground with Food for the Poor in Haiti say that there has been a tremendous drought and that the result has been a massive food crisis. 1.5 million people are now starving. I mean, we cannot comprehend what it is for one person to starve. We cannot comprehend. In this day and age, we cannot comprehend it. But that's what's happening in Haiti right now. And so children are going many days in a row without eating. Malnutrition is rising among kids. This is horrifying. And so we know that Food for the Poor is extremely reputable. Most of every dollar goes right to what it is they're doing. And by most, I mean 97%. So the number to call, and I hope you will do this, is 844-863-4673. 844. It's a toll-free number, 844-863-4673. We're told that $60 will provide 1,000 urgently needed meals. The food has been acquired and paid for, but they cannot ship it. They need money to ship it. So if you would please call 844-863-4673. I'm grateful to you for hearing us out on that, 844-863-4673. Well, we want to take your calls. Again, the number is 1-800-973-1684. Our first caller is Janice from Cleveland, Ohio. Janice, welcome to the Eric Metaxas Show.
Hi. I just read a fair portion of Hillary's America.
The book by Dinesh D'Souza.
Not all of it, but a lot of it, the parts that I got into really good. And what I'm questioning, the first thing I told my friend about it, she's been Democrat, And she said, because she watches all the CNN and all the things that are biased towards the other side, and nothing has been said about Hillary's America. And she says she's, in doubt about whether it even is true or if it exists.
Right.
And I'm wondering why you're not hearing it. No one is hearing, it seems to me, anything about it in the media.
Yeah, well, it's so funny in a way because we all know this is true. It's like living in a crazy world where we all know that the media is biased, and so we've done a terrible thing. We have basically accepted it. I think that most Americans say, well, that's the way it is. Most people in the media have a liberal bias or a bias that's more secular, and it is extremely true. It's not something that's, well, it's sort of, there's some truth to it. It's tremendously true. I mean, I have seen it happen with my own books or things. You don't get the same coverage if you're perceived as being conservative or overtly Christian in some way. And this movie, which Dinesh D'Souza has made called Hillary's America, is a classic example. It's as if it doesn't exist. You just don't, it's not being reviewed, or it's very interesting. So there's not much to say except this is typical. And when you're in an election season, you see this, dramatically underscored. I told people on this program over and over and over that they ought to go see it, especially a lot of people who think that they're not going to vote. They say, I'm not going to vote. I don't like Trump. I don't like anybody. I'm not going to vote. I think, well, I would go see Hillary's America before you decide not to vote. So have you seen the movie?
I haven't seen that.
But you've got the book.
Yeah, I got the book.
How do you hear about the book?
Well, I heard about it on your show.
Oh,
I went
come
to the
on.
library, and I was the first one to get it in.
You heard about it on my show, so you're telling me I am doing some good, Janice.
Oh, I listen to that stuff all the time. I just wish that it were repeated more in other parts of the media.
Now, how did you hear about my show? I'm always curious.
Because I've been a faithful WHK in Cleveland listener for almost 20 years.
Wow, when am I on in Cleveland? I don't remember. I was just there, and people were...
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And then on the weekends, they're throwing you in because they don't seem to be able to book spaces on the weekends in the middle of the night.
Oh.
So I've been hearing it a lot, like between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning then.
What the heck are you doing up, Janice, at 1 and 4 o'clock in the morning? You don't sleep real good?
I'm terrorized by the government.
Oh, my gosh.
From the other side, so...
Now listen,
good. Problems in that.
Let me straighten you out, Janice. Jesus is Lord. You don't have to believe that. It's just true, okay?
I know it.
And he commands us to give him our troubles, give him our problems. Now, why would he command us that? Because he loves us. It's just like when you tell your kids, stop worrying about that. That's my problem. I'll take care of it. Because when you see your kids fretting, it upsets you. So our Heavenly Father says to us, and this is to anybody who's all worried about stuff, and believe me, I'm guilty, so I'm preaching to myself right now. Trust me on this, that we have to know that God says, give me your problems. I'm on the throne. And I say this because I'm sure just about everybody listening, if it's true of me, it's probably true of you. Just about everybody listening knows that we've all got problems. So we've got to give them to God. So tonight, Janice, do me a favor and pray and say, Lord, help me to sleep. Help me not to think about these things. I know you love me, and I know you're in charge of the world. Would you do that?
I do that.
All right. Well, God bless you, Janice. We've got to go. We've got to hold you over. Hang on.
Oh, you did not want me to. That won't stop my loving you. I can't stay away.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-4 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business, if you have a bank levy or wage garnishment or have years of unfiled tax returns, you do not want to fight this fight alone. You need experts. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They can help. Rapid Resolution Tax Group is the only tax resolution company I recommend to my listeners. I have checked them out. They're A+ rated and accredited with the Better Business Bureau, and they're the best at what they do. Get the experts at Rapid Resolution Tax Group on your side. They are tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who are not intimidated by the IRS. They know how to negotiate, they know how to protect you, and they know your rights. Call them now at 800-209-9922. That's 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group, 800-209-9922. Again, 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
In constant sorrow through his day, I am the man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my day.
Hey there, folks. It's the Eric from Texas Show. We're taking your phone calls, 1-800-973-1684. If you'd like to talk to me, 1-800-973-1684. If you have nothing to say to me and you don't want to talk to me, the number is still 1-800-973-1684. We need to finish our phone call with Janice. I had to cut her off at the end. Janice from Cleveland, go ahead. You're on the air.
This is just a follow-up in regard to the fact that things that show up in literature they don't show up on TV and they don't show up on the radio much.
Right.
I read a book, again, I think I heard about it through the radio, but it was a very remote program, and they mentioned Government of Wolves by John Whitehead, and he's supposedly working for one of the big magazines. I don't know if it was the New York Times or what, but anyway, it was a very good book on how the government's trying to take over, and it'll actually scare people so bad by just reading all the different things that are going on in terms of how they're terrorizing people in so many different ways. And I'm wondering why that one never ended up being something that was also brought about, in terms of any conversation anywhere.
I don't know about that one. Government of wolves. Well, if you want a good scare, folks, but I do mean it when I say that. You have to be careful because even though things can be scary, I always say, and I'm saying to my listeners and to you, Janice, what I would say to my own family, that we have to trust God. No matter how bad things get, we have to, first of all, we have to pray that he would help us, make things better. And we have to help him. We have to ask him to help us to deal with our problems. We have to go to our next call. Thank you, Janice from Cleveland. God bless you. We're going to go to Tammy, who's calling from Atlanta, Georgia. Tammy, welcome to the program.
Eric, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you underwater?
Well, it's raining here, and I'm en route to the house after a long day landscaping. But what a blessing, because I thought, oh, this is great. So does this mean I don't have to write him and thank him for the book?
You don't have to. Yeah, you don't. Now you're off. You're officially off the hook. Think of the postage you've just saved. It's amazing. But you are in Atlanta, Georgia. I know that we're live in Atlanta, Georgia. We're live in Cleveland. We're live in a lot of places around this great country, but many folks listening, we're not live. But I'm glad we're live in Atlanta, and I'm glad, Tammy, that you were able to get through because we've got a lot of callers today. So you wanted to do what? To thank me for my books, did you say?
Well, yes. I was introduced to Open Doors. In fact, if I may, Joseph LeConte, A Hobbit, A Wardrobe, and A Great War.
Oh, my friend Joseph LeConte wrote the great book about C.S. Lewis and his friendship with J.R.R. Tolkien that you're referring to that book, A Hobbit, A Wardrobe, and A Great War.
Okay, right. But I heard him as a result of listening to your program because you had him on, and I was introduced to that book, so I read that book. And then you introduced me to Open Doors. So in my having given to Open Doors, you sent to me, as you said that you would, America, If You Can Keep It, and Seven Great Women, and your children's book, and I still haven't received the coffee mugs, but I know that those are coming.
I'm glad you reminded me because the mugs are being shipped. I just got a note from Chris Himes, my producer, that the mugs are being shipped. We had to order new mugs, and these mugs will take your breath away. Literally, be careful. You might want to have some oxygen nearby because they can take your breath away.
They're on the way. They're literally being shipped as we speak. Yeah.
I'm excited about those, but I am in the second chapter. Well, the second person being Susanna Wesley.
Oh, that's my 7 Women book. Now, why is it so hard to hear you? Are you talking on like a tin can phone with a string? What kind of a phone are you using?
No, I'm using the iPhone, but I have it on speaker and I have it at my mouth, but we're getting such a downpour that you may be hearing.
Do you not have shelter? Can you not repair to shelter?
Well, I'm in the shelter of my truck.
You're in your truck, and the windows are closed?
The windows are closed.
I don't mean to tell you how to live, Tammy, but you don't have to. You can call people from houses if you want to. You don't have to call from your truck.
I know.
Is there somebody in your house that hates me? I know. There's probably somebody in your house that hates me. They'd kill you if they knew that you were talking to me right now.
I turn everyone who comes into my house onto you. I'm like, you got to meet this guy. You got to listen to this guy.
Oh, my gosh. I needed the encouragement today. I'm not kidding because, sometimes life can be tough. Thank God bless you, Tammy. I just want to say thank you for your kind words. I'm glad that you gave to Open Doors. We raised $87,000 for Open Doors, and they're just a tremendous organization. I'm glad the books arrived to you. The mugs are on the way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't despair. The mugs are on the way. So, Tammy, we're going to have to say goodbye. We've got a bunch of other callers, unless you have something urgent. Yes, okay, folks, we're talking to, thank you, Tammy. We're going now to Tanner in Monroe, Louisiana. Tanner, welcome to the program.
Excuse me. Hello, Eric.
How you doing there? It sounds like you've got the whooping cough.
Yeah, man. What can I say? Your hospitality has me all choked up.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. My what?
I said your hospitality's got me a little choked up.
Has got you choked up? I'm glad. That was my goal. Yeah. Well, what are you calling for today? What's on your mind, Tanner from Monroe, Louisiana?
Well, I think I'm one of those where you said you got nothing to say, give us a call.
Yeah.
It's become a hobby of mine. On a slow day at work, I'll just give you a call and let the phone ring, or
I appreciate that.
With you.
I appreciate that. Now, you must have a specific question, though. I know you're joking because you told my engineer that you've got a question.
Okay, yeah. I was just curious regarding the future of the country and everything.
Right.
How bad would it have to get before you would consider jumping ship?
Well, I'll tell you something. If Obama gets a second term, I'm out of here.
But, no,
I'm gone.
seriously, though,
I'm gone. I can't take.
to a couple of maybe filmmakers a few weeks ago, and they were Texans, and you made a joke about moving to Texas.
Oh, that's right.
Decided to secede from the union.
Yeah, that's right. Well, because Texas sounds like there's great. Well, of course, who knows what will happen in the future, but I don't think that will happen. Listen. I wrote my book, If You Can Keep It, because I believe there is hope for America. I didn't write the book as a jeremiad, as a negative lamentation. I wrote it as a way that we can find ourselves back to the founder's vision for liberty, because I really believe the whole world is depending on us. I really genuinely believe that if we in America don't get serious, and this typically means the church, you don't have to be a Christian, but Christians ought to understand this most easily, because I write about this in the book, but that at the heart of this nation is a promise to the whole world that the liberties that we have here, most of which we take for granted so much that we just don't even know what it is anymore that we have. But these incredible liberties have created the greatest nation in the history of the world. With all of our warts and issues, we are still the great hope of this planet, that we can spread these liberties, religious liberty, economic opportunity, economic liberty to the whole world. If we don't keep this country, as Franklin said, we are not just letting ourselves down, we're letting the whole world down. I really believe that. But I do have hope. I want to say, just to answer your question, I have great hope for this country, and I think that we, first of all, you've got to do the right thing. When people just say, oh, I don't care, it's all too late, that is negative, that is defeatist, and it is immoral, in my opinion. It's simply not our job to say, it's over, I can't do anything. We ought to do everything we can until we don't have, any blood left to give, but that's really what we ought to be doing. So on that cheerful note, I will say goodbye to Tanner from Monroe, and we go to our next caller, Dan from Cleveland, Ohio. Dan, welcome to the Eric Metaxas Show.
Well, there's two things you can't escape: death and metaxas.
God bless you. Thank you very much. Now a veteran radio host, a seasoned host, would have hung up on you by now for that incredibly dumb joke. But I tell you, I'm such a generous person that I'm just not going to hang up on you. I really do appreciate that dumb joke. I like dumb jokes. You know that, Dan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have cracked it.
Right. Now I got another one for you. I really want you to adjust your bumper music for the election season.
Oh, you do you?
There's an old song called Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire.
That's a song?
It's longer than a telephone wire. I think it would be. I even think Hillary would appreciate it.
And now, I wonder if we can find out who wrote that. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Your nose is longer than a telephone wire.
Yeah, 60s song, I'm sure.
60s? You think
Probably
so?
Early 60s.
Oh, I think it's before the 60s. That sounds old. That sounds real. That sounds like the 30s.
No, I think it's 60s.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I can't remember the artist, but it was a classic.
Well, we're gonna look that up. We're gonna have to say goodbye, Dan from Cleveland, Ohio, because we have to go to a break. I appreciate your phone call, and we're gonna look that up for you.
Okay, take care.
God bless you. And folks, so we are taking your calls. If you'd like to call, it's 1-800-973-1684, 1-800-973-1684. Don't be afraid to call.
Beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sand.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. There's a new exchange of bitter words between President Obama and Donald Trump. Obama telling reporters that Trump is unfit to be president. Trump denouncing Mr. Obama as a failed leader. Trump also says that Obama and Hillary Clinton have destabilized the Middle East. When it comes to fundraising, Hillary Clinton is now ahead of where President Obama was 4 years ago. The campaign says it raised $63 million in July. A gruesome scene on a Central California highway where a charter bus veered off the highway and struck a pole that sliced the vehicle almost in half. 5 people were killed, 5 others seriously injured. On Wall Street, the Dow down about 105 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index is off 46. More details at srnnews.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a SelectQuote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Ever notice that the last 3 letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online, we can use free Wi-Fi, and we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Out all night, know you've been bad. Don't tell me different, know it's a lie. Come to me, honey, see how I cry. Why must you hurt me, do what you do? Listen here, girl, can't you see I love you? Make a little effort, try to be true. I'll be happy, not so blue.
Folks, this is the Eric Metaxas Show. That is Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire. And it is, in fact, from the 60s, as you can tell from the sound.
That was super groovy.
Super groovy. What was the name of the band?
The Castaways.
The Castaway, of course, the Castaways.
That was instant media gratification. You had a caller who said,
a caller says, I want a song.
Right.
And next thing you know, we dug out the platter from our archives.
Now, the ironic thing, or the strange little note of trivia, is that was also the first dance at my wedding with my wife.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
It's true. It's not true.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Can you imagine? It's probably someone in the history of first dances.
Your nose is longer than a telephone wire. It's just incredible that for this election, I think that would that work for at least one of the candidates that I can think of, but I would never mention her initials.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to say we're taking your calls, 1-800-973-1684, 1-800-973-1684. I also want to say that tomorrow on this program, you're going to hear my interview with Katie Couric. It's unbelievable.
It's
great. It was nuts. It was nuts that I got to interview Katie Couric in Cleveland last week.
Yeah, and I got a chance to hear it, of course, and I was struck by, I've never heard her so kind of reflective and
wasn't it
disarmed.
interesting?
She was very disarmed.
She was very sweet.
Very sweet.
Because I'm very disarming.
Yeah.
I slipped her $100 bill.
Yes.
And I said, please help me.
Please be honest.
And she was honest and sweet. No, honestly, she was just really she was herself disarming. I was very moved, and I sound like a blowhard because it was very loud, and I was using my iPhone. No joke. Well, I'll tell the story tomorrow. We've got to go to some of these wonderful calls here. Oh my goodness, Mike is calling from Youngstown, Ohio. Mike, welcome to the Eric Metaxas Show.
Yes, thank you, sir. Eric, first of all, I want to say encouragement to you. That's first. Second, I want to say thank you for putting the Empire State Building to good use because your show justifies the Empire State Building being there.
Did you know that we had to move from the Empire State Building?
No.
Chris Himes, he's a vandal, and he messed. No, we did have to. We want to get back in there, but right now we're down on Wall Street. But my gosh.
You're doing a great job anyway, and thank you very much for listening.
You're so kind. Thank you for calling in. And
I know you got zillions of callers. I know that. I don't expect to monopolize the whole thing. I'll try to keep this call
just
brief.
Try to monopolize a little bit of it.
Yes. But see, being brief, I thought lawyers carried briefs. No, they don't. They carry briefcases.
Right.
But that doesn't make a person a lawyer just because they're carrying a briefcase.
Well, actually, the briefcase holds briefs.
Of course, divided by 2 would give you half as much. Thank you very much.
Right.
I'm gonna.
I feel like I've been talking to Professor Erwin Corey.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the illegitimate son of the all-around expert, Professor Erwin Corey. That was Mike from Youngstown, Ohio. Now we go to Kevin in Cleveland, Ohio. Kevin, welcome to the program. Is Kevin there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Welcome to the program.
Yes, this is really crazy. I didn't think I was going to be on the show.
We tried to keep you off, Kevin, but somehow you snuck through. I don't know how it happened.
Yeah, this is really cool, man. I've been listening to the show the last few days.
If you've been watching the show, you need to see a doctor because it's radio. You knew that. But how did you hear about the show?
Well, I normally listen to the FM radio, so I was switching through the AM, and I just started listening, and I was like, I figured I'd just listen because they were talking a few things about the Bible, and that really caught my attention.
What do you mean? What do you mean they? That wasn't this program. It was another program. You mean?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it was another program, but I've been listening to it. So I think it's really nice, just to see, different things that people are talking about. Not just about the Bible, what's going on in the world.
I try to bring, I say it's the show about everything, which means I like to just talk to all different kinds of people about all different subjects. I mean, it tends to reflect my point of view most of the time, but I just think it's fun to talk to different people. Do you have a question, or do you have something that you want to say? Because we're going to have to go to a break pretty quickly.
Oh, sure. I just wanted to see how you guys are all doing. I'm pretty sure I meant to call the other channel. There's a few different numbers I was looking through, but I think it's still nice to speak to you guys.
We were your second choice, and my feelings are hurt now. I can't believe it. Kevin, you've really hurt me. No, you haven't. I'm just so thrilled that people are out there listening. People think I'm just saying that, but I'm new to radio. Chris Himes knows that we're new to this, and when I know that there are people out there listening to this program, I'm just astounded that folks are listening. They listen at night. They listen in their trucks. They listen. It thrills me. And a lot of people listen on podcast.
Yeah.
That much I know. Well, God bless you, Kevin from Cleveland. We're going to go to Charles, who's calling from Dobson, North Carolina.
Hey.
Charles, you there?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, I'm all right. How are you?
Pretty good. I was just going to make a comment. Dan, please don't get me wrong on this one. I'm definitely not to the left side. No, you keep saying that and don't get me wrong, because it means a lot. You tell your kids and your family and everything, trust in God and God to make it right.
Yeah.
And trust me, I am a God-fearing person.
Yeah. Oh, now wait a minute. You know what? I'm gonna ask you to hang on till the next. Can you hang on, Charles, please? Because I don't want to cut you off here. Hang on. I've got to do a quick commercial, and then we're going to go to a break, and we'll come right back with Charles. Don't hang up, Charles from Dobson. I want to tell you folks about Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com is the website, and we want you to know that if you have chronic pain, or you know somebody who has chronic pain, the way to deal with it naturally, not just to mask the pain, but to go to the root to deal with the inflammation. Check out Relief Factor. You can go to ReliefFactor.com, get the quick start pack. Please check it out. You can read more. Their testimonials, ReliefFactor.com. factor.com. I have been taking it, and now I can play the piano like a virtuoso. I never took a lesson. It's unbelievable. I might be making that up, but I don't have time to explain. We'll be right back.
Once upon a time, a girl named Goldilocks was searching for the perfect mattress. One was too hard. Ouch. One was too soft. Ugh. But one was just right. Then, when she tried to sleep, it squeaked, it rattled, it moved. It was the old metal bed frame, and it was unbearable.
It's time to get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Why would you spend thousands of dollars on a quality mattress and then put it on an ugly, noisy metal frame that you have to hide with a dust ruffle? Get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. It will eliminate noise, motion transfer, and protect your mattress from sagging. Knickerbocker foundations are made in the USA and come with a limited lifetime warranty. They're available in 5 colors, look beautiful, and require no tools for assembly. It's time for a better bed frame from Knickerbocker.
Finally, Goldilocks got smart and got a Knickerbocker Embrace bed frame, and it was just right.
Visit your local furniture or mattress store and ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker.
Hi everybody, Michael W. Smith here. It is such an honor to be back in the land of Israel. This is my 4th trip to the land where my Lord lived, died, and rose again. I was very fortunate to shoot a music video here. We filmed at Masada, Galilee, the Garden Tomb, and many other places that you'll recognize when you see the video. It's been life-changing for me, to say the least. It's like taking a walk through the pages of the Bible. If you haven't toured Israel, I beckon you to come. It will change your life. God bless you all. Shalom.
Geico applauds your inner ride leader.
An enthusiastic engine rev goes out to the biker in you who leads the pack. Even if that pack is a party of one, you're still a leader to Geico. To prove it, Geico will insure your motorcycle with great rates and 24/7 customer service. And with Geico by your side, you're never cruising solo. Which means you've just been nominated as a real ride leader. Congrats! The smell of fine leather and trailblazing is in your future.
Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
You know you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing? Like getting a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Hi, I'm Missy Tannen. Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bollandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
Go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code CALM. That's 20% off right now at bollandbranch.com. Promo code CALM, spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code CALM.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. We're taking your calls, 1-800-973-1684. We've just got a little time. If you want to call 1-800-973-1684, we will squeeze you in. I was talking to Charles from Dobson, North Carolina. Didn't want to cut you off, Charles, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I believe in what you're saying. I like hearing what you're saying.
What am I saying?
You was talking about as far as the way they are trying to run the country. You know, it's not. It's wrong. It's as wrong can get. But you know, they're wanting the state to take over and do everything supposed to be done. But
right.
What I was getting at was you keep saying trusting God to take care of it.
Well, no. I didn't say that. I mean, What I'm saying is that even if they listen, you could be in the Soviet Union in 1950 in a work camp in Siberia, and the Bible still tells us to praise God and to trust God. It doesn't mean that he's going to solve our problems the way we want them to be solved, but he wants us to know he loves us. He wants us to know he's with us even in our suffering. And in our suffering, when we praise him and we love him and we have a relationship with him, it changes things. I just want to theologically make the point that I'm not saying that God's going to solve our problems, but I do believe that we should pray that he would change things, in this country.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you cleared that up for me, and I do understand exactly what you're saying. The only thing I was going to say about it is what we're going through and what's happening, we're going to have to go through them. It's going to have to happen, because if you read the back of the Bible, it's going to play out this direction.
Well, we don't know when it's going to play out. I mean, the Bible doesn't tell us. I think it's very easy for us, and a lot of my friends say, like, yeah, it's end time stuff, we're going to get persecuted. And I think, wait a second. It is not for us to know, and I also think sometimes that can play into defeatism. Or in other words, rather than saying, I've got to fight, I've got to pray, I've got to fight, I've got to do the right thing, people say, I'm just going to give up. And I think that's not right. Sometimes you got to fight. I mean, when we think about the way this country came into being, people fought. They didn't just say, well, everything's going to hell, King George doesn't care about us. They fought. They said, we're going to do what we think is right. And I think that, I'm not talking about taking up arms, but I'm saying in general, as a principle, we have to fight. And a lot of times I believe Christian friends of mine have a defeatist attitude. Conservative friends of mine have a defeatist attitude. And I think we don't know when things are going to go, when the Lord is going to pour out the bowls of wrath. We don't know. And I think we have to be careful about taking the easy path and saying, it's all going to heck, so forget it.
Right. And like I said, I understand that. And, yeah, and by the way, like I said, I just happened to stumble across you on the radio. I'm a truck driver. I'm in Atlanta. And I do enjoy what y'all are saying.
I just love it when people tell me that they just stumble on the show. That's my favorite, because I think to myself, there are a lot of people out there. They're just flipping around, and I love the idea that somebody would stumble and say, I want to give this a listen for a while. I sort of joke around. It's a show about everything, so every day it's totally different. Some days it might bore you to tears, and some days you might love it. So check it out when you get a chance. And thank you, Charles, for calling. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to go to Debbie, who is calling from Salina, Kansas. Yeah. Debbie, welcome to the program. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Salina?
Salina.
Salina?
Yeah.
Salina, Kansas.
Yeah, it's a center of America, pretty much.
Really?
Uh-huh. Bringing you good tidings from a red state. I'm calling because I just found your program today, and I'm pretty excited that you're on the radio. I was familiar with your work and your writing and have seen you interviewed, but didn't know you had a radio program. So I'm another one who just stumbled on you today. So
you didn't know I had a radio program till today?
Today.
Wow.
Your first-time caller,
and
all on the same day.
So you live in Kansas, obviously.
I live in Kansas.
And you were, do you know what station it's on in Kansas?
It's on one station down at Medicine Lodge, so I'm listening to you on the Internet.
Medicine Lodge. Man, there's only one America. That is such a great name, Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Well, I'm all over the country in different places, different times and stuff.
And
but
it does help my state of mind. But I want to ask a question.
Sure.
I have a concern about the Republican mindset, which is why I'm a Republican, and probably a lot of people are, is that you don't have to be a party liner.
Right.
Look at Ted Cruz, okay?
Right.
But the idea of the open thoughts that Republicans are all for, I'm worried the Democrats are going to use that against us.
Wait. I didn't understand what you just said. The idea of the open thoughts? What do you mean?
Well, just that you don't have to all agree to everything a Republican says to be a Republican, but you have to agree to everything a Democrat says to be a Democrat, which the two party just held their.
Yeah. Well, isn't that a good reason to be a Republican?
Well, it is. It is. But I love it, and that's why I am a Republican. I think a lot of people are. But the troubling thought is it possible, and I love that you're a Christian and you've shared your Christian thoughts on all of us getting through these tough times. But is it possible that the Democratic mindset of we are going to support Hillary no matter what can hurt our chances because we've got the freedom to think for ourselves, whereas a Democrat just lockstep says...
Well, I wouldn't agree with you. I would say that everybody has the freedom to think for themselves, and I guarantee I guarantee you that tons of Democrats are going to sit home on Election Day because they cannot bear Hillary Clinton. I guarantee it.
Well, my own son is a big concern. Moved to California, and now was going to vote for Hillary, and I was chagrined. And now he said no with all these WikiLeaks things that came out. He's not.
Yeah.
And now he's looking at voting for the third party. And
there's a third party?
He can't morally vote for Trump. And
right.
I was actually looking through some of your writings to send to him to say, look, here's somebody you would respect. Listen to them. And so,
well, I'm not. I mean, I've said some stuff on it, but I have also directed people to my Facebook page where I post articles from others. We're going to keep you on the phone, Debbie. I hope you can hang on and don't hang up. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back. Taking your calls, 1-800-973-1684. In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXIS, that's METAXIS, to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. More shots fired today in the war of words between Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump and President Obama. Mr. Obama says Trump is unfit to be president, while Trump calls Mr. Obama a failed leader. Rice University political analyst Robert Stein says Trump's claim that the upcoming election might be rigged is most unusual.
I would even go so far as to say this is unprecedented for any candidate, almost any candidate. I've never seen a candidate who seems not to even take his own advice. He tells you that he's trying to be focused and on message.
Delaware's highest court has ruled that state's death penalty unconstitutional in light of this year's Supreme Court ruling, striking down a similar death penalty in Florida. On Wall Street, ahead of the closing bell, the Dow is down about 92 points. This is SRN News.
Tax problems? They only get worse if you don't do anything. Are you an individual or business that owes at least $10,000 in back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns? Don't risk garnishments or levies on your wages, bank accounts, or accounts receivable. Call Rapid Resolution Tax Group now. They're Better Business Bureau A+ rated and accredited. Tax attorneys, tax professionals, and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. No tax problem is too big. Pick up the phone and call 800-601-2929 now. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can settle your tax debt for less, remove penalties and fees, stop garnishments and levies. You may even qualify for the IRS Fresh Start Initiative. Remember, they help businesses and individuals. Don't let your tax problems get worse. Call Rapid Resolution Tax Group for a free consultation at 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. Call now.
Hey, it's the Eric and Taxes Show. We're taking your calls. I'm talking to Debbie from Salina, Kansas. Debbie, what were we just talking about? You were asking me about
the Republican Party,
right,
being able to stand together,
right,
even though they're not united.
Listen, this is what I've been talking about. Everybody can do what they like, but I don't understand why people. In other words, when I have said I think we need to vote for Trump, I'm not saying I love Trump. Right. What I'm saying is, no matter what you think about Donald Trump, do you believe that he would be worse as president than Hillary Clinton? Some people seem to be convinced of that. I have to say I am not convinced of that. I'm convinced of precisely the opposite. I'm convinced that his problems have been exaggerated, that the media has played them up. I think that people keep saying, well, he's pro-choice. I do not believe that. In my heart, I do not believe that he is what he once was. I believe that he is committed to being pro-life, that he would never have picked Mr. Pence. Governor Pence never would have picked Governor Pence. Governor Pence is very pro-life. And so I don't understand when people say that, well, I'm not going to vote or I'm going to vote for a third-party candidate. You're throwing your vote away. At some point, you have to get serious. And it doesn't mean that I'm saying there aren't things about Donald Trump that I'm very upset about. Right. And so when people say, well, you're pro-Trump, I'm not really pro-Trump. What I am is anti-Hillary. Yeah. and so but people have gotten very upset about this, and I don't, it's complicated. But anyway, I have to take a final call. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead.
I voted yesterday because we have our primaries today.
Wow.
We have advanced voting, so I went and voted, and I felt the same way, struck again with how difficult it is to be on a ballot because it takes so much money to get a campaign, and the fact that we have to have a billionaire step up and say, I'm going to run to represent the Republican Party, to stand up against all the machinery that's in place against somebody.
It's very complicated. Forgive me, Debbie. Thank you for your call. I'm so glad you found the program. Please keep listening. Thank you. We're going to go to a final call real quick. Mick is calling from Charlotte, North Carolina. Mick, welcome to the program. You there, Mick?
Hey,
hi,
Eric.
Thanks.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you for calling.
Caller, first-time listener.
We've only got a minute left, so I'm going to have to ask you to be quick. Forgive me.
What is is there anything Trump could say that would shake your support for him? Because he can say some crazy stuff.
Yeah, if he said that we should vote for Hillary, that would be a deal breaker. No, you have to understand. So. You have to understand that I think that. Listen, people have genuine concerns that are serious about Trump. I get it. I have listened to it, and people. I mean, it's very dismaying to me. I've never been a public figure before to be on the radio, so to get attacked and have people sending Twitter things, but it's been upsetting to me. But I have to say, I understand what people are saying. People that I respect deeply, Russ Moore, lots of people are anti-Trump, Robbie George, and so on and so forth. I think it's a calculation. I think it's a calculation, and I really do believe that we're at a position now in our country where if we don't understand that 2,000 judges are going to be nominated by the next president, Hillary Clinton is going to nominate precisely the kind of judges that I think will destroy America. I really believe that, and so I think that at some point you've got to make a tough decision. That's a tough call. By the way, folks, go see Hillary's America, Dinesh D'Souza's newest movie. That'll help you think this through. We are out of time. That is the show. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Just alright.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. President Obama has called on Republicans to withdraw their support of Donald Trump. Speaking at a White House news conference, Mr. Obama charged the GOP nominee as unfit to serve. Mr. Obama says what he can't understand is how Republican leaders can distance themselves from Trump's statements but still endorse his candidacy.
There has to be a point at which you say, this is not somebody I can support for President of the United States.
Republican Vice Presidential nominee Mike Pence says President Obama has no room to talk about Donald Trump being unfit to be president.
Well, allowing for the fact that Barack Obama knows a lot about being woefully unprepared to be president of the United States, why don't we look at the record?
The chief executive of the Democratic National Committee resigns following the email hack that embarrassed the Democratic Party.
The news comes from 3 Democratic strategists who say Amy Dacey decided to leave her job. Dacey's resignation is just the latest fallout from the hacked emails, which exposed an apparent lack of neutrality on the part of the DNC in the primary race between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. Party chairwoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz resigned her position after she was booed during a speech prior to the opening of last week's Democratic National Convention. The convention officially nominated Hillary Clinton as the party's presidential candidate. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
State Department spokesman John Kirby says he cannot confirm whether the Syrian government has used chemical weapons on civilians near Aleppo.
Certainly, if it's true, and again, I'm not saying it is, but if it's true, it would be extremely serious.
Syrian rebels are accusing government forces of launching toxic gas attacks on civilians in a town southwest of Aleppo. Rebel sources provided the video of people receiving treatment who say they were among the victims of a gas attack. The images, however, are not conclusive. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-936-5348.
The so-called transgender movement threatens religious freedom, so says the Family Research Council.
People need to understand what's going on here to push back and demand Congress act.
FRC spokesman Travis Weber says the government is making an end run around lawmakers.
This is another example of where courts, and in this case the Obama administration, could get out of touch with where the people are, and the people can make their voice heard through the legislative process, and legislatures could deal with these issues.
Weber urges Christians to call their congressman. Kansas Congressman Tim Huelskamp, a Tea Party favorite, has been sent packing by voters in his western and central Kansas district. The Republican was defeated by obstetrician Roger Marshall. Prevailing over a pair of more experienced Republican leaders, former Navy SEAL officer Eric Greitens won the Republican primary for Missouri governor Tuesday after a hard-fought race in which he cast himself as a conservative outsider. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. For the 5th time in the past 2 weeks, a federal judge has tossed a voter ID law.
This time, a North Dakota law requiring voters to show an ID at the polls. The 2015 law required voters to have one of only 3 types of identification: a state-issued driver's license or ID, or a tribal ID. A U.S. judge said the law placed a disproportionate burden on Native American voters. Lawyers for the plaintiffs offered a study which showed the number of Native Americans without acceptable IDs was almost double that of non-Native Americans. In the past 2 weeks, voter ID laws have also been tossed in North Carolina, Wisconsin, Kansas, and Texas.
Correspondent Wally Hines. 2 buses plunged into a flooded river after an old bridge collapsed in western India, leaving at least 22 people missing and feared dead. Officials say rescuers have not found the buses or any survivors. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 70 expected. Isolated showers with a high 88. a low 72 under mostly cloudy skies, and a 50% chance of showers Wednesday night. Thursday, cloudy, scattered showers, a 40% chance, high around 84, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with Yesterday's Memories, Afternoon Call Around Report, and Forest City Owls baseball here on AM 590 WCAB, Rutherford.
Everybody minds their own business, but every now and again, I would say it happens once every 15 times I ride the subway, or every 20 times I ride the subway. Yeah. Suddenly somebody in a loud voice decides to do something.
Right.
And the most cringeworthy is when they're preaching about Jesus, because I happen to believe in Jesus, and I don't think it's very effective to communicate about him on the subway when people hate your guts and wish you'd shut up. But yesterday, a guy was doing a routine, like, using the pole in the middle, and it was like some kind of an acrobatic. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I didn't have any change to give him.
Things can get very gymnastic in there with the poles and the hand bars.
Exactly.
And often the feet come about an inch of people's lives.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And this guy built solidarity with the people in the car by, demanding fist bumps.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, even if you hated him, you had to give him the fist bump back, which suddenly sucks you in. Now you're part of it.
Right.
Because you gave him the fist bump back.
Right. That means respect.
It means that's kind of like when a salesman comes to your door and they hand you a gift, like they hand you a pen before they, as in the days when they had salesmen who would come to your door, they'd hand you. They had all these techniques. So now you're into it. You've taken his pen.
I know. And the next thing you know, you're on a Mormon missionary.
There you go. Or somebody says to you, "Do you like luxury?" Yeah. Like, who's going to say no? So you go, yeah, and then they've got you, and then they suck you in. So the fist bump on the train. But we're not here to talk about that. Today I'm here to talk about a book by somebody I like to call Joel Pollack, and I think that's how we pronounce his name. We're going to have him on in just a moment. He's written a book called See No Evil, 19 Hard Truths the Left Can't Handle. Now, on this program, everybody knows I'm politically conservative, but I have many friends that are liberal, and I like to have a civil conversation about these things. And I think it's important for wherever you are on these issues to try to understand, is what you believe true, or is it just something you're angry about? And we need to understand that people we disagree with often have a good point, even if they may be getting the details wrong of how to deal with it. So I like to talk about these things now and again. So today we're going to be talking. It's really not the 4-year-old's fault. It's his parents' fault. If a dog bites you, the dog is not morally culpable. His owner is morally culpable. How is it possible that people in positions of power in school administrations allow the students to get away with this? They did the same thing in the 60s. I mean, at Columbia, at all these universities, the power structure, they let it happen. And it's fascinating because they have this kind of, it's kind of like the classic white guilt. They just feel like, well, we're old people, so we're sort of guilty, and they're young and pure, so we'll let them do their thing.
Well, there's something to that. I mean, leftism, both then and now, is a utopian idea. It's almost a religious idea. The belief in the state and its ability to solve all problems is, in some ways, a replacement for the church. I mean, you guys are talking about street preachers and, poles on subways.